Belatedly, Shami in again, onto the back foot he goes, looking for a single as he pushes up towards mid-on. There's a dummy run from mid-wicket, and that is enough to put them off the single. Yes, alongside me, Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, I have, well, he's perennial, isn't he? It's the man from the cave. He was giving us a rendition of Mother's Lament earlier, which, believe me, you would be lamenting if you heard it. To be honest,
so mean.
He's down the leg side again from Mohammad Shami, and it's going to be another wide. Pakistan progressing in wides at the moment, and Anindo is here. Anindo is here. I'm never quite sure in the world where you are. You move around all the time.
I am in Mumbai.
You're back in Mumbai, right? Okay, that's good to know.
Almost in Dubai.
Sorry, say that again.
I said almost in Dubai. It's not that far.
Almost in Dubai. How far?
And we are live on YouTube now as well, I'm pleased to say.
Hallelujah.
Now that's another wide, but well, he's certainly varying his wides. That's about 1.5 yards outside off stump. So we've had 2 genuine balls and 3 wides so far.
The umpire's got more exercise than the other 21 players.
It's true. It's true. He's getting the old stretch in, isn't he? Definitely. Well, Virat and Baba, two of the greats. Well, Virat definitely. Baba, I feel he's kind of a great, but he's having a little bit of a trying time. This is wide outside the stump, a little bit of movement away, and I think he just about got away with that one. It was very close to the guidance line, but Paul Rifle has decided to show some sympathy to the man with the new hair weave, and goes through the keeper. Yeah, okay, all right. I'll give you that one, Anindo. I'll give you that one. Anyway, the team news is that Pakistan have that one change, Imam ul Haq coming in for Fakhar Zaman, and India are unchanged as far as I can see from the team that beat Bangladesh quite comfortably. This is chopped down to third man by Imam. He'll take his first run. Again, he was reaching for that one. I think he got it quite low on the bat, almost on the toe, as he tried to aim a cut shot at it. But it does bring this man down to face.
Have you any wool? No sir, I don't. I'm a cricketer from Pakistan.
Now there appears to be one poor Pakistan female fan amongst a huge number of male Indian fans. Full outside the off stump. Babar Azam just leans gently forward, holds his bat aloft, and it goes through to the keeper. 4 for no wicket is the score. Just the one scoring shot so far. Anindo, what do you make? What do you make of this big game? How's it feeling in Mumbai? Are you shaking with anticipation? No, it doesn't sound like it.
I think much of India is too complacent.
Oh, right. Okay. Down the leg side. It's going to be another wide. 4th wide of the over. Well, this could be a very long innings. If every over is going to be 10 balls from Mohammad Shami.
Shami's just all over the place today.
He really is. Now, I didn't see that game against Bangladesh. Did he bowl well? I mean, he got 5 wickets.
He bowled well.
Yeah.
He bowled well. He was on song that day, and today he's like completely wayward.
He is at the moment. Can he finish off the over, or will it go on and on? One slip. Oh, he's going to go on and on. He's dragged that down horribly.
Jeez.
That's the widest of the lot. That is the 5th wide of the over, and this is the first over of the day. Extraordinary. Just when you think cricket can't be any more ridiculous, it becomes so. Very, very strange. We didn't have any winners of the GPL yesterday, did we?
We did not, no.
Did we have any entries? That's the main thing.
Yes, we did. We had a few, so we're up to something like 63 quid. I'll look it up in a second.
Okay. Shami, can he finish the over? Yes, a little bit of swing. Ball dies on its way through to Raoul, who has to tumble forward slightly to take it on the half volley. That's, I think, the longest first over I've ever seen in a one-day international. 11 balls, and it's, I've forgotten, 5 for none, I think. Messi, who's with us?
Who's with us? He says, morning, he's so hungover. He says, let's all cheer on Pakistan. Stephen Kelk says, morning all, heavily distracted today by the visit of the vicar's mother. And Brown in Brisbane says, morning, has Hendo recovered from the England loss yesterday? One thing that struck me after that loss, I know it was hard to take for England, but it was actually a really good game of cricket. And I really enjoyed watching it. Even if Australia had lost, I would have enjoyed it anyhow. Leah says, morning all, better late than ever. And Mog says, all the discussion about this game being played out of Pakistan is bullshit. There's no reason for India to ever have to play anywhere outside of India itself. Absolute folly to suggest otherwise.
Absolutely. Harshit Rana is going to open the bowling. This is his jingle.
Yeah, his name is Harshit. Go on, be clever. Like all your fucking primary school level jokes. Ha 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 ha, well done.
First ball is fended down off his chest by Imam, and they scurry through for a single, and that was slightly risky, as it was Jadeja who was swooping in, and if there's a man you don't really want to take a quick single to when you're not off the mark, as Baba is, or isn't, it's Jadeja, I would suggest. So Babar Azam is down to face his first ball from Harshit.
So on yesterday's match, I wasn't watching it because I was watching another match. We'll talk about that later. But my father, 88-year-old father-in-law, called me this morning and said England needs some bowlers.
Absolutely true. Onto the back foot goes Baba, plays this down into the covers, and there is no run. You were watching Sachin Tendulkar play
and
some
Sangakkara.
fluent cover drives. I have to say, I nearly responded to you when I saw that on our WhatsApp group, because I thought, if there's anything I hate more than this, I can't think what it is. Although, there are a few things, to be honest. I don't like veteran sport. I really don't like veteran sport.
Well, yesterday they batted, bowled extremely well.
Harshit in, down the leg side. Oh, goodness me. Could this possibly be another wide? It is. It is. Harshit joins the fun. Sixth wide of the morning. We've only had 8 genuine balls. Well, we've got 6 for no wicket. And Imam has 2. And Baba Azam is yet to get off the mark.
8 for no wicket.
Did I say 6? Sorry, 8 for no wicket. Yep, absolutely.
It's almost like they're trying not to injure the Pakistani batsman.
Oh, there's an idea. Here he is again. A little bit of swing there from Harshit. I quite like the look of Harshit. I haven't seen a huge amount of him, but what I have seen, I quite like. We would. Can we put in a sort of a loan deal for him? Can we? Are we still within the cricket transfer window? Talking of England needing bowlers, well, I wouldn't. They do need bowlers, but it's not just.
I think your problem is not speed; it's brains.
Absolutely, I've been saying.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. It hasn't improved in 50 years that I've been watching cricket. Defended back to the bowler by Baba, still yet to get off the mark.
To be fair, you haven't had so many bowlers at this speed at the same time before.
No, but I think the problem with going all in on speed is that neither of these guys, neither Wood nor Archer, well, certainly not Wood, he doesn't have a variation. It's just pace. And
Fastest.
Yeah, and if it's not working, if the players are good enough, the pitch is good enough. This is nicely played by Baba. He finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's chased by Kuldeep. Not a particularly good throw. Kohli races to to pick that up about 15 yards from the stumps as the return comes in. There's just no brains. But it's not really just incumbent upon the bowlers themselves. How about a bit of coaching? I mean, I understand that coaches get, well, not even coaches, not coaching, but just sort of chatting to your team and working on a few things. Jabbed into the onside. End of Harshit's first over, and Pakistan, having won the toss, elected to bat, are 10 for none. Imam has 2, Baba has 2, and there have been 6 wides.
I did think I should point out to you, Hendo, that in fact England had a moral victory last night. The headline on the BBC website was "England-born Inglis clad as rapid ton to lead Australia to its victory." So, it was England that won either way.
Yeah, and I need to have a few words with Forthy, because we discovered from that report on the BBC that not only was Josh Inglis born in Yorkshire, he's a Coventry City fan. How did that happen? Shami round the wicket bowls, and that's nicely played off his legs by Imam. I always feel like Imam's slightly underrated batsman. Anyway, he's back for 2. He's got his chance at the top of the order here, although you would presume Pakistan would want to have Fakhar Zaman, because he is the man that can really get them off to a quick start. But going back to that fast bowling situation, you would have thought that for his, I don't know how many New Zealand dollars Brendan McCullum is banking once he's got it through the exchange rate, but I imagine it's quite a healthy amount, and you would hope that he might suggest that Wood works on a slower ball. Shami bowls, good ball, got that to nibble away. No carry there really though. So even if he got an edge,
not carrying. Once it pitches and goes past the wicket, it's not carrying at all.
well, this is Dubai, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, and that was my point. That Brendan McCullum can come in. Maybe it's unfortunate when he's come in as white ball captain, but he can come in with that strategy. But you can't employ that strategy in South Asia and Dubai. It just doesn't work. With the bats the way they are, the faster you bowl, the faster they go to the boundary.
Exactly, and boundaries are short these days. Shami in, he's gone for the drive as it was pushed out wide by Shami. It may have been deliberate. I know he has bowled a few wides this morning, but I think he was just trying to tempt Imam. He knew that Imam would go after it, but fortunately the left-hander gets no edge.
That's why he's praying. I think he's been trying to get him to really swing his bat at the ball.
This is Imam's first ODI in nearly 18 months, too.
Right. So okay. That's interesting to know. Well, you kind of feel that. What would be a good score for Pakistan here? Shami in, wide on the crease, lovely drive on the up. Through the covers. Not sure it's quite got the legs, not quite the speed of the outfield that we saw in Lahore yesterday, but they have got through for 2. 14 for no wicket. Anyone want to proffer?
I think 260 will be a decent score on this track.
Oh, absolutely. Batting second on a track which has been used multiple times with some element of dew. I think it's not going to be easy. 260 is a very, very good total here. Well,
let's see what they can do. They're going along okay at the moment. 14 without loss. Here comes Shami again round the wicket to the left-hander. He's tipped that in the air. One bounce to mid-wicket. Axar Patel, I think it was there, would have just for a moment, his eyes would have lit up as that was heading straight for him. Ultimately dropped short. And going back, I suppose here we are, we're talking about Pakistan and India. We don't want to dwell too much on England and Australia for now, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to think who was the last intelligent English cricketer. Shami in bowls, flicked up to mid-on. Well, actually, to be fair,
Owen Morgan was a very intelligent captain in my view.
Joe Root is a very intelligent batsman.
Although Owen Morgan's not really an English cricketer, is he?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Not that many English cricketers, right?
Say again?
I said there are not many English cricketers playing in the England side.
Oh, hang on. He says that after Josh Inglis beats the English. I mean, you can't get more English than Yorkshire, can you? I mean, it's the ultimate Englishness is Yorkshire.
I noticed Joe Root praising Inglis after the match, and I thought, yeah, Yorkshire look after their own, don't they? Moggs says, Sudahu says Moggs an Indian plant, and Moggs says, well, I've got to go where the money is, to which Sudahu says, that's fair. And he says he puts a shit in Harshit. Oh, that's harsh.
Well, I suppose there's a temptation. I don't know. I find some of the Indian names they do make me laugh. Arshdeep is another one that makes me laugh for some reason. I can't imagine why. Sounds a bit like arse and deep, and that makes you think of all sorts of weird sexual shenanigans, doesn't it? It shouldn't do because it is what it is.
It makes you think of.
Oh, sorry. That's what I meant.
Really, Hendo, are you all right?
Onto the back foot goes Babar Azam and pushes back up
Stop
the pitch.
pussyfooting around.
Indeed.
Might be about it.
I don't know. There was a film called was it Ice something in Alex? No, it wasn't Ice Pole. It wasn't Ice Cold in Alex, was it? I don't know why. I think every time I see the name Arshdeep, I think of Ice Cool in. But I want to say Ice Deep in Alex, but it's not that. 34 degrees it's going up to today. 36% humidity. That's just a cool average day in Dubai, isn't it? Now that's beautifully put away by Babar. He really whipped the bottom hand into that one, got it between mid-on and mid-wicket, and he picks up 4 runs, 18 for no wickets.
It was ice cold in Alex.
It was ice cold in Alex, but for some reason
Sylvia Sims, John Mills,
Yes.
Anthony Quayle, and Harry Andrews.
was
There
it?
you
Were they on a submarine or something?
Who are those people?
Yeah, I think they were. Who are those people? only some of the great thespians of English theatre.
Never heard of any of them.
Never heard
Sorry.
Pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. Both batsmen on 6 off 11. A nice kind of a symmetry there. But, I'd like to see Babar Azam get 100 today. That would please me. I do.
Yeah, but there are not many. There are not enough overs for him to do that. That would take an.
Ooh. I saw someone on below the line on the BBC website moaning about Joe Root last night. It's all Joe Root's fault. Joe Root just can't accelerate. Well, hang on. We were 43 for 2. We had to get a little bit back on course. Oh, now that is the Babar Azam trademark shot. Not only has he played that sumptuously with beautiful poise, but he's played it with the most immaculate timing. He's got another of these through the covers.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That was really beautiful shot.
Yeah, that is the shot that made Knackle and me fall in love with Babar almost at first sight. Final ball of the over. He's in and he's gone for the drive again. This time, unfortunately, just closed the face of the bat a little bit and therefore didn't time it. That is the end of the over. 22 for none for bowled Messi.
Nick Vickers says, morning gorillas, must be strange for Coventry City fan to experience a bit of success. And Eric says he was sent to Coventry at an early age, I'm reliably informed. Leas just voted in the federal elections, hoping for the best. Eric Chase says, who was the last intelligent commentator? Oh, that's a bit close to the bone. Farang says, greetings to all, I hope everyone's well. The Battle of the Buys from Dubai. Mike says, I didn't know you're a racist then, Hendo, making fun of all those Indian names. You've been cancelled, I'm afraid.
I know, but I'm just being honest that, you can't help how you react to a name. I mean,
Well,
maybe
now
I should
that
have shared
Trump's
it.
in the White House, Hendo can come out of the closet.
God, I mean, I've been up all night attacking Trump on Twitter. Jeez,
I'm sure that had a lot of impact. Get off Twitter. It's bad for your mental health.
it's very bad for your mental health. But then so is Trump. Driven slightly in the air, but it's going to evade Rowett, who's chased that. And they've got back for 2. Baba moves his double figures.
Very, very well.
Oh, sorry, that was Imam, wasn't it?
Yeah,
two for him. He's gone to 8. Baba has 10.
It's a packed offside field, but they're picking the gaps very well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Imam looks in pretty good nick for a man who hasn't played a one-dayer for 18 months. Maybe he's just determined to make the most of this opportunity. Not by any means a full ground at the moment, although I'm told it's sold out in about 5 minutes. A little bit of movement from Shami on this occasion, away from the left-hander, and beats the outside edge.
It's been very evident in Pakistan that people much prefer watching as it's the sun sets. So I suspect the same in Dubai.
Oh yeah, but I mean, compare this ground with Lahore, and Lahore was just I'm not saying it was an ugly ground, but it was a completely open ground. There was no shade at all. There was no roofs on any of the stands. There are at least a few.
That's really old style.
Yeah.
Onto the back foot goes Imam, plays a nice shot into the ground, but Jadeja is round to his right, and there is no run. Actually, I don't think there's any problem with sort of having fun with names. I mean, Ramsbottom, which is a good Yorkshire name. We can laugh at that, can't we? I suppose.
Well, we did when we were at school, so no reason we should stop now.
Side bottom.
Side bottom,
Yes.
exactly.
City Batome. Yes.
City Batome, as he liked to be called. Shami in again. Bowls. Oh, good ball. I don't know. Maybe Imam was deliberately playing slightly inside the line of that one, although it did nibble. So I'm just being perhaps a little bit positive from his point of view. It's straightened, hasn't it? That's a lovely ball, actually. Rowett enjoyed that. Hands above his head, giving it some applause. Virat Kohli also. Looking for the breakthrough at the moment. 24 without loss. They haven't steamed ahead, Pakistan, but I suppose compared with Wednesday, when I think did they get 21 in the power play? Now Mohammed Shami seems to have injured a calf a little bit. He's getting some massage on the pitch. A little bit.
That's good. I can catch up on
go
messages
ahead.
Then.
Yeah.
Robin Mark says, "G'day, gents."
G'day.
Mike says, "This is Pakistan's best start versus India in many matches. I've got a feeling it's going to be 300 plus, and India is in trouble." Sudahu says, "Show me a gorilla that hasn't been cancelled." Baby Shaker says, "Past my bedtime, guys. We'll listen as I drift off. So great to see Gorilla Cricket working full time. Gracias." As I recall, Baby Shaker, you're in New Zealand, but from Mexico, I think.
Mexico. Shami's all right. He's back in action, and he finds a thick outside edge as he forces Imam back. Goes down to third man. They jog through for a single. 25 for no wicket. Carry on, Messi.
Robin Mark says, "Worthy role doing triple shifts, and he's on the dole." I don't know that one. Sasha Verma says, "Why is my broadcast behind? On which channel are you guys watching?" The internet will inevitably slow us down, so we're always going to be a little behind what you see on TV. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about that unless you slow down your TV coverage to sync it.
Shami into Babar Azam, who goes onto the back foot, stands tall, and picks out extra cover. There's quite a packed offside field, not easy to get it through. That's the end of the over.
Sorry, I was just going to say,
go
actually,
on.
it depends on where you are. In Mumbai, I'm actually slightly later than the Guerrilla Cricket feed.
Ah, right.
Yes, but by the time that's for what you see at the moment, by the time you listen to it on the internet or on YouTube, it will be further delayed. Mike says, I'm shocked it's not packed to the rafters. Really shows how in Dubai it's just not the same atmosphere. India versus Pakistan should command a full ground before the anthems. None of this sunset shit.
Absolutely.
It's the
Shami
first day
already
of the
heard.
working week, though.
Yeah.
No, Dubai's not actually. Dubai's now got a normal weekend. Sorry, I forgot.
Yes. Yeah.
Harshit into Imam. That's a good ball. He's angled that across him and beaten him. A little bit more bounce there. He does hit the deck hard. Harshit. He's a big, powerful guy. A lot of weight goes into the ball.
Yeah, it's very much a hit the deck bowler.
Yeah. He does get it to when he does pitch it up a little bit more. He does get a little bit of swing as well.
That's been his problem. He's not been pitching it up except for the last couple of matches. I mean, it's taken him a few matches to understand that in ODI you pitch it up a bit.
Here he is again into Imam, who aims a drive at that one. Doesn't really time it. Goes directly to mid-on. And there is no run. The Guerrilla Prediction League is open. You have an hour and a quarter from the start of play to get involved. Now, the GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League, and what it involves is estimating how many runs you think will be scored in total in the day's play, whether it's a test match or a one-dayer or a T20. So you will get the aggregate of both innings here today. You estimate, you go to guerrillacricket.com, you follow the directions to competition. Oh, and again that rose on Imam, and he gives a little nod of approval to Harshit and thanks his lord for the fact that he didn't get an edge to that. That's a really, really good ball.
So whatever you put on the GPL, make sure it's less than 600. There's no way it's going to go there. No matter what some people think.
Well, I tell you what, Anindo, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and have a little go, have a little flutter.
I don't mind putting money, but I never win. So.
Well, no, we don't want you to win. We don't want you to win. He's aiming a drive at this one, similar sort of ball, a more attacking shot, but the result much the same. Misses the outside edge.
You win the most. You tell me, what should I put on the GPL? You name a figure.
Well, I always pick things with threes, because what I do is I put 5 or 6 picks in, so it's spread over 50 runs, so that even if I don't win, it's going to have a reasonable chance if I'm in that range. So, today I'll probably pick somewhere around 500 to 550, something like that.
Yeah, so 533.
533.
Right,
Good call. Harshit in again down the leg side this time. That will probably be signalled as a wide unless it brushed something on the way through. Maybe it just brushed. No, it's been given as a wide. Oh my God. I mean, hang on. We're trying to forget this, and Sky have decided to show us a medley of Josh Inglis. I can't say Josh Inglis.
It's really hard, isn't it?
It is hard, isn't it? We're going to see a medley of him battering England to all parts.
You're going to need someone called Aussie who's born in Australia to win the Ashes.
Flicked to... yes, good point. Flicked to mid-wicket, there is no run.
Isn't there an Australian bowler who's being thought about as being picked for England? I can't remember who it is.
Oh, Dan Worrell, possibly.
Yes.
Well, yeah, in England, I don't think... I'm not... It seems odd to say of an Australian bowler not in Australia, because presumably he's played quite a bit in Australia, so he knows what he's doing. But he's more of a swing bowler, isn't he? And I wonder whether his pace will still be up there. I mean, he's not rapid. Down the wicket comes Imam. Where the heck has that gone? If that had gone where he intended it, it would still be going. But actually, he completely mistimed it, and it just dribbled out into the offside. End of the over. 6 gone. 26 for no wicket.
quick conversation with Raghav says first India and Pakistan were in a single country after. Oh, sorry. It's Mog is causing problems by saying, can someone explain to me why these two nations don't like each other? That's because Mog's not on commentary today, so he doesn't have to deal with the shit. Just makes trouble for everybody else. Eric J says Ramsbottom was the snake who occasionally appeared with Sooty and Sweep. Yeah,
was
thick
he?
Yorkshire accent.
Oh, I don't remember him from Sooty and Sweep. And I've been watching quite a bit of Sooty and Sweep. I think I might have been saying on the programme the other day on YouTube. Anyway, carry on.
The Harriman says, I remember back in 2010, a New Zealand TV host made fun of former Delhi Chief Minister Sheila Dixit's name. Became a big bureaucratic issue and he had to resign after that.
Okay, all right. I'm putting in my resignation. Good luck, Gorilla Cricket. 26 for no wicket. Hardick's into the attack. Bowls a little gentle outswinger, which starts wide, goes wider, left alone by Baba. Lets us play this particular bowler's jingle.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Another point I was going to make, and Indo, you might want to come in on this. And we're talking about England's lack of bowling or lack of variety in the bowling. Hardik is in again. He's got a slip, and again, this is left alone by Babar Azam. Just looking down the Indian lineup today, and indeed in the first game, there are plenty of options, aren't there? There are, four seamers? Is it? Four seamers or three seamers?
Four seamers.
Four seamers and three spinners.
Yes.
So 7 genuine bowlers, whereas England were desperately trying to cobble a 5th bowler out of Root and Livingston yesterday. In fact, they didn't bowl badly.
No.
Baba aims a drive, but didn't quite get his foot to the ball, dragged it to the onside of the pitch, so he was looking to play that straighter, I would say.
As importantly, Hendo, I mean that's a genuine issue, not having a proper 5th bowler.
Yep.
But also, someone who's fast, but as we were discussing, unable to vary speed and bowl slowly. If you watch what Hardik's doing this over,
Yep.
almost every delivery is a slower delivery, and Babar's finding it very difficult to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I think Hardik in the first T20, this is down the leg side for a wide, that won't help things, but in the first T20 I think he went for about 20 runs off his first couple of overs. He was opening the bowling, trying to bowl quick, and then it clicked with Hardik within 2 overs, pace off the ball, and from that moment on in that series he took pace off the ball a hell of a lot, and he's skillful enough to do that. If you don't practice it, you're not going to be able to do it, are you? Well, you're not going to be able to call upon it. And although Archer was trying at times yesterday, I've got the feeling that he tries to bowl a sort of slower leg cutter, and then it just seems to come out the side of the hand, and he pushes it slightly down the leg side. Now that's turned Babar around a little bit. It was very full. It was looking for that gap, I guess, between mid-wicket and mid-on again. And
we have a super chat, Hendo.
Oh, really? Oh, I haven't got YouTube up, I have to say. So let me go to the marketing jingles and do this.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
So I'll wait till after this ball.
Yeah, wait till after this ball, and we will do it in all its glory. Baba has got 10, Imam 9, 27 for no wicket, but just feel as if there's a little bit of a stutter here from Pakistan, although that will help. This is a full ball outside off stump, and I don't think Baba timed it, but he placed it pretty well, and he's picked up an important 4 runs to get Pakistan going again.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yes, Messi.
Really being able to.
So Mog has Sorry, Mog has sent us 10 Australian dollars. He says, read this out. Read it as an object example of how you can get immediate attention with a super chat. Yes, because there's a lot of stuff going through, and I've not got a chance to read it all, I'm afraid.
Onto the front foot goes Baba. Defends. End of the over. 7 gone. 31 for no wicket. And Indo, you were about to say something.
No. Go ahead, Messi, because you're not getting a chance to read the.
So there's some discussion about Rambottom and Sooty and Sweep. Farung says England has the potential greatest 5'8" bowler ever, but the Kiwi coach won't bowl him. Kieran Roseblade says, sorry I'm late to the party. Solid start by Pakistan. And Mike says, I'm starting to think each bowler has been instructed to bowl a wide in their first over minimum.
Yeah, could be right.
A shout out, Messi, just a shout out to my friend Sushil Saraf, who's listening to us from Singapore.
Oh, welcome, Sushin. Excellent. I hope our Singapore listenership is growing all the time.
Is it literally growing all the time? I mean, is the land expanding?
Always.
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Right.
Brian in Brisbane, it says this GPL entry has been done based on an Indo's score prediction. There you
wow.
go, Indo.
I've put in 3 of them.
Oh,
well done.
Forced up to mid
Oh,
off
yes.
by Imam.
Lower than the other.
Now, what India are doing is pretty much what they did to England in that one-day series. They're bringing the first of their spinners on in the power play.
Yeah.
8th over, it's Aksa Patel. It's got a jingle that goes like this. He's got a slip. He's got a slip in. I think Rowett himself has gone in there. And Baba waits for the left arm spinner. Goes on to the back foot. Punches it back to the bowler. Goes down on his knees and fields.
Against England, actually, Akshar gave quite a few runs in his first over.
Yes, you're right.
Pulling better today.
Pushed to mid-off. Kohli, I think, are running around there to do the fielding. Yeah, I mean, actually, looking at this now, I mean, he is the arch exponent of taking pace. It's so strange. You watch Axel. He seems to be taking pace off the ball, but he also fires it through. Down the wicket comes Baba. He's not going to mess about, and I quite understand that. He's got to take advantage while the field is up. He's put that way over mid-on, and it's maybe just one bounce, and it's brought him another of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
He's just got such a lovely swing of the bat, a loose swing of the bat. He goes back to this one, giving himself a little bit of room, punches it through mid-off, takes the single. 37 for no wicket.
So, Hendo, I know you don't like veterans cricket, but something in the match I went to watch yesterday, the India Masters, the Sri Lanka Masters, Billy Bowden as umpire, and he's absolutely hilarious. And obviously, he doesn't get to do his antics much, so him giving a 6.
So
I hated Billy Bowden umpiring.
I mean, when he sort of almost
really annoying.
When he almost overbalances,
he was starting his 6 from 6 inches from the ground going up.
Oh my goodness me! Final ball of the over is defended. How are you feeling about this in Indo? From an Indian perspective, happy with the way they've bowled so far? Pakistan haven't got away, have they? They haven't got away, but
you asked me to put my money where my mouth is, so my latest GPL pick is 423.
Ooh, that is modest. Yes. So the GPL is now up to a Joe Root at £66 too.
Well, I'd like it if 66 people took part today. Oh, horrible ball from Hardik. I think he was trying to do something clever. Slower balls don't always work, and that ended up being a wide full toss, and it's put away by Babar Azam, who's beginning to look threatening. Absolutely. And it might actually be the day for Babar Azam. If you're thinking that it's not going to be a particularly high-scoring ground, Goodness me, Hardick was really annoyed with himself there, wasn't he? Oh no, there you go. I've done it. I've done Baba.
Yeah.
I've stitched him up. Absolutely. Because Hardik Pandya, having got really annoyed with himself, just puts it up there. He drives, he gets the edge, keeper takes it, and yeah, it didn't really need that, did it? Didn't need that from Hardik. You know, he's probably still angry with himself. I don't think he needs to take it out on Baba Azam, who'd played a number of really good shots. So what I was going to say about this could be the the day for Baba is null and void. I think they say.
I think he just misread the speed of the ball as well. I think maybe should do.
Well,
a little bit.
That's a big blow, I'm afraid, for Pakistan, and I would imagine quite a few people in the crowd are saying this.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
He's gone for 23 off 26. Saud Shakil coming in at 3.
I think what Hardik was doing, I don't think it was meant for Babar. I think it was meant for the Pakistani crowd.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. The Harriman says England are missing Plunkett for the middle overs more than their opening paces being shit. Kieran Roseblade says, did Singapore just sell off its horse racing track for the most ever so that they could build houses on it? Someone will know. This was meant to be a fact, but it's gone from dubious phase to a question. And Mike says, this year's kits are pretty snazzy from all the countries, by the way. I really like the Pakistan green, very much like the Kelly green, my Philadelphia Eagles third kit colour. There you go.
Saud Shakil comes to the wicket. This is his jingle.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled, and the slowness of the ball. He wasn't spinning much, he seemed in quite good touch. He's such a key.
Sorry, Sonahu just says, Hendo, you dick.
Yeah, sorry about that, Pakistan. I apologise to the nation of Pakistan for my stupidity, my errant stupidity. Hardik in bowls down the leg side. He's just got a bit of bat on that, and Rowell dives away to his right. Can't stop it. It's going to go to the boundary. I'm pretty sure that was bat on that, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think it was glove.
Yeah.
No, apparently not. It's been given as leg buys. I thought he glanced that rather nicely. Thigh pad, I guess. But 4 runs, useful for Pakistan. And score moves on to 45 for 1. The first wicket going down at 41.
Oh, that looked like glove to me.
Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Optical illusion, presumably. Hardik in again to Saud. He gets right forward over the top of the ball. That's nicely played. Nicely timed defensive shot to extra cover. We're going to look at this wicket again. Is Hardik the kind of guy that opposition fans don't take to, or is that?
He's aggressive. So opposition fans tend not to like aggressive players. Opposition players.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Hardik in bowls. He tries to cut, but there's not much pace on that one. Died a little bit in the pitch. Chops it out into the covers. No run. 1 ball remaining in the 9th over, and then 1 more over of the power play. And at the end of that, we'll have a little switch around. I think I'm still on, but I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. Some will say when you're commentating you're not sure what you're doing, but that could be true.
You're on summarising. David Brooke is by ball and Jason is on socials.
David Brooke. You go so long without seeing a David Brooke, and then 2 come along in 2 days of commentary. It's amazing. Hardik in. Slip is in, but nicely turned away past square leg by Saud. Good placement as well as timing enables him to come back for the second, so he is off the mark, even if his first shot was denied him by the umpire. 47 for 1. Messi.
More love for you, Hendo.
Really?
Kiss of death from Hendo, says Mike. Eric J says Hendo just ruined this match.
Yeah.
The Harriman says Hendo's still undefeated. Kieran Roseblade says solid knock. Now to get into the fireworks of the Pakistan middle order. Oh, wait. Leah says, and with that wicket, India are into the tail of Pakistan. That's very, very harsh.
That is harsh.
Mike says, bought the Pakistan T20 shirt in the parking lot in New York during the T20 World Cup. I thought of wearing it during their innings, but the Indian heritage in me just couldn't do it, and I put on my India shirt instead. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. Thanks for summarising my whole life, Hendo.
Yeah. Well, me too. I go along with that. Not just in commentary. Well, Akshar Patel's coming off after 1 over, but he's going to be replaced by another spin option, and it's this man.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
Imam down the wicket to his first ball, and actually almost yorks himself, chops it into the ground as much as anything, straight back into the hands of the bowler. He's again on the move. Oh, he's coming through. Is he going? Oh my word, he's out. He came through for too quick a single. And well, if you take Akshar Patel off or out of the attack, he somehow retains his ability to do something remarkable, and he's thrown down the stumps as poor old Imam put in the dive, but he was never going to get there.
It was to Akshar's left hand, and that's really asking for trouble.
Yeah. And he put in the full length dive. He did everything he could to get there, but it was asking a lot. As an Indo says, it's gone to Akshar Patel's left hand side. He's released it quickly. He's released it with pace.
And he had sight of all three stumps to be, so it was perfectly placed.
Oh, dear. Oh, really? I don't know.
Totally uncalled for at this point.
Totally uncalled for.
I think he was just trying to get the better of Kuldeep very early in his spell.
Yeah, I think, he'd come down the wicket again, and I think because, coming down the wicket gives you a little bit of momentum. It almost takes you into the run sometimes, and I think that's maybe kind of what fooled him a little bit, and probably within about 3 paces he knew he was in trouble, I would guess, because I certainly thought so. It just, these
you
these
called it very
fielders.
early. I mean, he was barely halfway down the pitch when you called that.
Yeah. Oh
In
dear.
trouble.
In trouble. Well, I was going to say he was in trouble. I didn't expect it to be quite so emphatic as that. Mohammad Rizwan has it all to do as Pakistan captain, I'm afraid. So often he seems to be the man who has to get Pakistan out of all sorts of trouble. Can't be expected to do it every day. This is his jingle.
Everyone knows he's not hit a bowl, cause he can hit the ball really quite far. If the bowling's subpar, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Mohammad Rizwan.
Age 32 now, still looks about 22. Busy player, good player, average of 42 in this form of the game. And in comes Yadav, bowls to Shakil, and he just eases this one through mid-off for the sort of comparatively easy single. Well, not even comparatively, a much, much easier single. Did he have to run a little bit wider than he would have liked to there, Imam? Because Kuldeep, I'm not suggesting that Kuldeep was obstructing him, but Kuldeep was just standing there looking towards Akshar, and it maybe just forced him a little bit wider.
To be fair,
Yeah, I know that I'm not suggesting in any way foul play there.
A very slight deviation, yes.
Yeah, but maybe it wouldn't have made a difference. Who knows? Saud Shakil has moved on to 3. Mohammad Rizwan will settle down. He's got 3 balls of the power play. I don't suppose he'll try to do anything too adventurous at this stage. Having lost.
He is Inzamam's nephew, right?
Imam is, yeah. Well, he will try and do something quite adventurous. He's slog swept that one, Kuldeep remaining over the wicket, and he's put that away for 4 runs. The counter-attack is on.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I was talking in context of Inzam Mulhaq's famous run-outs.
Oh, yes, of course. But I think we've seen Imam himself run out a good few times. In fact, do you remember that game that I think that was before your time in Indo, not before your time, literally, but before your guerrilla days when we were doing the Ireland-Pakistan test in Malahide. I think the very first ball of the match, there was quite an extraordinary situation in which Imam almost ran himself out, and they were all falling over each other. I think he crashed into the wicketkeeper, and it all got a bit messy. 52 for 2. 50 came up with that boundary from Rizwan, and Kuldeep.
Mog says now they're into the tail.
Yeah, now Kuldeep in bowls. Forward comes Rizwan, emphatically defending. Back to the bowler. 10 overs gone. Power play is over. They can have 4 men outside the ring now. And it's time for some changes. Anindo takes a break. Are you back later, Anindo?
Yes, I'm back several times today.
Brilliant. Good news. And here he is.
Hey, David.
Like the number.
Just a couple of messages while he's changing over. Mayak says, I amend my earlier statement. No 300 for Pakistan. It's a collapse now. Eric J says, pity that. I love respectable batsmen. Hendo 2 for 47. And Kieran Roseplay says, is Rizwan's back okay? Looks like his back is strained or something. Must be from carrying the whole Pakistan cricket team for so long. And I'll catch you in 10 overs. Hello, David. Goodbye, David.
Oh, hello, Messers. And temporarily goodbye to Messers and the Ninja. And hello, Hendo. And here's Hardik bowls to Sal, who plays that forward defensively. Oh, Hendo, I was with you just when you said it's Baba's day. And then
I think I've become the new Jim Laker, although not quite as whiny a Yorkshire voice. Because when I was a kid and I was watching the John Player League, I sometimes go around to my granny to watch it, and my granny and granddad would always go on about the fact that Jim Laker, as soon as he says something good about someone, they're out, and I have become Jim Laker, although probably not quite as good as off spinner as him.
I was going to say Jim Laker without the heavy breathing and the 19 wickets in a test match.
Yeah, I haven't achieved that yet. I'm still young.
Yes, Hardik, and that's a bit edgy from Sal, but they're going to get one down to short third man, and yes, they're 52 for 2. Well, it's better than Pakistan's opening match against New Zealand, when after 10 overs they were 22 for 2. But the loss of those 2 wickets does put Pakistan on the defensive, Hendo.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't a quick start, but in the context of what you can score on this wicket or in this particular ground against these Indian bowlers, you would say it was a steady opening. But then to lose those 2 wickets, for 6 runs, so close together, is a big blow. And just as they would be looking to accelerate, you almost feel they've got to consolidate a little bit.
Well, it's the man for the crisis, Rizwan, who's in, and the man for the crisis in the studio, Jason, who's joined us as well on socials, and that's played down by Rizwan to third man for a single. Hello to you, Jason.
Good morning. I'm not sure I'm the man for the crisis based on performance earlier today.
Oh yeah,
he got us up and running.
He got us up and running. He was here when I got here. I was worried that he wouldn't be, and I was a bit late. Thank God he was here, because goodness knows if it had been me trying to deal with all that nonsense that was going on.
It was Babu played a pretty loose shot. Can't really blame Hendo for that. It's very loose outside the off stump, and he was caught behind and off the bowling of Hardik. But you could argue that anyone that gets out to Hardik has some explaining to do.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
It's a bit hard. No, he's bowled well in this tournament. You say pace off. He bowls again, and that's tucked away by Rizwan. Sorry, by Sal for a single. Yeah, you were talking, Hen, about why the opposition crowds don't tend to like Hardik. He is one of those players that you love him or you hate him.
Yeah, he's Marmite, isn't he?
I can understand he would needle a few people. That sort of outward show of aggression that he has, I think.
Is he the Indian Davy Warner?
Oh, I think that would be a bit. That might be a bit harsh. Yes, I think that might be a bit harsh. Yeah.
I wasn't going that far.
Jason says the things that others don't dare.
I mean, they share a high opinion of their own selves.
Yes, I think that's fair to say. Yeah, that's the impression you get.
That's very diplomatic.
Hardik. That's tucked away by Rizwan, but straight to mid wicket. 55 to Pakistan. Sorry, Jason.
No.
How are we doing for time? You've got about 18 minutes to enter the GPL, the Gorilla Prediction League. Go to gorillacricket.com/competition. Follow the prompts. Estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day. Pay us £1. If you get it on the nose at the end of the day, the total aggregate is that a tautology? Total aggregate? I'm not sure. Anyway, not tautology. No, not really. You get all the money that's in the pot. 66 quid when we last looked. I'll have a little.
Yes, and Ninja went for 423. Quite conservative, I noticed, in total runs scored today. That last ball is from Hardik. Is played out to cover point, and there's no run. So at the end of 11 overs, Pakistan are 55 for 2. Jason has taken over. To hear your messages, please get in touch.
Eric J says the best specky player for Pakistan was probably Zahir Abbas, who you will have seen many times.
I saw him. Saw him score 274 at the Oval.
That was a very long time ago.
It was a very long time. Very early, 73, something like that.
Yeah. Steve Bruce says, "Hello, Gorillas. I'm watching with a beautiful cup of tapal tea with my doner kebab. Have you got a pained expression on your face because the camera is right in your face there, then, Steve Bruce? That always seems to be the way with tapal tea. Remember when the test matches, they come in, they have a photo of these people.
Oh yes, of course, that's right. Yes, I don't know where you are in the world, but isn't it a bit early for a kebab?
Depends whether it's last night's one.
I was going to say,
or not.
Reheated kebab. I mean, kebab is always reheated. It just goes round and round.
I'm not sure how to take the next one from Jong Zina. Says this David B is a nut job. Who the heck is he?
Who says that?
I don't know.
Shami, and that's played out to third man by Sal for a single. Nut job. I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I would do. Is it an old friend of yours from China?
Could be.
He's got a Chinese name by the looks of things.
Be.
Yeah.
Could be.
He knows you well then.
This one on
Hendo says the things that other people think.
Yes, I said it. No, Dave knows I don't mean that.
No, if we believed everything that people said about us.
Well, exactly.
Well, Shami's back on the field. Saw him go off earlier, back in the attack. That's short and played out to deep point by Sal. Sorry, by Rizwan, I beg your pardon. Shami went off with looking at his shin earlier on, didn't he? But he's back on the field now. But I noticed Rohit Sharma just left the field. Don't know why.
Oh, he probably got a sort of a rub down with a.
Well, it's like all the old men going off after sort of 5 or 10 overs.
It's a tendency to go and have a shower before coming in and bowl nasty, horrible spell of fast bowling.
Yeah, it's his shin, is it? I thought it might have been his calf, but yeah.
That might have explained his radar being so off earlier on. That one's chickled out by Rizwan for a single.
Yeah, so three singles from the first 3 balls of this over, which is, is keeping the strike rotating, as they say.
Yeah, correction. That was Sal who played that one. I'm just running a bit behind on my video feed. So,
right. I don't
know if you know this, listeners. We're not actually at the ground. You wouldn't know from the commentary, of course. And Sal is one of those players, Hendo, that's got a much better record in Test matches than ODIs. Averages 50 in Tests and only 24 in the ODI.
Yeah, well, I think he's he's almost too orthodox again, isn't he? He's one of those. Maybe it'll come if he plays enough ODI cricket.
Rizwan's on strike now, and plays that out to point. There's no run. Yeah, a lot riding on Rizwan. He's been in really good form.
Yeah.
And captaincy, well, hasn't been any negative effect on his batting.
He was incredibly lucky in the last game. Unlucky in the last game.
Unlucky, yes.
Hit an absolute missile of a cut off Will O'Rourke.
Oh, yeah.
Watched Glenn Phillips pounce it out of the air with his wrong hand.
Extraordinary catch that was. But he's done it before, hasn't it? It's not, you say it's extraordinary, but actually he kind of makes a habit of it.
Yeah. The more you practice, the luckier you get.
800 press-ups a day, that really helps. Here's Shami bowls, and that's a good ball. Got his radar right now. Rizwan can only defend that.
Is that right? Glenn Phillips does 800 press-ups a day?
Yes.
Well.
I don't think I've done 800 press-ups in my life. Goodness me, 800 how long does that take? He must be quite good at them. He must do them quite quickly.
If you keep going.
That's just played out by Saud for a single.
About an hour.
Saud's on 6, Rizwan on 6. So, sorry, that was a replay earlier on. So it's 3 singles off this over. This is the last ball. Shami bowling over the wicket to Rizwan, full defensive. End of that over, 58 for 2, Pakistan.
Steve Bruce says Pakistan have gone from Saim Ayub and Fakhar Zaman, 2 attacking openers, to 2 defensive openers. There's no strategy here. That's a bit hard on Imam. He's a man for the full 50 overs, I'll agree, but not necessarily defensive. He can get on with it.
Yeah, I mean he started okay, and then he got a little bit bogged down. I think he was on 10 off 24 at the point that he got out.
Yeah, that was the bad thing. No, he need the full innings to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that Jonathan Trott did a lot, wasn't it? Really, I mean, he actually had a very good record in ODIs if you look at his figures. But some will say that he didn't go early enough in terms of becoming more attacking.
I'd also say that the same of Kumar Sangakkara, who's a man who would guarantee you a score of a certain amount, but he wouldn't be going foot to the floor from ball 1.
Hardik to Saud. Obviously listening to the commentary, he plays that defensively as well. Yeah, it was the dot ball ratio that people were discussing. Pakistan's match against New Zealand, of the 140 balls bowled, the first 140 balls, there were 100 dot balls out of 140.
Wow, that's a huge amount in white ball cricket. It really is.
And that man on camera now, Barber, took the bulk of the criticism. The Pakistani public, ex-players, media have been on his back, saying he was too slow and blaming him for the defeat, which is a bit harsh, but there was a lot of dead batting going on, and could have been. It was New Zealand. It was a feature of their play, but the likes of Latham and others were just ticking the score over all the time.
Well, Latham's rejuvenate time has moved to 5.
And that's down the leg side. So it's probably going to be a wide. Hardik's having a look at the umpire. No, Illingworth lets that one go.
1 for the over.
No, I think that's fair enough. I don't think it was too high, to be honest. I think there was a
bit leggy.
Yeah, it might have been given, but it wasn't far down the leg side, and he could have hit it. I mean, I think he could have. He could have hit it. I don't always agree with this notion of everything down the leg side has to be a wide, personally. It's the kind of thing you get wide far too easily in one-day cricket, and you get wides very uneasily in Test cricket, in my opinion.
That's true.
Especially the leg side law. I mean, it's literally anything down the leg side wide, and actually you are allowed to hit a ball that is outside leg stump. We're just looking at whether there was anything on ultra edge. Not really.
Very close to that. You're absolutely right, Hendo. Here's Hardik. This one absolutely studiously played by Saud in real test match mode there. Forward, solid, not looking to deflect it for a single, just giving it straight back. And there is some rebuilding to do. They've lost 2 early wickets. Iman run out just now for 10, and then Baba Azam, Hawk Rao, Bowl Pandya for 23. So a little bit of rebuilding to do. Run rate, though, still dangerously low at 4.6. Although I noticed the outfield is much slower, isn't it, on this ground?
Oh, yeah. I mean, certainly compared with Lahore yesterday, and the game that we saw on Wednesday, which was in Karachi. I'm not sure where the other games were on Thursday and Friday. Well, one was Dubai.
Well, I think there are two venues in Pakistan, which are Karachi and...
Just Karachi and Lahore. Aren't they using Rawalpindi as well?
They might be, but I don't think it's until later in the tournament.
This one is guided out by Saud to deep point boundary. They go through for a single.
Yeah.
So what's par score then today, would you say?
What's par score for Pakistan might not be what's par score for India. I would.
Okay, I'll rephrase
totally
it.
argue.
How many did Pakistan need to put pressure on India today?
Well, I did ask that earlier, and Indo came back and said 260, I think. Yeah, possibly. But I mean, Shubman Gill is in incredible form at the moment. Is it 300s in his last 4 innings? And a 60. Oh no, sorry, it's 200s and a 60 and an 87, I think, in his last 4 ODI innings.
Hard it to Rizwan, whose defensive plays that out for no run.
That said, of course, you know, a good run can be followed by a failure quite easily. Cricket is a cruel mistress, as we know.
Yeah, I know they've got good pace bowlers, but what they could do with Wasim Akram in their side right now.
Well, I actually think their spinners bowled quite well.
Well, yes, I mean, Abra Ahmed is a very underrated player.
I'm not sure that Harris Ralph bowled very well, and I did make the point at the end of that game that I felt in those last 5 or 6 overs when New Zealand really got away. I'll break off.
Here's Hardik to Rizwan. Oh, beats him outside the off stump. Nearly gets a little edge on that. Fishing expedition from Rizwan. End of that over. 13 overs gone. Pakistan are 59 for 2.
Yeah, just to finish that thought off, I did feel that going back to pace was possibly the wrong answer. I understand that Harris Ralph was he's one of your frontline bowlers, but he'd already gone for quite a few, and it was actually the pace on the ball that was, that Latham and Glenn Phillips were able to take advantage of. Jason.
Kieran Roseplay says, Pakistan are a team who are definitely at a similar level to England, can be great, but usually rubbish. Terribly managed and with no tactical understanding at all. That's...
yes.
And he also says, I've been training a while, I can do between 300 and 400 press-ups in 5 minutes. Wow, that's good.
What?
That's 1 a second. Usually I do 5 press-ups, then stop.
Yeah, that's
Eric J says, I do 1 sit-up every morning. Yes, that's just to get out of bed. Steve Bruce says, Pakistan selectors had a disagreement over whom to replace Fakar with. Mohsin Naqvi wanted Shadab Khan, then they chose Imam. Shadab should walk into this 11.
Is he talking about him as an opener? Which is interesting because yes, he's a good batsman. He can bat. As maybe his batting's got better than his bowling. I don't know.
First ball from Shami there is outside the off stump. Sal plays and misses.
Yeah, sorry about that, David.
No, not at all.
We left you hanging a little bit there, didn't we? But
no problem.
And a couple of questions about chai. Says Deep Bruce is a fan of chai, and OJ says I prefer tea.
This time Saud has made good contact straight to the fielder, who shies at the stumps. Some sharp fielding up to Jadeja. Always a great fielder at cover point. It's been some good fielding from India already today, particularly that run out by Axar Patel threw down the stumps to get rid of Iman, and that was nearly danger there for Pakistan again. Shami's first over, that took a while, didn't it? And how many wides in that?
5 wides, 11 individual wides, not one that went for 4. They were 5 individual wides.
Yeah, he's got his radar working now. Just a bit leggy, that one. And Saud is able to help himself to a leisurely single. But Pakistan are going to need a bit more than that soon. We really hope for a good performance from Pakistan today. Really need to the tournament as hosts, they deserve it, and having to troop over to Dubai to play this match, as you say, it's Wow.
It's not ideal, is it? It's not ideal. Part of me understands the situation in terms of, there's whatever you say, however good security is, there's always a security risk. I think
this one's short from Shami and swatted by Rizwan. Doesn't make much contact, just goes to mid wicket for a single. So Pakistan progressing in singles at the moment. Yeah, you felt that the distances, they could have just, India could possibly have travelled over for the match.
Lahore and Faisalabad are literally just across the border.
Well, exactly, yeah. They could have just stayed on India's side and just come over for the match.
No, it's not necessarily about the players, it's about the spectators and supporters. How to guarantee their security.
There is that, but I think it is about the players, to be honest.
Shami comes wide of the crease, right on the money though. Saudis can only really defend at the moment. He's 8 from 18 balls. Even Rizwan's been kept quiet, 7 from 13. We usually see more from Rizwan. He's got the first ball he faced for 4, but he's been kept pretty quiet since then.
Yeah, it's you don't feel like there's anything for them to really score big off at the moment. They're working around the odd single here and there, but there's nothing really loose at the moment.
Nothing loose at all, not offering anything. Here's Shami, that's again gets a bounce this time, but it's right on the money, dead straight from Shami. He's really found his radar. End of that over, he's 5 overs for 18, 14 overs gone. Pakistan, they won the toss today, batted first, 61 for 2.
Our own message here says, thankfully Hendo and I are doing our best to keep the average number of gratuitous press-ups down per day.
Gratuitous press-ups.
It's our duty.
Absolutely.
And Farong says, has Hendo been invited to the Sheffield Booze Up with Jay and Messi Jez?
Well, look,
I can arrange a limousine long-based rickshaw if you want.
Much as I'd love to meet Jay,
I think we're going to have our own separate London Booze Up with Messi Jez.
Yeah, I suspect that even if Messi Jez has the constitution for it, I don't. I'm a bit lily-livered these days, has to be said. And in fact, probably always have been. To be fair, I've never been a big drinker. I can do it from time to time.
Yeah, it's the recovery afterwards.
Yeah, and it's the fact that you go home and you fall asleep on the settee for about 3 hours, and you think you're out for the count for ages, and then you wake up at about 3 o'clock in the morning, can't get back to sleep. It's
well, the only way to do it properly is to have the 1+1 rule.
You mean 1 + 1 drink of water?
Yeah. And don't forget the one at the end either.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Before you go to sleep. Because that has more benefit than almost all the others combined. Right, more talk.
Excuse me.
T. Bruce, on a completely different subject, says, growing up, who are your favourite India-Pakistan players? Well, I had a little think about this during the over, as we're in a bit of a break at the moment.
Yep.
And I thought, I started watching like 79, 80-ish, so there's 2 people that probably spring out to mind.
A couple of bowlers?
Well, one bowler.
Wasim Akram, presumably.
No, India players.
Oh, sorry, India players. For India, Kapil Dev, I guess.
Absolutely, Kapil Dev.
Yeah.
The first great fast bowler probably that they had. And the other one was, I was trying to think of a batsman. It's a toss-up really between Gavaskar towards the end of his career and probably Vengsarkar.
Vengsarkar, very good call. Dave, what about you?
Well, I'm in ODI mode here at the show.
Shrikant.
I'm going to go for that reason with Yuvraj Singh.
Oh, okay. And what about for Pakistan?
That's the next one.
Pakistan more generally, then taking the broader view, has to be Javed Biande. It's been a favourite of mine since you've been interested in this, Hendo. I saw him score a double century for Sussex second 11 versus Glamorgan.
I remember watching him get his 260 at the Oval. Was it the Oval?
Yeah, I think it was.
At Hove, at double century at Hove for Sussex second 11. Sussex had too many overseas players on their books at the time. Of course, the following year, signed by
Sussex.
Glamorgan,
sorry, it was Sussex, yeah.
Seen enough and decided that they could do with him in their team. So he ended up playing was an overseas player for Glamorgan, having had spent a year in the twos for Sussex.
Oh, and then he went back to Sussex, though, didn't he?
No, Meandad, no.
Well, hang on. I'm getting confused here because when we used to go family holiday down to the coast in Sussex to a place called.
There's only one Pakistan player in Sussex. It's got to be Imran Khan.
Well, yeah, but
come on.
But Javed Miandad, maybe it was just simply that he was playing for Glamorgan, but we went on a day out to Hove and saw a Gillette Cup game. I'll come back to that.
Okay, Hardik to bowl to Rizwan, new over, and that's played out to cover point, no run.
We went to that game, and we were we were desperate to see Javed Miandad because I guess we'd heard so much about him, seen him. Had we seen him at that point? I'm not sure. I'm trying to think what year it might have been, but then presumably he was playing for Glamorgan then. I'll have to check that out. And in fact, my dad used to take 8mm movie film, and we've got some film of me and Dad batting. So
I'd love to see that.
You and your dad with me and Dad?
Me and Dad and my dad.
You have to digitise that, Indo. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
Hardik just straying a bit to leg stump, but he gets away with it. No run. Rizwan can only play it to square leg.
It is digitised. Well, it was put onto a video, but unfortunately it's with about 3 hours of Hendo family nonsense, which I'm not sure that you'd enjoy that much, Dave.
Yeah, but if you're on video, you can then digitise it still further into and a bit of editing.
Yeah, I could recommend some video editing software.
Yeah, but
you can get an AI video editing thing. Just say, just the cricket bits, please.
Yeah.
AI agent.
I'm wondering if there were any other cricket bits actually.
Well, not proud dad watching you.
But no, I'm almost certain about.
No.
Yeah, his Hardik chopped down by Rizwan just for a single. So long time, 29 balls since the boundary for Pakistan.
Yeah.
And think about that time since there was a 2. It's all been singles.
Well,
but yeah, because of course it was Imran and Garth LaRue that kept Javed Miandad out of Sussex first 11. He only played 2 overseas at that time, and I'm pretty sure that Miandad never represented Sussex. He might have played in a tour match, but otherwise was only in the 2s. But my God, he was exciting to watch.
He was.
And I don't. Second ever matches, you get very short boundaries. I was virtually felt like I was fielding at cover for him, and it was just a fantastic innings.
Oh yeah,
and he had a real touch of glamour about him, and certainly in his early days.
He did. Hardik bowls. That's short. It's a slow, short one from Hardik, whose speeds I noticed vary from 135, his fastest ball today, to 114. So it's quite a good variation. And that would fit in nicely, Hendo, with your excellent rant yesterday about pace off the ball.
Well, I know it must be boring to people to hear me keep going on about it, but I just don't understand it. It kind of infuriates me because it makes me think that McCullum's not doing his job properly. Okay, you can say he's only been involved in the white ball team for a very short time, but he's had a month with them, hasn't he? At least. And what we saw in India, you would have thought they'd have maybe thought of a different approach, or a slightly different approach.
Again, another slow bouncer slow short one from Hardik. Saud leaves that, lets that one go through. Well, particularly Endo, to pick up on your point, that it was Baz who has introduced this reliance on out-and-out pace into the white ball formats, isn't it? It's under Baz that we now have Wood and Archer open the bowling. I don't think they did that under any of the previous regimes, even in the hapless Michael Mott era.
Well, they weren't ever fit enough to have both of them playing at the same time.
Okay, but it didn't look for a substitute to do that. They varied it a bit more. But let's face it, England's white ball's been in decline since Joss Butler took over the captaincy.
Yes.
discuss. Hardly. This one's just deflected by Sal down to third man. He's guided it down there, but again, it's just a single. 32 balls since the boundary, 15 overs. Pakistan just 63 for 2.
Yeah, just going along at 4.2. It's really been dragged back after 9 overs. They had 45. So
there's general chat in the YouTube commentary about the India versus Pakistan bilateral travel issues and security, and they're saying it's all about politics and not necessarily security. The security Pakistan required in 1999 was insane, says Mike. Same for India 2004 and 2006. The difference is the politics wasn't as rotten as it is today for both countries.
I think there are two things you have to take into account there. Yes, there is a certain amount of politics, obviously, but since those those times that you mentioned, we've had the attack on the Sri Lanka bus, and we've had the attacks in Mumbai.
Yeah.
Change of bowling. Axar Patel first. Oh no, it's second over, isn't it? He bowls and second over today. That's guided down. We have got a boundary.
Hey!
Man has hit his first boundary after 23 balls. It's down, just guided down to fine leg for 4. Just beats the fielders. He moves on to 13, and the score climbs to 67 for 2.
Yeah, a little sort of.
Innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
A little sort of lap over his own shoulder there from Shakil. Yeah.
I was just waiting for that to go straight up in the air and be caught by the keeper, KL Rahul, having done absolutely no movement at all.
Well, there's just no pace now to work with, so he's got to find some other way of scoring.
Axar to Saudi wants 2 here. Is he going to get it? Yes, I think he will. Because it's
no. I think they
doesn't settle for 1.
They settle for 1. I think that's probably wise.
Well, yeah, he ran the first one pretty quickly, but Rizwan wasn't interested, and probably wise in the circumstances.
Yeah, they don't need another run out. Well, they're 14 minutes behind on the innings timer, and I did say that in the very first over when it went to 11 balls that that might have put us in some jeopardy.
At least another over just to start with.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Another unnecessary KPI that's been introduced into the game. Here's Axar, and defensive by slightly squares him up. Possibly a bit of turn.
Bit of rip there.
Yeah, I mean that's gone past the outside edge, hasn't it? I think. I don't think he laid back on that. I think that actually turned quite. Oh no, he did. Sorry, it was my terrible eyesight. I thought that had turned past his outside edge.
Definitely ripped that from Axar. He's in his second over. He's gone for 11. He bowls now to Rizwan, who looks busy as he tucks this one off his legs, quickly runs single. And there's overthrows, buzzers. No, Rizwan has a word with Sal saying, keep watching. Keep watching. There could have been a buzzer in there, but he decided against that. 69 for 2. Sal wasn't looking, and he's now on strike. It was Jadeja.
I think that's the issue.
Yeah.
Saud wasn't looking.
But I think
Rizwan was.
I think Rizwan's right to be, alerting Saud to the fact that, you've got to put pressure on those fielders.
There was an easy one there, down to long on for Sal.
You do feel as if the boring middle overs have snuck in almost unannounced very early today.
Oh, do we have the Gambia jingle? Because we've just had Gambia Cam.
Oh, Gambia Cam. Well, I don't know where the Gambia jingle is. I might be able to find it.
Forward defensive Rizwan. Ended that over from Axar. It's 2 overs for 13. 16 overs have gone, run rate 4.3 only. Pakistan 70 for 2.
Mike says, I was looking and saw tickets for the head of the Old Trafford test are still available. So you can continue coming in for them, testing my booze skills whilst in the UK. And it said, it will cost you the best part of 100 quid. Yeah, that's just a ticket, let alone the booze. Steve Bruce loves our stories. Fantastic listening. Thank you very much. And he also says, for him, it's Imran Khan and Kapil Dev. Imran Khan, what a player and captain. Led Pakistan so well, and they did well versus the fearsome West Indies side. They're the only side to beat them, I think.
Hardik to continue. He's short of a length, and that's played down by Saud. He's certainly keeping Saud quiet with this short of a length bowling. He's actually in his bowled 5 overs, 1 for 16 only from Hardik.
That's really sat up, hasn't it? And he sort of fended it away from more or less in front of his grill. Yeah. I mean, the thing about Hardik is that when he bowls this stuff, this pace-off, he bowls it incredibly skillfully.
He does. He's going for just 3 and over at the moment. He's enjoying these conditions at Dubai. Bowls over the wicket to Saud. This time gives him a bit more width, and Saud is onto that, but probably just a single again. Down to deep extra cover. There's the sweeper out there.
Yes. Leah says, I admire Imran the cricketer, but despise Imran the human.
Oh, controversial.
Yes. And Farong says, don't ask Tech Tony for advice in relation to digitising the 8mm film.
Tech Tony, he'll be on it. Oh, Tech Tony will be on his way to Vicarage Road. It's Watford Luton Derby today.
Yeah.
I'd rather have.
I have to spit.
You're rather boring middle overs than Watford Luton, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather Watford win just for personal reasons. Luton the bottom.
Oh yeah.
What were the personal reasons, Jason? That's played out for no run.
They would massively advantageous to Plymouth Argyle, who are just above them in the league. If Luton didn't get any more points. In fact, got a lot less points.
Sorry, I'm sorry if I'm yawning occasionally, but I'm not a man who is able, because of my work schedule in the past, I can't get up much before midday, and 2 days in a row I've had to get up at just after 7 o'clock, and it's.
I thought you were yawning mention of Championship football.
Well, possibly.
Rizwan pulls out of that quite late. You had Hardik won't have enjoyed that because he was on point of delivering the ball, and then Rizwan stepped away. Not quite sure why.
Yeah, I mean that's a little bit petulant from Hardik. I mean, I'm sure Rizwan had his reasons. I don't think he would have done it. Maybe it was Raul. Raul seems to be directing things out there. Which
Sharma's still off the field, I think.
He's been off the field, yeah. So it looks like Rowett is taking on captaincy duties, and maybe he was talking, and in which case...
Yes, Raul, yes. And that's played out. Next ball's played out by Rizwan into mid-wicket. There's no run. So
I have to correct you guys. They did show...
Can we talk to each other? David, go on.
Sorry, I'm just about to say Hardik maintaining his incredible economy rate, 1 for 17. Yeah, sorry, about Sharma.
Yeah, I don't. I didn't know that he was off. But what I was going to say was that if Raul is chatting and still manoeuvring his field, then Rizwan has every right to pull away. So I don't know why Hardik was getting narky about that. Maybe that's why the Pakistan fans will have a go at him.
Hardik's been very economical. He's got 2 balls left in this over. He bowls. That again is just short of a length, not giving Rizwan, not allowing him to play his trademark drives. But Rizwan has been becalmed. He hit his first ball for 4, but he's now only scored 9 runs from 22 balls. And I'm sure with Rizwan you're going to see some acceleration, but it's got to come sooner rather than later, I think, Pakistan fans here.
Well, there's always the risk, isn't there, now that 1-4 in the last maybe 35 balls, 30 odd balls, and there's always the chance that he'll choose the wrong shot, the wrong ball for the big shot.
Hardik goes short again, and Rizwan can only play this out to deep square leg just for a single. So Hardik with the extraordinary figures, 6 overs, just 1 for just 18 runs, 72 for 2. Pakistan becalmed here after 17 overs.
Kieran says it's not a case of Baz being in the job a short time. It's got to a stage where the lack of pace off is bordering on incompetence on Baz's part.
Well, I agree. I mean, especially as he's been a coach in India in the IPL.
Yeah. Steve Bruce says a bit of rip there, said the Bear when letting out one after his takeaway.
Oh, I don't really need to.
Yeah, we don't need to know that.
I thought you were going to say a bit of a rip there, as in a little bit of of the bear's stomach taken out by the dangerous dog the other day when he went to visit one of his flats.
And Farong says, no bear, tech Tony. Who be acting IT tech support today? Well, the bear may not be here in person, but he's been very here in spirit and on the phone to get us on air.
Yeah, although it was all still a bit of a struggle.
Yeah. Axel to start a new over, and Rizwan is forward defensive. So will we see some signs of aggression from Rizwan here? I guess Pakistan wanting to keep some wickets in hand. They don't want another collapse of goals, and that's. But forward defensive goes Rizwan. At least Pakistan's sort of late middle order have shown some promising signs, haven't they?
They did the other night. They were two.
Salman Agar and Pushkil Shah were in good form in the last game.
Yeah.
This one is just tickled down by Rizwan for a single. Tayyab Tahir is next man in. He didn't score many runs, did he, in the last game?
No.
But Salman Agar, Pushkil looked in decent form.
But it's amazing how difficult it becomes to score when you've got a slow pitch, you've got pace off the ball, and you've got to manufacture that pace yourself. And havoc is being played with your rhythm by constant variations.
And some really good fielding. That was Shami who was quickly onto that. And there's no run. So Saud looking to get through the inner circle. He's struggling to do that. Yes, he's got 2 balls left of this over from Axar. Again, looking for a single. It's not there. The wicket is very onto that very quickly. So good sharp fielding from India, accurate bowling, and as we say, variations. Unlike we saw from England yesterday, where it was Archer, Carse, and Wood that went for the runs. This is swept though nicely by Saudis. No, there's still a man down. There's 2 people down the leg side covering that. So again, it's only a single. So it's not happening in terms of acceleration for Pakistan. 74 for 2. We've only had 20. I've only commentated here for 8 overs. There's only been 20 runs.
Well, yeah, and I've only leant forward to the 4 jingle once.
Yeah. Mayank says, Bumrah would have had a field day on this wicket. I'm not sure he would. It's a bit dead. And Farong says, it's Hardik pitching the ball shorter or going harder into the surface? Well, I think he's doing both a bit.
Yeah, and I think one guy that I've noticed who does that really well known short form cricket is Mitchell Santner. The way that he pushes the ball into the surface, and it becomes very difficult for batsmen to time that sort of ball.
Well, that's always been the case with Jadeja and to a lesser extent Axar as well.
Well, yeah, but Axar
they do push it into the turf, and occasionally it comes off and
it
spits.
Just but it stands up, and unless it stands up for you to hit it, you're waiting for it a lot of the time. Change of bowling though, a bit of pace, perhaps.
Rana into the attack. That's driven to extra couple. Nice bit of fielding there. Who's that? And that's Virat Kohli.
Who's that? Who's that? Shame on you.
I couldn't see from the range as soon as the camera went in closely. Unquestionably.
Is that the first Kohli cam of the day?
No, we've seen him a couple of times. This is the bowler, by the way.
Yeah, his name is Shit. Go on, be clever. Make all your fucking primary school level jokes. Ha 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 ha. Well done.
Something he says at the end there. I don't know. It was Ooh.
On the bowls. That's uppish. Has he cleared? Yes, he's cleared the inner field. Not a convincing shot by Saud. It's just scooped over the inner circle, and they get 1 run.
You do wonder a little bit. It's difficult to know someone like Saud where you put him in this order, really, because as you say, he's a very, very fine Test player. But when he's got less options, when there are more fielders out there, when it's not about
bat at the top, I think, if he's going to be.
Well, yeah, but you feel now as if they need someone a little bit chunkier to maybe chance 1 or 2 bigger shots.
Well, I'm wondering. I've not seen Tahir, but I know about after this ball.
That's defensive by Rizwan, and there's no run.
Well, Salman we saw did.
I've seen him I've been very impressed with Salman Ali Agha.
Yeah. But he is he's an all-round chunkier bloke, isn't he?
Yeah.
Saud is quite slight, and Rizwan is little, Doesn't mean that you can't hit the ball, but I do think that when there isn't much pace out there, if you can muscle one or two, that will help, won't it?
Well, Pakistan are missing fact here, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a huge miss.
Imran is definitely not a like-for-like replacement, as you were saying earlier. Rana bowls. This one is overpitched, and it's driven by Rizwan, but no great force there. He's guided it to deep extra cover, and they just take a single inevitably.
Yeah, I don't think he was able to get any real power into that shot because it was a slower ball from Harshit, and he found himself reaching for it in the end because it wasn't quite there. So couldn't really go through with the shot, but he probably wouldn't have got more than one anyway, to be honest.
No. But Iman, yeah, he's very. Saud is similar to Iman, isn't he, in terms of quite pedestrian in their approach, if I can say that. Rana bowls. This one is short, and Saud. Well, how would you describe that shot? It was a kind of waited for it and then placed it down to deep mid wicket for a single.
I think it was quite a well-controlled pull. I mean, he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just made sure that he didn't hit it up in the air. I suppose the thing is, if you can't get the boundaries, you really have got to pretty much get a single every ball, haven't you?
It's Harshit to finish this over. It's only gone for 3 so far, and it will remain 3 runs off that over from Harshit Rana coming back into the attack. He's 4 overs for 16. 19 overs have gone, and Pakistan just on 77.
Well, they're in danger of slipping beneath 4 and over now. Jason.
Harriman says, just to emphasise the skills or the vast array of talent that's in the Indian cricketing community, that Abhishek Sharma and Tilak Varma are in the stands.
Oh, are they?
And they're not even in the squad.
Well, I know. They were so good in those T20s, weren't they?
And Steve Bruce asked us, is it Indian-themed lunch today, lads? Samosas, pakoras? I hope not, because I had a very nice Indian meal last night, and I don't need another one today.
Much of a good thing.
I'm very up for someone sending pizza. Another change.
Kuldeep into the attack, and this one is swept off middle stump by Sal. Will they look for 2? No, they won't.
Well, I
good
think
bit of fielding out on the boundary, and that time that was that Harding out there, and they get 1 run there.
I think they should. I think they should have got 2 there. I really do.
Yeah, they're not really pushing.
No. I suppose that's part of the thing is that when you're just getting the ones, the mentality is. The mentality needs to be stronger. It needs to be because we're not getting those runs. We actually need to run faster, and we need to run and put pressure on the fielder. And I think there was a definite 2 there. Especially the throw was a little bit wayward.
Yes, here's Kuldeep. Bit of turn for Kuldeep into the right hander, and this one guides that to mid wicket. Yeah, there needs to be a bit more intent. I mean, we should say that this is a very different strip to the one. That Pakistan would have played on against New Zealand, but it's the same outcome at the moment in terms of scoring rate, and Rizwan plays that out to extra cover. He's been uncharacteristically quiet, Rizwan. 12 off 31 balls, so what's that, 35 strike rate?
Well, none of them really got going at all.
No. Baba was a little bit, he played some nice shots till he got out.
No run again, that's out to mid-wicket. So, as I'm nearing the end of my stint, I would say that it's been a quiet passage, this, for Pakistan. They're looking to...
sorry about that, Dave.
Rate.
We could have done with a bit more excitement for you.
Well, it's always exciting to be on with yourself, Endo and Jason.
Of course,
and,
of course.
I
Likewise.
enjoy listening to you. And this one from Kuldeep turns back in, and this one goes out to... steps back to the leg side. And there's no run. Got Billy, I think, coming in. Billy Stevens coming on to liven things up in a moment on Ball by Ball, and Messers will be back on socials. Hendo taking a well-earned break.
Yay!
Back in 10 over, I think, back in 10 or 20 overs, and that's played out from the last ball. Inevitably, it's a single. Apart from 1 boundary, it's all been singles in the last 10 overs. very slow progress for Pakistan. 20 overs, 79 for 2. See you a bit later.
Thanks, David. I just wanted one thing just came up there. I think we talked 100 out of 100 of the first 140 balls in the first game that Pakistan played were dot balls. We've just seen 80 out of it would be 120, but even allowing for the fact that there were 5 wides in the first over of the day, you'd still say that 80 dot balls from 120 plus isn't great, is it? Billy is with us.
Hello.
All yours.
Harshit Rana comes in, Rizwan dances down the track. Well, they did need to get going, but he will only get a single out to deep cover. Yeah, interesting stats there, Hendo. I think these two certainly have to get going. I'd say Rizwan can be very explosive, so he's not so much of a worry. But Sajid certainly needs to get it on. I'm joined by David on summarising. How are you, David?
Yeah, I thought I was taking a well-earned break there, but I left notice I'm still
not
on.
that easy, David.
Still the race.
I've only commented on singles in the last 10 overs, apart from one boundary, Billy. I hope you get the colour.
Well, Harshit will come around the wicket, and this is driven pleasantly by Sajid out. It's deep cover for a single. And Messi, always nice to see you, Messi. How are you?
And you, Billy? I'm very well, thank you. Nice cool summer's days over here at the moment, which is very refreshing.
Well, to be fair, it's about 12 degrees out here, so that's really nice. Not that I enjoyed much of it yesterday, considering I was in the pub for the whole day watching the rugby and the cricket. So that was rather enjoyable. Always good to get one over the Scots. England beating Scotland in the Six Nations. That was. So
That's
2 singles
off
these first 2 balls. This is defended back to Harshit by Rizwan. So what I mean, the pitch looks like a decent one, and with India's batting lineup, you really think Pakistan have at the very least got to get something beginning with a 3.
Well,
I think 3 would be well over the odds on this pitch. It's a very slow pitch.
David, do you have a differing?
Well, I think I mean, they've been very cautious. Pakistan over cautious. You know, they lost those 2 wickets, but we haven't seen any intent from Rizwan and Saud. So they need to be, I would say, 250 minimum.
Harshit comes in once more over the wicket, and this is driven, but not quite timed, straight to cover. Yeah, well, I'd
agree with that. I reckon 260 would be a good score on this pitch. To be honest, I think they'd be relatively happy with that.
But the thing is, I think India will chase that down relatively comfortably.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd agree with you if they were facing. I wouldn't say 260 is a bad score, but I think you have to take into account the opposition.
I mean, Sharma is off field. Few of the Indian fielders have got strapping. Some of the batsmen have. I see Gill's got heavy strapping on his hand. So that's all that Pakistan can cling to, I think.
Harshit comes in once more. It's more of a bouncer, and it's clothed into the leg side by Mohammad Rizwan for another 34 balls since the last boundary. Yeah, so they really do need to get going.
There's hardly been any twos
by the same
either.
token, yeah, that's true. But by the same token, India made fairly hard work of getting 228 against Bangladesh. It took them 46 and a half overs to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very good points. Well, we'll have to see. As you say, though, you can't, you never know what will happen if they get something beating around the 250 mark. They're definitely in the game. But it's interesting. I do feel like either Sajid or Rizwan do have to get to the 40 over mark here, really. Harshit comes in once more. This is timed much better into the leg side, but there is the fielder out there, and they'll trot through for a single. A bit of a bounce deployed by Harshit, and that's over. 3 singles from it. Continue with the form. Messi, anything on socials?
I'm not entirely sure where we got to, but I'll pick up at 6:41, 41 minutes past the hour. Varong said Baba didn't get himself out. He was hendoed. And the Harriman says, and they have, 13 to 14 extras as well. What are they waiting for? Kieran Roseblade says, is this the Pakistan strategy, score runs at a boycott rate, or is that what they've come up against 2 very good sides? Yeah, I think it's fair to say that they're struggling a bit. But it's a much better score than it would be if it was on a Pakistan wicket.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely fair to say that they've come up against two great outfits. New Zealand are always there or thereabouts in ICC tournaments, and India, well, of course, we know how awesome they are.
Indeed.
I mean, it's India's batting resource. There's an imbalance there. India's got so many batsmen to call on. Yeah. You said that Abhishek and Varma are in the stands watching this.
Left arm Kuldeep. The left arm Kuldeep comes into Rizwan, and this is swept nicely out for a single. So 83 for 2, Pakistan.
I do think the other thing to bear in mind is that, there's another 30 overs to go. Pakistan, if they go flat out and lose 2 or 3 wickets now, then they're in grave danger of not batting out their 50 overs. So, even if they got another 40 runs in the next 10 overs, at least they're still there and got a platform then to build something more decent.
Saud pushes this next delivery nicely down to mid-off, and they'll get another single. You're absolutely right, Messi. If they were to be 105 for 4 off 27 overs, then they really are in trouble. 26 overs. They definitely can't afford to do that. But 37 off 72 is this partnership, and they do need to get, at the very least, get some boundaries. The next over is defended by Rizwan. Back down the pitch, Kuldeep will field off his own bowling. Because the thing is, you're putting so much pressure on yourself, and more importantly, you're putting so much pressure on the people who are coming in behind you. As Kuldeep will wander through to the crease again. This is tossed up and defended down the ground. They'll come through for a single. Would you agree with that, David? Is that how you'd see it?
Well, yeah, it's not just the lack of boundaries. They haven't run any twos either. I'd be interested to see the stats on this, but all the scoring shots in the last 10 overs have been singles, the last 12 overs, barring 1 boundary. I don't think I've seen a 2. Can't remember a 2.
Well, Messi might know. What are the dimensions of the Dubai International Stadium?
It's relatively small. I think you're looking at about 65 metres each side, something like that. But it's a much slower outfield than we had in Karachi yesterday.
Kuldeep comes in. This one does get a little bit of turn, and it's off the outside half of Saud Shakil's bat to point. Score remains at 85 for 2. The run rate is now slipped below 4 and over. A little bit of drift there from Kuldeep. This pitch, slightly more, getting just a little bit of turn, you see, and India's quality of spinners, they'll definitely be looking to exploit that.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the figures. Saud Shakil's had 16 singles.
Hang on,
1,
Messi.
2, and a 4.
Last delivery of Kuldeep's over has been reverse swept for a single, where it stopped at third man. So 22 overs gone, 86 for 2.
Sorry, I was very interruptible. Ting all that over. Saud Shakil's got 16 singles, a 2 and a 4. Mohammad Rizwan has got 13 singles and 1 4. So yeah, there's no effort to make anything more than a single most of the time, is there?
Yeah, very very good point. What are the socials saying? Well, Jadane.
Yeah, Farong says, remember Bangladesh were 5 for 33 against India and got to 228. Moral victory, perhaps. The other thing that the Harriman points out is, of course, they're out of the tournament if they lose this. So it's a tricky one. Very tricky.
Yeah. Well, Jadeja, the slow left arm, is coming on to bowl. Best figures of 5 for 33. How India would love to see some of that today. Are we getting a jingle?
I'm looking for it. Here it comes.
Oh, thank you very much. Jadeja bowls, and this is defended into the leg side for no run. A good bowling change, would you say, David?
Any bowling change seems to be good at the moment. They all got credible economy rates, haven't they?
Well, he'll come in from over the wicket and bowl, and that's defended into the leg side. So
Hardik ended up with bowling at 3 and over, 6 overs for 18. It was.
Next delivery defended sedately again. He's just having a look at Jadeja here, Saud Shakil. So it's continuing in this sedate manner. India 11 minutes behind the innings timer at the moment. You'd assume that they'd catch up.
with
some
Jadeja
spin on.
bowling, yeah.
Yeah. Jadeja bowls. Oh, this could go for a boundary. This has been carved nicely. It was wider from Jadeja, and it's looking like it will reach the punt boundary. No, it's hauled in. They should get 3 though, and they will come back and do. So that's good running from Pakistan. It was sliced and beat the infield, and they did well to come back for 3. They need a bit more of that. It wasn't quite timed. But the thing is, you dig yourself into a hole if you're so defensive, and then it was very difficult to get out into an attacking mindset. And I feel like the quality of India's spin, it can mentally play tricks on you. So it's still 45 balls since the last boundary, 89 for 2 Pakistan. And Rizwan will now face 17 or 42. They both face 42 deliveries, this pair. Rizwan unusually the slower scoring. On 17, Jadeja will bolt him from around the wicket. This is pushed into the offside for no run.
I mean, India getting away with this inner circle, saving the singles. Someone's got to go over the top, haven't they? Especially against Jadeja.
Well, he tries to use his feet, Rizwan, and pushes this down to long on, and they'll come through for a single. Well, it's trying to get him off his consistent line and length, isn't it, really? So 23 overs gone, Pakistan 90 for 2 misses.
Mog says, if only moral victories paid cash prizes. Yeah, there's some sort of very small consolation moral victories when you've actually lost. Kieran Roseblade say, can I just say, Messi is in a league of his own with socials. Oh, thank you, Kieran. By far and away, the best socialist I've ever come across in Gorilla. Love to the man with the goose in his pants. Batley's with us. He says, Wolf, morning primates, how are we all? Loving sausages. And Farang says, is there a moral victory jingle? Could be a club theme song like we have in the VFL or the AFL. Play it before every England game.
Kuldeep Yadav will continue, and this is swept by Mohammad Rizwan, but doesn't pierce the infield, and they will get no run. So a little bit more attacking attempt there from Rizwan. As you rightly say, David, he doesn't want to lose his wicket.
Well, no, they're protecting wickets, but it's overcautious, isn't it?
Kuldeep comes in. This is wider, and he tried to go against the spin. Rizwan, he picks it up.
Just a bit of lack of intent. We've seen Sal, not really responding to Rizwan with some of those attempts at quick singles and stuff. Just, lack of intent from Pakistan.
Yes.
2 dots to start Kuldeep's over, really allowing him to settle into his spell, and this is straighter and pushed. Rizwan uses his feet nicely, and they'll get to a single. Yeah, go on, Messi.
Well, I was just going to say, you feel like India are quite happy to let this drift like this.
Definitely, but because the thing is, they then have so much catching up to do at the back end of the innings, which is not necessarily what Pakistan need to be doing. We need 31 dots Mohammad Rizwan has faced. It's a lot. Yadav will continue. This is pushed into the leg side, but they'll come through for another single. I mean, at the very least, they have to be rotating the strike and getting singles, which they haven't necessarily been doing either.
No, they've been finding the fielders a lot, and a lot of dead bat shots.
92 for 2. The score continues to creep up as Yadav comes into the right-handed Rizwan. This is swept rather ungainly. There's a fielder out there, however, so they will get a single. India also seem to have their bowling to a nice plan, even when Pakistan do show a bit more intent and pierce the infield. There's always a fielder there, something that England yesterday failed to do. So erratic with their bowling line and length is India haven't done that. They haven't given Pakistan the scoring shots.
Yeah, I mean, different conditions, of course, but some of those bowling figures for England didn't make good reading at the end, did they? Class, Archer and Wood in particular.
Yeah.
Kuldeep pushes, Sajikil pushes this next one. It was a tight single. He's actually hit the stumps. I'm pretty sure he was home, Sajikil. They'll go and check. It was pushed into the offside, and I think it was Cover who did the fielding with a throw which hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. I'm pretty sure he was. How did you guys? How did you?
Yeah, I don't know why they've gone up. I don't know why the umpire's gone upstairs for that. I mean, surely he could have made a decision on that.
I sympathise with him. Sometimes it's seems much more obvious than it is. When there's a direct hit, you just never quite know.
Yeah.
So it's about 1.5 foot in the crease, so it's safe. But better to be safe than sorry. Imagine how you feel if you gave it out and then discovered it wasn't.
Well, especially as it was the end of the OV, very easy to check it.
Yeah.
Well, caution is the name of the day today. It's just abundance of caution from the umpires as well as the batsmen.
Indeed. Farong will be pleased to know that Mog has committed to go and make a moral victory jingle right now.
Oh, very good. Jadeja will continue to the left-handed Sajikil, and this is turned off a slightly shorter length into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. They're not having to mix. Go on, David.
Well, I was just thinking during this relative impasse, I was going to ask you, Billy, probably more exciting would be to talk about your clubbing experiences. So that would liven up the conversation. How have they been going?
Yeah, very entertaining. Two big nights last week of many hours spent in the pub. That's swept hard by Mohammed Rizwan. They might get 2 here. Oh, it could even go for 4. It does. Well, usually there was a field out there, but it's a 4. An unusual 4 from Mohammed Rizwan. Really nicely swept. That's his first 4 in a while. It was the first one that was just slightly fuller, and it was very good timing from Rizwan. We'll see if that opens the floodgates. This next delivery is pushed back to Jadeja for no run. No, many hours spent in the pub. I went to a new pub yesterday, which was actually quite exciting for the rugby.
What part of the world are you then?
Newcastle.
Oh.
So it's very much known for its nights out. This is shorter and back of a length from Jadeja, fired in a bit quicker. Rizwan pushes it down the ground for no run.
And Billy has had a remit to check out every possible night spotting in Newcastle.
Jadeja bowls. This is defended once more by Rizwan. Yeah, there are lots of good nuts out. A few kind of 5:30 a.m. bedtimes this week.
Take us inside one of those clubs, Billy. What do we see in a Newcastle club?
I mean, I can't really remember most of the time, to be honest, David. Rizwan faces up once more. This is pushed back to Jadeja, who parries it off his own bowling, and there's no run. End of the 25th. Pakistan edging towards 100, 99 for 2, 95 dot balls in the innings. Almost more dot balls than runs. You don't see that very often.
Yes, indeed. Banu Prashesh says Rizwan is playing at a strike rate of 40. Last match it was Baba, and now it's Rizwan. Eric J says the Ingle Jingle is, of course, the Benny Hill theme, to which Farong says, excellent. He wants the jingle in Foxtrot 5/4 time. Brown in Brisbane's having some problems with the YouTube audio, which seems fine here. It might be worth reloading. More importantly, Billy says, Mog, have you managed to pick up and get some action?
Yeah,
you don't have to answer that question.
Not much to report on that front, Mog, sadly. Maybe you can make a jingle for my lack thereof.
It is not actually compulsory for every guerrilla commentator to reveal every personal detail about themselves.
Yadav will continue left-handed, and it's a nice delivery on the stop. It's a little bit of turn to Sajikil, who defends it not necessarily confidently. It was a nervous prod forward. So Pakistan edging towards 100. There is just a little bit of turn off the straight, you'd have to say, which will interest India. Oh well, it's a reverse sweep from Sajikil. And I think it's almost missed everything. Maybe it flicked a bit of pad on the way through to the keeper, but he's got away with it, really. So a few more shots being played. My feed is being very glitchy suddenly for some reason. But hopefully it's alright. It was a little googly. It's actually hit him in the ribs. It's almost an LBW appeal, but probably too high.
Yeah.
Yadav will bowl once more. The reverse sweep is out again, and this looks like it will go to the boundary. It will. Really nice timing from Sajikil as he moves himself onto 33. Pakistan's 100 is up, 103 for 2.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's real old school stuff.
Yeah, at last something for the crowd to get excited about. It's There's not a majority of Pakistanis in the crowd today. It's more like an India home fixture, isn't it? Let's face it.
It's a huge shame that, well, not that we want to get too political, but a massive shame that this game can't be played in Pakistan as it should be. Yadav bowls, and this is off the back foot by Shad Shakil, but he will not get a run.
Actually, there's quite a few. I may correct myself there. There's quite a few Pakistan fans in. A lot work in Dubai. Would you say it's about 50-50 in the crowd?
Hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah, it is hard to tell, especially as the seats are blue. I think this delivery is nearly edge to third man. A little bit of bounce from Cole out of this pitch is certainly starting to give something. When he's giving it a bit more air and bowling a little bit slower. That was a nice ball. It was an attempted cut shot by Shakil, and it just got a bit big on him. So, last delivery of the 26th over come up. Pakistan's dot ball century is nearly up. Well, they're at it. They have got a boundary this over. This delivery swept. And that will go for 4. It will trickle to the boundary. So, 2 4s and over. I mean, 8 runs off it, almost getting a nosebleed. Nice batting from Sad Shakil. Moves himself onto 37.
Mike says this is...
It's me, says she.
I'm just going to quickly reload my Zoom in between the over. If you could let me in, whoever's in the studio, I can't see.
Yep, Jason's got the message. Yeah, Mike says this is Yawn Fest now by Pakistan. Brian in Brisbane says he's got his YouTube back okay. YouTube's been messing up. Yeah, it's been weird the last couple of weeks. Brian says, what is Billy's opening gambit? Do you know I'm a guerrilla commentator?
Today's first ball, Messrs has gone for 4. This one. So that's 3 4s we've seen recently. So good bit of acceleration here from Pakistan. It was short, and this one sort of helped himself there. So some runs coming now for Pakistan. Messrs, we have a listener in Hanoi in Vietnam. I'll come on to that in a moment. This one also swung away by this one. That's going to be. Is it going to go for another boundary?
Not quite.
Just hauled in front of the boundary here, and James is listening to us in Hanoi in Vietnam. Greetings to you, James. Hope you're feeling better. You think India are going to cruise this, but you never know. The conditions slightly different than we saw in Pakistan.
Well, the evidence suggests that it was Billy that was stopping Pakistan scoring. As soon as he buggered off, they went crazy.
I've missed a boundary. Outrageous.
2. Oh, nearly 2.
Jadeja will bowl. This is nicely driven down to long on, low comes for single. Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much, David. Hopefully my feed's all right now. 37 for Sajid. So they've just picked up the scoring rate. As you say, it's up to 4.3 and over. And maybe this is their plan all along. You know, they know because they're out there. Maybe they really do think this is a kind of 260 pitch, and they may have enough. Jadeja will bowl. This is off the back foot, turned into the leg side for a single. 8 from the over so
mind
far.
you, Shubman Gill could hit 260 in 30 overs himself, the way he's playing at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, 8 off the over so far, 2 to come. So a boundary off the first ball of the over always puts so much pressure on the bowler. It's such a good thing to do. If they can continue to do stuff like that, that would be handy. It's 2 balls left in the over. This is prodded. They'll look for a single. Pakistan's running is usually slightly dodgy, and luckily Sajid sent him back there, Mahandi's run, because there was no way there was a single there. That's almost some village running. It's funny how some teams just don't run between the wickets very well. Pakistan's certainly one of them. This is pushed down the ground. Jadeja can't quite reach it off his own bowling, and they'll come through for a single. So 9 from it. That ball was fired in quicker by Jadeja at 61 mile an hour. 116 for 2 off 27.
Kieran says, my cousin goes to uni in Newcastle. Do you know her? Do you know any Roseblades? I died of the same surname even.
No, I don't know Roseblades.
Brown was asking, what's your opening gambit? Is it, do you know I'm a guerrilla commentator? That may be why you're not pulling any company.
I'll try that one on Wednesday and let you know.
So some welcome acceleration from Pakistan. I mean, if they do put their foot down now, all is not lost. There's plenty of cricket left to be played in this game, and Pakistan, if they get themselves to 260, 270, it could test India, given that they didn't sort of put foot down really against Bangladesh either. So, I mean, Saud is now 38, so if he can convert this, his highest score in ODIs is only 63, Saud, so he owes Pakistan a decent long innings here.
Well, the thing that lots of people can forget is that 50 overs is a hell of a long time to bat, and so often teams get the tempo wrong. So,
Yes.
you definitely want wickets in hand towards the back 10 overs, because then you can really accelerate. So I think that's what they're going for, really. But we're having a bowling change. The economical Mohammad Shami, who bowled a decent first spell, a wicketless one at that, 5 overs, run for 18 so far. He'll come into Rizwan from over the wicket, who looks to be aggressive immediately. It's a bit of a hack where short mid-wicket fields. Nicely enough, it was shorter from Shami. So Rizwan, you'd think, will try and, judging by those early intentions, try and get after Shami and maybe force India into another bowling change. It only just slided short of mid-wicket.
Yeah, Rizwan's got the memo. He's definitely looking to accelerate now.
Well, 27 overs in. It's not a bad platform if they can get going. Taps his bat on the ground a couple of times. Wait, Shami, this is nudged into the leg side. They may look for 2. They've run the first one hard. They're almost running down the middle of the pitch there, Mohammad Rizwan. They will only get a single.
A lot of teams would have run 2 there. And it looked like 2. All the world liked 2 runs, didn't it? With the slow outfield as well.
Yeah, you'd have to say it did. Just trying not to take too many risks at the moment, Pakistan. But Rizwan, you'd say, is the one who needs to. I feel like Saad Shakil can try and stay in. He needs to be the anchor. Rizwan's the one that needs to get going. Shami will come in around the wicket to Shakil, and this is guided nicely down to third man, and there'll be a single. So 2 singles from Mohammad Shami's over. He's taken the best figures in the Champions Trophy so far, 5 for 53 against Afghanistan, I think it was.
Oh, there was
Bangladesh, sorry.
Yes, that's right. There was a record of sorts broken yesterday. Well, it wasn't a record quite, but were you aware of what Josh English achieved yesterday?
High school.
I don't know. All I now know is he's Leeds born and is a Coventry fan.
Yes.
Mohammad Shami pushes the stats delivery from him down the ground for no run.
Well, he's only the 5th ever Australian to score a century in all 3 international formats, after Maxwell, Watson, Warner, and Beth Mooney. So that's not bad, and he's also the 2nd fastest ever to do it after Shubman Gill. So it's pretty impressive.
Effectively, what you're saying is it's a moral victory for the English, because
well, that's what the BBC
considering
claimed,
that yes. Well, I think they're absolutely right. Shami bowls. This is tucked into the leg side, and they'll scamper a quick single. It was a sharp. The stumps hold. They actually hit the stumps. They might get some overthrow from that, but they do not.
I was just going to ask you to remind me, Billy. Is there a trophy for moral victories?
I think it's called the Ashes, isn't it, Messi?
Little shot there of Virat Kohli snacking in the dugout. Do you think the senior players are taking it in turns just to have a break from fielding, or is there a reason why he's off the field?
He's probably taking a break to get some advice from the coaching staff, I reckon. Shami will complete his over around the wicket to Sajkill. This one's pulled. Rolls his wrist over it nicely. He might even get 4. No, it'll be cut off. They should get a couple though, which they do. Good running from Pakistan. A little bit more intent in recent times. That's 5 from that over. 121 for 2 from 28.
Mike reckons about 60-40, maybe 65-35 Indian fans. Only 3 hours to kick off, Billy, says Eric J.
Nervous.
You're a Liverpool fan?
Yeah, Liverpool, Man City.
Look, if you win today, I think the competition's over. India could do with a few quick wickets here, even though Pakistan are going nowhere rather slowly, says Leah. Pup is not on that list. Take that, you spray-tanned muppet. That's that list of people who've made centuries in all three formats. Only 2 Englishmen have done it.
Was Steve Smith on that, Messi?
No,
no. What one? Well, I assume that's the T20 one he's lacking.
Yeah, he hasn't made a T20I century.
Jadeja Bowles, and this is pushed into the offside. Well, has he made 2 in the Big Bash?
In the Big Bash, yeah, but not in T20Is.
Yeah, no, I know. But I mean, it's a couple of extraordinary centuries in the Big Bash. Great to watch. Apparently, he might be coming to play in for the Welsh Fire in the hundreds.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Eric J correctly points out that I'm confusing Australian with Australian player.
Jadeja Bowles, this is tucked into the leg side by Cedric Hill. They'll come through for a single.
Is that a reference to? I mean, English was pretty young when he came to Australia. Was he?
He was 10. Yeah, he was. He was 10 or 11. So he spent more of his life in Perth than he has in Yorkshire.
I think he was 14 or 15. I think he's a bit older.
Was it? Either way, he wasn't a fully developed player by the time he came, like some of the South Africans were in England.
They'll go through for a quick single here, Pakistan. It was pushed into the offside by Rizwan, and they'll scamper through 3 singles off the first 3 deliveries of Jadeja's over.
And I mean, England does have a number of captains born overseas, including Ted Dexter, Colin Cowdrey, Tony Gregg,
Nasser Hussain.
Nasser, yes.
Jadeja Bowles, this is tipped into the leg side for a single. Is Australia's what's the word? You know, like development pathway for the youngsters from kind of 13 up. Is it in pretty good shape for each
Very good
state?
shape.
I assume it's
very good shape, and one of the things that's happening is the huge influx of immigrants from Southeast Asia is strengthening it a lot.
Jadeja comes in again, and this is in a field off his own bowling as Pakistan get through for a single. So 5 singles so far from this over. This is what we were saying, David. You know, if you're not hitting the boundaries, you've at the very least got to be rotating the strike, and they've managed to do so here.
Definitely picking things up now.
Well, Jadeja's appealing, but I'm pretty sure it was pitching outside the line, and they might get an overthrow here, Pakistan. No, they do not. Rohit Sharma wondering what the hell their fielders were doing. They might think about a review here. I don't think it had much going for it. It hit the pad and went down to the fine leg, and it looks like they will not take a review. No, they won't. So end of the 29th over, 126 for 2. This partnership building nicely.
Levi Kata is listening from Guyana. Says, what do you guys think will be Pakistan's final score after 50? I'm thinking 250, 260. Brian in Brisbane says, isn't English an Australian citizen? He is indeed, Brian. As am I. But I'm also a British citizen. Muttley says, have a punt at guessing, Jude. Go on to the GPL. That's talking to Levi. Unfortunately, the GPL's now closed. To be fair, almost all Aussies are really just English, so it's not that big of a deal, says Mark. Well, there's 1 million Indian-born people living in Australia out of the 27 million. More in their of Indian heritage, about 1 million of Chinese heritage. So it's a very widespread community. Used to be very strongly English, much less so now.
Akshar Patel will come into Rizwan with a slip in, bowling change for India. This is pushed into the offside, and there'll be no run. Just on that Jadeja LBW appeal at the last ball of the over, I'm going to assume there was an edge, because if not, it actually looked far closer than I thought. I wouldn't mind seeing Snicko and then Hawkeye if it comes up, but maybe there was an edge on it. Akshar bowls, the tall Akshar Patel bowls, and they'll get through for a quick single here. Pakistan. The thing is, all the Indian spinners bowl in slightly different manners, meaning that we're just having a look at that replay, and it was umpire's call, so much closer than we originally thought, but given not out on field, so if they'd have reviewed it, it would have remained not out. But maybe worth a shout, yeah. That's what I thought. Akshar will come into bowl. This is pushed into the leg side. Rizwan was quite keen for a single, but wisely decided against it. So yeah, sorry. So in all the Indian spinners bowl quite differently. Akshal's very tall, bowls a bit flatter and into the pitch. Called up Yadav, left armour as well, gives it a little bit of air. The selection ball's driven really nicely by Sajkil through the offside, and they'll get the single. Shubman Gill does the fielding at deep cover.
The view from Hanoi, Billy, James, who's listening to us there, is that Pakistan will struggle to get 220. I'm more optimistic than that. I think they'll get 270. Yeah. I've got more faith in the lower middle order than James has. I think Salman and even Krishdeel might be able to accelerate if these two can add another 50.
Actually, comes in. Let's just push into the leg side. And Rizwan will move on to 39. Yeah, the partnership is certainly building. I'd agree. I think they could get to kind of 260, 250 at least area. But they're still not, the boundaries are still very hard to come by. Sajkil faces up again, and this is a reverse sweep, but there isn't much going for it. He missed it, and it hit him on the pad and went down to fine leg. Rohit Sharma is gesticulating, wondering if they go for a review, which they wisely, I think, decide not to. It went down to fine leg off the inside half of the pad, which usually means that there's not much going for it, and they won't review it. So end of the 30th over. That's the end of our stint as well. Pakistan 129 for 2.
I'll do a couple more messages before handing over to you. Eric J says, born in Leeds is always a loiner. I don't know what a loiner is. Stephen Kelk says, entertaining the vicar and her mother at the parish coffee morning. Somehow, India-Pakistan is not a priority topic of conversation here. That's hard to believe. And Brian in Brisbane says, latest figures show 42% of Australians are of UK descent. So the next one's Chief Wardo for you, Billy. Catch you later.
It's not Billy, it's going to be me who catches on the ball by ball. Jadeja is going to continue. He's 0 for 23 or 4 overs. It's a panoply of left arm spinners that India are employing at the moment. 2 fairly flat, quick, darty bowlers and a loopy left arm leg spinner. That's Jadeja's first ball. That's short and worked into the leg side, and there's nothing more than a single there. They walk it. Agreed single from Rizwan. Just look at the last over LBW. The ball pitched well outside leg stump. It was going for a reverse sweep, but that doesn't change with the orientation of the stumps for the LBW decision. Jadeja in again, close to the stumps this time, and that's dinked over the keeper's head. That's going to roll away. They're not going to catch that, and it's going to be a boundary for Saud.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Saud, somewhat surprisingly, given his reputation as a pretty good Test match cricketer, is actually outscoring Rizwan, both in terms of number of runs and also in terms of his scoring rate. He's got 48 or 61.
I think it's primarily because Rizwan in the first half,
that is dropped into the mid-wicket area by Saud and takes a single. Go on, and India.
Yeah, I was saying that in the first half of this innings, Rizwan was completely unable to get any timing at all. So and that probably explains why Saud seems to be a better
quicker ball
scorer than him in this innings.
Quicker ball by Jadeja, and Rizwan slaps it back, nicely timed, but straight to Jadeja. He's in again. That's slightly shorter and played off the back foot through the covers to Aksar on the boundary, who runs in, fields it, lobs it back to Jadeja, his left arm spinning mate. That's 5 balls have gone in no time at all. Last ball of the over.
Jadeja's really not bowled as well as he has in previous matches in this particular match.
And Saud steps away just as Jadeja's literally into his bowling stride. The ball is delivered. It's just outside off stump, but that'll be a dead ball and have to re-bowl that one.
It hit the stump, so.
No, it was. The keeper took the bails and just took them off. They were only about an inch or so away. That's probably why it was so quick you didn't notice.
Yeah, Jadeja's been a bit off color this particular innings after quite a few matches where he's been the best of the lot actually.
He spins the ball to himself. Here he comes. So played defensively off the back in the crease through the square leg area. Takes a single. That's 7 off the over, and India. After 31 overs, Pakistan are 137 for 2.
So some socials.
Yes, well.
Boy, Chief Wardo says, well, that rules you out of running for Australian Parliament messes. Eric J says, and 100% can't speak proper English, there's a bit of chat going on. Stephen Kelk, the Vicar's mother, does, however, say, let the lad have a bowl. It's in relation to some conversation about Vickers earlier. Brian in Brisbane says, Lockie 6, only 9% seems kind of low.
Is that the WinViz predictor, I think?
I'm not sure. Maybe. 9% would be... I assume
Very
that's saying
low.
9% for Pakistan to win. That would be ridiculously low. So I'd be quite surprised. Mayank says that that's 50 up for Saad Shakil. And to give him the appropriate jingle.
We will. Milestones. Here he comes.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done.
Jason, how have you been? It's been a long time since we've been on air together.
I've been watching this. It's almost a bit like paint drying, which is not very... I mean, I was kind of expecting this, given the first game that India played, that it would be a bit of a drudge in the middle overs, and India's spinners would effectively throttle whoever they're playing, and it's not disappointed.
Yeah, but you remember the India-Bangladesh match was the same. The subcontinent teams playing each other seem to sort of
Yeah,
play
they just
the same
want to
way.
make sure of the win. They don't want to make sure of a win with a bonus point in doing it in 40 overs or whatever. No, there's no incentive to. The win is all important. Just make sure you get the win.
Yeah, I'm not sure anybody does anything very different. It's just I think maybe it's the style of play.
You're not missing any play, by the way. They seem to have taken the drinks
I think it's a
interval
drinks
and
break,
over
yeah.
early after 31 rather than after 32. But yeah, score was about 130 after 30 overs. If you double that, take the rule of doubling that, then Pakistan should get close to 260, which would be, we think, at least a chance to defend that, depending on how well they bowl. But
I think that'll be a good total. I'm honestly not sure they're going to get there once they start losing wickets.
Yeah, the worry is batsmen coming in will have to start and go pretty much from scratch, and I'm not sure they can. As we look at the bowling averages.
The other thing as well is India have such a battery of bowlers to turn to that they can just change the bowling and tie you down with someone else.
Yep.
Unlike England and Australia yesterday, where they didn't have a fifth bowler, India have got 6 front-line bowlers.
Well, I think England missed a trick with not bowling more of Root and Livingstone as the fifth bowler, because they were both going quite well, and they should have kept them going. And they reverted to pace, and that was just meat and drink for the Australian batsmen. They just loved that. If your bowler's going at 4.5, 5 and over, you've got other bowlers going at 7.5, 8 and over.
Yeah.
Pick the ones that are going at 4.5 and over. It's not rocket science.
That's what we were talking about early in the early in the innings between Hendo, Messi, and me. That it's not a question of pace. It's a question of brains that you need.
Yeah.
When England's bowling at the moment, it's just unidimensional, very unidimensional the way it's.
Yes, well, they don't have much opportunities to begin chase. There's no left arm pace bowler, for example, in their squad. You could say that they might have picked Sam Cohn for that basis in the squad. there's no
Yeah,
spinning all rounder either.
They just don't fancy Sam Curran across all formats, so I don't blame them.
Anyway, it's Axar going to continue now, back live. He's got 0 for 18 off 4. First ball is punched slightly wider of Axar, who makes a good run and grab to prevent a run.
Sam Curran's playing franchise cricket somewhere, isn't he?
He was. That's shorter, and Sauer goes back in the crease and cuts that nicely to the man on the boundary. But it's only a single again. They can't find the extra value shots at the moment.
On a completely different topic, I was watching the Masters tournament going on in India at the moment. India versus Sri Lanka yesterday, and Yuvraj Singh took this. I'll tell you after this ball.
Full and flighted up, and they take a quick single, and wow, Rizwan was running all over the park there. He started off wide, then ran across the danger area instead of going behind Axar. And India, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying that. So as I was sitting at long off, and Yuvraj Singh was fielding in front of us, and he jumped literally 3 feet in the air, perfect timing, and took an amazing catch.
That's better from Saud, and that's better running as well. He's just knocked that into the leg sides, ran the first one quickly, turned and went straight away, and they get 2 quite comfortably as a result.
Yeah, they're just ticking it over Pakistan at the moment. They're not trying to be aggressive.
It's 4.45 the run rate at the moment.
Axar, and again, that's quick arm. Just tried to work to the leg side. Can't beat the man in mid wicket, and there is no run. Pakistan 1 for 2. Current rate is 4.43. They're looking to probably get up just above 5, and that's just dropped into the offside, completes the over. Saud retains the strike, and over to you, Billy, I believe.
Sorry, my YouTube's just crashed. I'm just getting it back up.
Yeah, I think you could get one of the Pacers back, I would imagine.
I think Hardik, we're looking at Hardik at the moment. I think he's about to come on.
Yeah, Hardik's probably.
I was expecting that they would
nothing on social since.
I was expecting, given that Jadeja has bowled 6 overs for about 35, that he would be curtailed.
He's not looked terribly threatening anyway.
And Hardik's line and length as well at the start of the innings was immaculate. Yeah. Bowled a very good spell.
He's very good at bowling that sort of off-cutter, slower, sort of tennis ball bouncer ball. In fact, you could almost say he's the Neil Wagner of ODI cricket for India, in that he does it so well.
In this tournament, his effectiveness has come from slowing the pace down completely. I mean, he's very clearly playing to the pitch here.
Just quickly, we're just seeing a couple of players Pakistan and they're getting treatment and various pills and stuff. This is the kind of thing that really, really irritates me with cricket. I mean, we've just had a drinks break, for God's sake. How can
why did you not have your medicine break at that point?
How can you not do it then? It's absolutely ridiculous, especially in a 50-over game where, you know, unless you're a die-hard cricket fan, it's far too long anyway. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. The umpires just shouldn't let this kind of thing happen. Really, wouldn't you?
They will whine about player welfare and say you can't do that. But I kind of agree with you. The cricket does shoot itself in the foot in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm not sure I really agree, Billy, because in this instance, because you've had South, complaining about a backache or a pulled muscle at the back or whatever it is right after the break, and if he does that and you deny him treatment, I think that's a problem. And because he's taking the treatment, I mean, whichever, I didn't see which Indian player it was.
I wonder,
trying to get it.
And India, whether that quick 2 that they ran in the last over, he might have twinged something as he turned.
Yeah, he might have, exactly. Yeah,
because that's really the first quick 2 that I think I've seen them run.
Lack of fitness. Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. If he really is injured, I'm just saying that optically, it's it's just incredibly frustrating kind of thing to do. But if he's injured, then yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's just a bit difficult for the umpire to say no, right? I mean, when someone says
yes, I mean the umpires are always fighting to keep an even keel, and no, the best they can do is look anonymous and not make themselves the centre of attention in any game.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, in the match I was at, I mean, although that's a veterans tournament, in the match I was at, just 5 minutes before the drinks break, Sachin Tendulkar thought it was the drinks break, and he ran onto the field, and Simon Toffel just stood in front of the pitch and told him, Sachin, back. You don't give you a chance.
Yes, with a hand, you shall not pass.
Yep, that's it. He just went like that.
Right, well, we're back. Hardik's going to come in. And the first ball is, surprise, surprise, a slower, loopy, short ball. And Sal just looks at it quizzically. He thinks, is that a wide? No, it's just the one for the over.
Yeah, it's one for the over.
There's a Hardik on. I think quite an important passage of play, this one. Rizwan and Sadrakil, they're sticking around, but they've really, one of them, I think Rizwan needs to be
more assertive.
And try
He's
and get
the one
stuck
that's
into Hardik.
42 or 72. He's the one who needs to up his rate quicker and has the capacity to do so. That's Fuller by Hardik. On Saud's pads, he just chips that into the leg side and walks, in fact shuffles a single down to the other end. Looking at Hardik's pitch map, 50-50 short and good length, pretty much. That was very unusual, very full ball. And the wide variation in paces, I mean, the slowest being 114, that's really quite slow. Hardik in, that's grubbed a little bit, came back. It's probably another cutter ball by Hardik that's gripped and kept a bit low, and Rizwan plays over the top of that. Yep, it is a off cutter.
Yeah, I think it's quite a good pitch for cutters, this one. There's been we've seen a little bit of variable bounce and a little bit of turn.
Very clever use of the pitch.
Yep. And he's back at the end of his mark with his magnificent beard. It's perfectly coiffured. That's a pace on ball, I do believe. Into the pads and just knocked into the leg side, and Rizwan will take a single. Pakistan are 1-4-5 for 2, and then they have to all take evasive action as the ball comes into the bowler's end.
Hardik.
Not looking.
Hardik gave a nasty little stare out there.
He wasn't looking, he was just walking back to the mark, and someone had to tap him on the shoulder and say, heads, as you would say in a recreational game.
A few overs ago, it was even more ridiculous. I mean, Rizwan was running with his back, and he completed the run with his back to the fielder. He had no idea that the fielder was throwing.
Full again by Hardik. He's definitely trying to target Saud's pads and the stumps. That's clipped again down to fine leg, and it will take a single.
You're asking for injuries when you.
Just quickly, Pakistan do still have quite a lot of band to come. Tayyab, Salman Aliaga.
I don't know much about Tayyab.
Well,
I would think
it's not a bad situation to be coming in necessarily.
No, but
even though they do need to accelerate.
Kustil is in form. I've seen Salman Aliaga play well in Test cricket. So both of those I thought might get up the order. Rizwan advances, but Hardik sees him coming and bags it in. And they think about 2, and a good throw might have been made that very interesting. Rohit, who's backing up, is very disappointed with the throw because it was wide of the subs, and Saud was struggling there. As we watch it
he likes to run slightly down the middle of the pitch, doesn't he? Well, is that Rizwan, I think? No, Saud Shakil. He loves to run slightly down the middle of the pitch. I'm surprised the umpires haven't brought him up on it. As such.
But yes, and who is that? Is that Shreyas Iyer also giving the thrower a bit of a verbal
barrage?
Yeah. India. Last ball of the over. Pakistan 148 for 2. Hardik. And that's advanced. That's gone high. Has it gone long? It hasn't, but he's spilled the catch anyway. That was a harsh hit, I do believe.
Yeah.
But he was back over his head. It was probably harder than he possibly needed to be. And Rizwan gets alive, having advanced
I
on the
don't
wicket.
think he got. I don't think he quite got into the right position, to be honest, because it went so high and he had so much time that there was no need for him to be trying to take that over his shoulder. We'll get a replay of it, but you'd think he could have just stood there and with his hands up.
Anyway, that completes the 33rd over, and India, Pakistan are 150 for 2.
A bit of chat on the YouTube socials about YouTube being rubbish and crashing for various people. I think our feed is fine. Muttley says that he's had it crashing for months now. It crashes less if I have another tab open and GCR in the background.
It's nearly always local issues rather than the stuff from ourselves to the accumulator. Anyway, Aksar's in. Ball is punched up by Saud to long on. Oh, that's really off the top of the bat.
But I mean, he got both hands up when it almost.
Oh, he really should have
time and went.
That was very poorly done.
Oh, and Rizwan hasn't taken advantage of that. He's run down the wicket and played all over a Yorker. He's effectively yorked himself, and Aksar has taken out his middle stump. And that is the end of Rizwan. And he goes for 46.
And all that work for nothing.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
Maybe it's slightly harsh for me.
No, not harsh at all. That's a terrible shot.
I mean, if you go down the wicket, play.
But he
don't
didn't
play
really
across the
commit to
line.
coming down the wicket. He played over the top of it, as you say, across the
ball
line.
came in with the
I mean,
hand.
you at
The ball came in with
46
the
off
arm.
77, you can't. You know, I know he's got to try and be aggressive, but if you've got to play that kind of innings, you have to go on.
Anyway, he walks off. He's going to have a nice little rub down and calm down before he has to go and keep for 50 overs. It brings this man to the crease. They have changed their order slightly. It is probably the man I thought they should bring out at number 5. It is this man.
Wouldn't it be nice if Aga Salmon could be given just a game or two? And after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew. Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
It is the tall, long-levered Salman Ali Aga, who sets up, and Rohit is immediately conversing with KL Rahul about where to put the fielders.
No, but honestly, after taking up so much time and batting like that, it's just unforgivable to.
He's put them in a bit of a hole now, Pakistan. Anyway, there's a slip in for his first ball, and that's defended slightly sketchily. It's off the inside edge towards square leg, and there is no run. Aksar's ready again. Salman's making him wait. He seems to have a problem with his wristbands on his gloves at the moment. Anyway, here he is. That's full and swished by Salman out to long off. Gets off the mark.
It was a really terrible hack from Rizwan and just completely cost him. I don't know if Aksar slightly saw him coming and then just shoved it a little bit fuller, but nice bowling, whatever he decided to do.
Just went in with the arm. I mean, it did nothing.
And Saud has gone for a sweep shot. And it's another drop at Kuldeep. He's had to make ground to that one.
Seriously.
That was a bit harder. He had to make some ground. It was low down, but again he got two hands to it. It's been spilled. So that's 2 chances in 2 overs, and it does show that the pressure is building on Pakistan. They have the perception they haven't got enough runs yet, and they need to upgrade their score.
Yeah, he didn't quite get there.
Yeah,
who is
that was a harder chance. So.
Yeah, that was a much harder chance.
Having taken a single, Salman just punches the ball past Aksar and takes what's offered, basically, and that's the end of that over. Pakistan are 154 for 3 now after 34 overs.
I think Kuldeep's not the fastest man on earth. I mean, that's. I don't think he got there fast enough, basically.
So I'll have a look at the socials. Max says he wants to know why the match is being held in Dubai. Well, Max, that is because, certainly politically, India essentially don't want to travel to Pakistan, and they made a deal with the ICC that they'd play all their matches in Dubai, and then I'm pretty sure Pakistan have a reciprocal.
They have the right of veto for any more international ICC tournaments until 2027, I think.
Yeah, then they're allowed to.
Anyway, Hardick's going to continue, and that's just dinked very neatly and glided off the outside edge of the bat down to third man by Salman, who's dealing in singles at the moment, but he can't deal in singles forever.
There's a bit of talk about. Sorry, just to get through another couple of messages. There's a little bit of talk about the YouTube crashing being the Bears. Something about the Bears' dealings with Elon Musk. I'm not sure whether that.
I don't think he has dealings with Elon Musk. That's probably the problem. As we watch various people in the ground with Indian shirts on who are looking less happy than they probably should be, because I think they're well on top here. Hardick full, in fact too full, and clipped nicely by Sauer, but straight at the mid-on, and there is no run. I think he's got away with that one, Hardick, slightly.
Yeah, he has indeed. I mean, that slipped from his hand. South could have put it anywhere.
As we look at the solid figure of one of the officials, we've got Richard Illingworth doing his 96th ODI, and Paul Pistol Rifle doing his 93rd ODI. And I am so old, I remember them when they were playing first-class cricket.
Well, I remember Rifle playing for...
short by Hardick, and that's played very nicely off his hit by Saud. He's not going to miss out on that. That's just beaten the man at deep square. It's the best boundary in the first one of these for a while.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Just sat up off the pitch and demanded to be hit, really.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice piece of timing. He rolled his wrists over it well. It was a bouncer that just didn't quite get high up enough, and he used the pace to bisect the field, and it raced away to the foot boundary. They need a little bit more of that from these two. South Shakil, though, is playing a really mature innings and batting very nicely. He's 60-12-74, so his strike rate isn't a problem, really.
Well, Shaheen clearly doesn't expect to bat, because he's slated to come in one batsman later, and he's not even wearing his uniform.
Well, I think lots of batsmen don't like to head up too early because they find it mentally
he's not
unrelaxing.
He's not even wearing his jersey.
He's in his training gear, is he?
Yeah.
Anyway, round the wicket, slight change by Hardick. That's dropped into the sort of gully area. Thinks about a single by Saud, but is sent back by Salman. Probably correctly. I don't think that there was any real chance of a single there. Certainly not to Jadeja, who's could probably sprint in and either throw sometimes directly or sprint to the stumps and have beaten him there.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the best fielders in the world today by a margin, I'd say. I mean, it's about the white ball game has led to such extraordinary pieces of fielding and fielders.
Hard hit again, and that's short and shoveled into the leg side, but he's shoveled it straight to the man running around. That's Axar, and Sau's long innings has gone. He's fallen prey to the pressure. He goes for 62 off 76. And it's all coming into plan now for India. They've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, who, just when they would wanted to start accelerating, a wicket always slows the scoring rate up, and that will.
This is what I was talking about, right? I mean, it's not about Rizwan planning how he's going to play the last 10 overs, because the moment somebody gets out, I mean, there's just a whole bunch of wickets which fall.
The thing is that this is what having a slow run rate causes, this kind of pressure. Forces people down the order to play shots like that, and I know Sajid.
Well, it puts pressure on in 2 different ways.
Yeah,
you puts pressure on your batsmen who are coming in later in your batting innings to score quickly, and it also puts pressure on your bowlers when you're defending that low score as well.
Yeah, and it's not it's not like it's a road to bat on. So
anyway, the new batsman is going to be Tyab, who's been put down the order to 6. Here's his jingle.
Tahir, getting a shot when he's quite elderly. Oh my God!
Back over the wicket for the right-handed Tyab, and he just drops it into the gully area and sprints through to get off the mark. And that's Pakistan at the end of 35 overs now, 160 for 4. Going nowhere fast.
Alright, there's continued talk about the reasons for YouTube live streams crashing. But Mayank says, I think this is a quote from, or something Ravi Shastri said, Imal Haq got run out, Inzi also used to get run out, does it run in the family? And Sano Gavaskar responded, no, it doesn't run in their family, because their family can't run.
Doesn't run, full stop, yes. And to be fair, Imam got an awful lot closer than I thought he would, given I saw how short the run was to start with. He was within 6 inches to a foot of the crease, and as Axar continues, and that's just defended by Tyab, and there is no run.
Talking of Gavaskar, I mean, the guy is 75 or something. I met him at 9 p.m. last night in Mumbai, and he's out in Dubai commentating now.
Yeah, it's a good effort, and that's just punched past Axar, and Tyab ambles through for a single.
How come you met him? And what were you?
I'd gone to the
Legends game, the Masters game.
Is going on.
Oh, got you. So, yeah.
So I was at the lounge, hospitality lounge, and he was there. So we just chatted for a while. So
there's a slip in for Axar, and that is worked down to long on. Tyab takes a single. As the commentary team at the ground, which is, I think, Staines in the middle.
Dale Stein showing
his the knuckleballs or swinging ball grip. Axar, quick arm, not really that much follow through, and that's again punched down the ground for a single. It's showing it to Ramiz how he would bowl him.
Bit late in his career, though, to help Ramiz.
He's also showing the difference between sort of wrapping your fingers around a seam and bowling with a knuckleball where they're just behind. That's dropped into the point area, and Tyab sprints through for a quick single. 4 singles this over from against Axar. So trying to get to rebuild their momentum. And Axar, his overs go through so quickly, and that's shorter and punched off the back foot. And there's a misfield at mid-wicket. A bit of pressure put on by the quick running. Aksar just grins and laughs and towels his face, and that's the end of the over. It's gone so quickly. In Pakistan 165 for 4.
Leah says, the only really comment talking to Mike, that Shastri is a criminally underrated humorist, which I'd agree with. His pre-match presentations are always very entertaining to watch just before the toss. Wouldn't you say? And
the commentary is pretty, incisive. It's just, you have to respect what he brings to the table.
Jadeja's going to come back from the other end, so it's no, and that's a straight through him. First ball, that one possibly turned just a tiny bit. Tyre's been done by a bit of a slightly faster ball there. He's tried to fiddle it down to third man, can't catch up with the ball, and that's taken his off stump. And we'll have that one.
Not the greatest idea in the world.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, your thoughts.
Sorry, not the greatest idea in the world. Trying to glide Jadeja from the off stump on, down to third man.
Yeah, it's a high risk shot with someone who can bowl an arm ball with no discernible change in his action to get it very quickly. Yes, and the Pakistan innings is starting to subside quite worryingly now.
Yeah, they are in quite a lot of trouble. If they can scrape to kind of 250 odd, I think they'll be pretty happy now, to be honest.
I think that's
anything
a bit
above
of a
that
stretch
would be a
now.
real bonus. Yeah,
I've got a GPL at 423.
Yeah, I think we're looking at
211. Yeah.
No, I think 230 is probably the upper limit, unless someone gets unless Kushdil, who's just come in, gets hold of it. I mean, he's a man in form. He got 70 in the last game. Jiggle him up after this ball, and that is a Vatican slice through his legs to square leg, and gets away with that. That's an unconvincing first shot.
His leg stump and half his middle stump was exposed with that one. If he had just missed that, that was it.
Anyway, here's his jingle.
I'm wishing I was sure.
Defended, and there's no run.
Well, I think Jadeja's wondering if it was pad before bat there, because it looked like it could be a bit of a squeeze. They're thinking about the review, but I don't think they're going to go for it. No, Rohit's
got a fairly sensible head on his shoulders. He's not easily swayed nowadays.
It just drifted in a little bit from Jadeja. No, it wasn't
a big inside edge.
It was a big inside edge.
And that's flatter and slightly shorter, and just pushed out through the vacant point area for a single.
But Rohit's dealt with too many eager bowlers.
Or too many egos, full stop. No, there are quite a lot of egos in the Indian side, I think, and he does quite a good job of tamping down all their individual demands. Not a great idea, Salman. He's run halfway down the wicket. Kushdil doesn't want to know. They're all kissing and making up now. But that could have had the potential to become even worse for Pakistan. And I'm a bit worried about Kushdil. He's playing around his front pad, and I think Jadeja will get him with a quicker ball sooner or later, as he just about managed to get his bat down in time on that. That's the end of the 37th over. Pakistan 167 for 5. Salman's on 6, and Kushdil is 1. They need to get going.
They do. Banu Prakash says the score prediction is still showing 250 plus, but there have been 2 more wickets, so he thinks 200 would be a dream. Tahir Mohammed sounds pretty dejected, saying that Pakistan are already out and have lost this game, which with the power of the Indian batting lineup, although it's a premature call, it's not necessarily going to be a wrong one.
Aksar again, full, quick arm, pushed into the offside, into the vacant area, and they take an easy single. Yes, in a must-win game, they're not really showing the necessary determination and application to some extent.
No, ever since that big partnership between Rizwan and Saud, they've been able to get absolutely nothing.
And back into his crease, deep into his crease, and defended. Worked very gently into the leg side, but he can't beat the man in mid-wicket.
I suspect Paul Rifle's going to warn Kushdale soon. He's running straight down the pitch, middle of the pitch.
And that's again defended back to Axar by Kushdale. He's going to be block, smash, I think, soon. You're going to have to go after one of these. But not that one, that's just worked into the leg side, a bit wider than mid-wicket this time, and they take a single. I think he did run off the pitch at that time.
Yeah.
And they've improved with the use of Jadeja and Axar. They're only 7 minutes behind the nominal over rate. Now they were 15 minutes behind early on in their innings, and that is worked by Salman round his pads. But again, the bare mid-wicket stops the single.
Well, if they bowl India, if India bowl Pakistan all out at the innings timer doesn't matter. So I guess that's what they'll be aiming for.
As Salman stops Axar from bowling. There's something behind the bowler's arm, but he's ready now. And that's played nicely into the offside. That's a very elegant shot by Salman. He takes a single, and Pakistan are 170 for 5 after 38.
Tahir continues by saying that it's a perfect batting pitch and Pakistan can't bat, so he's fed up.
I'm not sure it's that perfect.
Says that Aninda is Aninda's 423 for the GPL is looks a very good shout. Yeah, I'd agree. I don't think the pitch is quite perfect, but it's probably better than a kind of 220 pitch. Steve Bruce says that I'm a baby Stephen Finn and that he's loving the next generation.
Wow, Jadeja's back already before I even look up, and that's punched through the offside for a single. You really don't have any time to do anything other than the most basic of actions, because they're so quick between the balls. These two, they're just rushing the Pakistan players, and that's a reverse sweep by Kushdale. He's done well there. He hasn't got all of it. That might just be stopped. It's a really good piece of fielding by is that Harshit or Shreyas, in fact. He saved 2 runs or 1 run. They scored 3
they
there.
got 3. That was a really nice reverse sweep, beautifully timed, and I think this is quite a key little period. It's just tough for them to know how to go about it because they don't. Of course, they need to be able to see the overs out. Really, Pakistan, you don't want to be leaving overs in the tank.
Yeah, it's a bit friable, the pitch. I mean, his knee did take up a fair amount of turf there. Jadeja in, and that's nicely played past the diving man at extra cover, but the wide long off. Fields. There's still only a single. 175 for 5 now, Pakistan.
Yeah, they've got a slightly dominated. Their three of their 4 fielders are out on the leg side for Jadeja to push.
Another quick ball, and that's pushed back to him by Kushdale off the back foot. Can't get it wide enough to get the single. Yeah, I think my 230 is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think too. I mean, if they don't lose any more wickets, you're going to get a lot of runs from here.
Another quick ball, that's just fiddled, and they go for 2, and that's good running, really good running by the 2 men there. Just worked into the leg side and scampered straight away and put pressure on the fielder. The throw came into the bowler's end, but Salman was back already by the time it reached Jadeja. The score predictors has them making 254. We'll see how accurate that is.
Yeah, I think that's pretty optimistic.
That's defended and mid-wicket cleans up. That's the 39th over done. 177 for 5, Pakistan.
Mayank, interestingly enough, and I haven't checked his maths, but he says that a loss here doesn't actually knock Pakistan out. They would need
Not
India to beat New Zealand, New Zealand to beat Bangladesh, and the Pakistan to then thump Bangladesh to get the net run rate high enough to get into second spot. So it's not all hope's not lost, but of course they can't lose by such a big margin to India that their net run rate is then, it's unattainable to get it up to the rate it's required.
You could all end up with win one and lose two.
Bangladesh to beat New Zealand. I was about to say that wouldn't make sense. Tim Mohammed says, after watching a beautiful game of cricket yesterday, this is a letdown. You never know, Pakistan could fight back with the ball, or
they're always touted up as big games, but so often they disappoint, these big matches between India and Pakistan. And that's worked round the corner, fine by Salman. He gets 2 for his efforts, as Aksar gets his line just slightly wrong there, and too much on the leg side.
Scoring at a decent clip at the moment. The last couple of overs.
We'll get a change at the end of this over, by the way. Hender will be returning to take you home for the last 10 overs of this innings. And we'll have, I think, Messi and... who is the other man? Well, where's that gone? That's just past cover in the air, but long off. Fields that and returns it. It is Messers, and David Brooke will be returning to call the last 10 overs of this innings.
I've got 3 GPL bets in there for scores of 231, 211 and 261.
Yeah, I think the 261 one's looking quite good, to be fair.
Worked back in the crease, off his pads by Kushdil, takes a single. Kuldeep getting his energy gel in on the boundary, but he's in now. That's nice shots by Salman, but he can't beat the fielder at extra cover. It's Kohli.
They're at how much he'd love to score a few runs and help India get over the line when they get the chance to bat.
Again, it's a rinse and repeat for that next ball. Straight to Kohli again. He's well placed there.
This is what was happening.
He's always in the game, but usually reliable for a run out or a catch.
And Salman tries something different this time. He played to sweep from wide of off stump down to square leg. He should get 2 for that. He does get 2 for that. That's the end of the 40th over. Pakistan on 183 for 5, and Hendo is coming in to call you home. I've done it all.
Bye, folks. See you later.
Well, I will read a couple of messages. I think Messers is coming back. He could potentially talk you through the maths. Yes, he is. There he is. Go on, Messers. Would you like to talk through the correction to Mayank's maths?
Yeah, so Mayank said it is possible for Pakistan to get through. It is, but not the way he said it. Because New Zealand, his way, would have 2 wins, which would put them into second. The only way for Pakistan to still have a chance would be if Bangladesh beat New Zealand and Pakistan beat Bangladesh, in which case India would have 3 wins, Pakistan, Bangladesh and New Zealand would each have 1 win, and the one with the best net run rate would go through. Highly unlikely scenario, I'd suggest.
I think you're right, Messi. Kuldeep will continue. He's bowling to Kushdil, and the left-hander eases this one through mid-on. Are they coming back for a second there, or just the one? Now these 2 are key. Both got quick runs in what was pretty much a vain attempt to chase down New Zealand the other day. But both chunky cricketers always played a slightly dodgy reverse sweep there. Salmon, they've hurried through for a single. It popped up. I thought for a moment that Shami might get round and take the catch. Also risky in that he just might have been LBW had he not got bat on that, or certainly there might well have been a shout. Kuldeep into his 6th over, none for 25, over the wicket to the left-hander. And he plays a reverse sweep, and that could well be LBW, surely. No? Going down the leg side, perhaps. Richard Illingworth is the umpire. No, Kuldeep's suggesting it was going down the leg side. He's not too keen. Well, I have 2 reviews remaining, so Rohit Sharma says, "Why not? Let's have a little look at that." Now, this would be a massive blow because these are really the last 2 recognised batsmen, and they both can hit a longish ball. So if this is out, it's problems. Anyway, this is what we've got.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
The best thing for Pakistan is that the umpire's given it not out. It's going to be hitting. He's got a massive stride in, but as we see these days, that doesn't necessarily save you. They're just looking to see if there was any sort of edge on the toe of the bat there. It's
definitely hitting in line, isn't it?
Oh, it's definitely hitting in line. It is umpire's call. Review retained, but having been given not out, he survives. So, a sigh of relief for Pakistan.
And for the umpire.
And for the umpire. It all seemed a bit low-key from the bowler and the wicket keeper, and it did look pretty adjacent to me. Goes back to this one. It turns, straightening, and Kushdil would take a single. 186 for 5, and having got themselves back into a competitive position, Pakistan to a certain extent, losing Rizwan and Saud Shakil in relatively close order has put them a little on the back foot again. This is dabbed into the offside by Salman for another single. 4 singles from this over, 1 ball remaining.
And the thing I miss about Pakistan is something they often used to have, which was flair.
Yeah.
There's been none of it, is there?
There hasn't really. This is tickled away. They're not even going to think about a second, but because the man in pursuit is Jadeja. The slide, the pick up, the throw, almost in one fluid movement. And that is the end of the over. Messy.
So Mayank pointed out he actually corrected his thing before, so he hadn't got it wrong. Tahir Mohammed says, after watching a beautiful game of cricket yesterday, this is a letdown. Indeed it is. It's very it was good fun watching yesterday's game, and we were due for a decent game. Fun? I think it's fair to say.
What is this thing
Mike says
fun?
Being 3 metres down the track automatically still gives the batter umpire's call, though, doesn't it? I think that's correct.
Yeah, I mean,
he wasn't far enough down.
No, he wasn't far enough down. I mean, you normally actually have to have been on the move to get that far down.
Yeah.
Unless you've got extremely long legs.
Yes, Cameron Green could do it with that.
Yeah, Cameron Green could probably do it, yeah. Will Jefferson, anyone remember him? He could probably do it.
Wasn't he an American president?
Probably. This is guided down to long on by Kushdil for another single. 189 for 5. Yeah, losing those two guys, and then was it Tayyab came in and went fairly quickly. But I actually think this is a better score, or they're in a better position than I expected them to be at this stage, the way things were going at one point. At least those two, Rizwan and Saud, got them to 150 or so, and rather than disappearing early on and putting more pressure on the middle lower orders, this is pushed up to long off again for a single, so they're edging towards 200. It goes back to this one. Axel Patel bowling round the wicket, left arm round to the left-handed batsman. Kushdil tries to force this one back past Axel, but he doesn't get anything into it. Now he's got underneath that. I don't think he's got enough on it. Oh yes, he has. Would you believe it?
Wow.
Well, there was a bit of a top edge involved there, I'm pretty sure, but it's cleared the ropes. Is that the first one of these of the day, or did I miss one earlier?
I think it might be. I'll check.
Let's talk about six. Let's talk about six. Let's
It
talk
is indeed.
about six. Let's talk about six.
Oh, he's down the wicket to the next one. He was trying to work that into the onside. Axel saw him coming, fired it in. It rebounded off thigh pad, out into the offside. They'll get a leg by. I don't know. It's just... Is it because these boundaries these days are just so much shorter? I don't know. Onto the back foot goes Salman, defends that one. It just straightens on him a little bit. The ball goes up in the air, and you think, that's not got carry. That's not got enough carry. And yet it ends up 10 rows back. I just can't get it. It's weird.
Hi, Hendo. Yeah, I think that some of these boundaries are quite short, and it makes some of the earlier batting harder to understand, because it actually doesn't take that much to clear the fence. And I've got some faith in these two. I mean, I agree with you about it's all about these two batsmen at the crease now. But Salman's looked good, hasn't he, throughout not just this tournament. He looked good in the Test series and other. So, to me, these two are the better bats in the team.
Kuldeep in, getting a little bit of turn. A clever little knock into the onside where there is no infield apart from the man who's behind square. And so Kuldeep has to run across the field that, and they get through for the single.
I mean, Kushdil's lucky to be there. I mean, thinking about the LBW that Joe Root's given out to yesterday, umpire's call saved him, but as long as these two are in, Pakistan will get a reasonable score. If they go, then they're in big trouble.
They are. He goes back to that one, and he just angles the bat with the bottom hand, helps it out into the offside for another single. And I think this is sensible. Maybe just try and pick up, 4 and over and a boundary and over, maybe for the next 4 or 5, and then go crazy, really. 199 for 5. I saw that the score predictor was 262 a couple of balls ago. This is chopped out into the offside for a single again, and I think that is completely reliant on these two staying there, to be honest, for another 3 or 4 overs at least. 200 up for Pakistan, 200 for 5. I do wonder a little bit, maybe, as if they've got their batting order a little wrong.
Yeah.
Kuldeep in. Oh, now he's skied that. Someone's going to take an easy catch. Yes, they are. Well, who would you least like to see under a skied catch? It would be that man Jadeja, wouldn't it? And even though he slipped, he still managed to hang on to it. He got that horribly wrong, did Salman. He goes for 19, and I think 262 may well be beyond them.
Yeah, that's absolutely key wicket, that Hendo. I mean, Pakistan, if they were going to get any sort of score to challenge India, they needed Salman to bat right through. He's looked good throughout the last few months, and that's a real blow, isn't it? I mean, because there's not much left in the hutch.
Really not. Shaheen Shah Afridi, I believe, will be coming in next. he can hit. He can hit, but can he stay there? That's the problem. I suppose he's got long reach. Maybe that will help him, and he get a big stride in for sure.
He likes a bit of pace on the ball normally, though, doesn't he?
Doesn't everybody? I mean,
yes.
Who of modern day batsmen doesn't like a bit of pace on the ball? There are some people who are better when they don't. They are better than others without pace on the ball. But I think all batsmen these days love pace on the ball, especially in the white ball forms of the game. Especially, when you've got the field up. He's out LBW, isn't he? I would have thought so. He's reviewed it. I mean, he went back. It hit him just above the ankle as it just went on with the arm. And Shaheen, well, I suppose he might as well review. They've got 2 to go, but,
They've hit all 3, Hendo.
He's back. Well, talking about him having a long stride, he's not got the long stride in at all. He's missed it by miles. I don't know why you're looking for an edge. He's missed his bat by about a foot.
Yes, absolutely. They won't even play Snicker on that one. I have a correction to make. I suggested Will Jefferson was President of the United States. Of course, it was Thomas Jefferson who was the 3rd President of the United States, although Bill Clinton's full name was William Jefferson Clinton.
I was
partly right.
Didn't Thomas Jefferson had a very good career as a Leicestershire opener, I believe. That's hitting middle stump. Bye-bye. And Kuldeep has 2 in a row.
The crowd says you're out.
1-1-1 wicket. A disappointing over for Pakistan. I suppose England. I suppose we, as commentators and bringers of this game to you, will be able to get home a little earlier. And I, for one, am looking forward to getting my head down on that settee.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Do you remember we thought that about the Bangladesh game, and it went for 47.5 overs or something?
Yeah, well, Bangladesh did quite well to get to the score that they did do, but I mean, weren't India a little bit ponderous in the sense of? They didn't really. They just did what they had to do, didn't they? They just did what they had to do. Hat-trick ball. Naseem Shah has come in to face it, and this will be fun. 2 slips. He's coming round the wicket to the right-hander. And he's in. Naseem goes back, plays it quite well down into that second slip, but bouncing well before him. And so 2 wickets and 3 runs off the over. Kuldeep's now completed 7 and has figures of 2 for 31.
Kieran Roseblade says, I know it's all political, but it's a really shit deal for Pakistan to host a huge international cricket tournament, only get to play 1 competitive game in Pakistan. It really pisses me off. Motley says, Hendo embracing his inner panto there. Tahir Mohammed says, everyone except Pakistan batsmen score 100. Even Afghanistan batsman missed out, but he scored 95. And Eric J says of Hendo, oh no, he isn't.
I'm trying to remember what I said then. What did I say that was embracing my panto line?
It was 7 minutes ago that was posted. I'm not sure.
I can't remember. A lot of drivel comes out of my voice. I can't be expected to remember all of it, or even 4% of it. Harshit Rana is back into the attack, and this is turned by Kushdil. Out to mid-wicket. They'll take a single. Now, I did see Naseem hit a couple of late blows in the Pakistan innings against New Zealand, but then there was a lot more pace in that pitch, wasn't there?
Yeah. Well, this reminds me of some of England's run chases in India that all petered out very quickly with a collapse of wickets. Pakistan could struggle to get to 220 now.
Yeah, this is very England-like. Harshit in, bowls shortish outside the off stump, and Naseem, who's always completely rooted to the spot just hanging his bat out there, and makes no contact. Through it goes to the keeper. Score predictor has now readjusted. It is recalibrated. It's saying 2-4-4, but as Dave has just said, I think unless the one remaining batsman, Kushdil, gets most of the strike and can play a few lusty blows, I think that's some way off too.
He took a single off the first ball of the over, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, now that's clever. That will work. It's a very thin edge by Naseem, and it's gone fine of the man at third man, Kuldeep, who's a little bit annoyed, and that's possibly the only way you're going to get 4 runs at the moment, I have to say. Not exactly a thin edge. I mean, it was a healthy edge, but it would have been down first slip's throat, really.
Exactly. I was just thinking that, and that they could bring in a couple more attacking fielders for these tail enders.
Yeah, might not be a bad idea. Harshit in again. He looks to drive, but again, it's not with a great deal of foot movement. There's something very tail end about Naseem. There's not really any fluency to his batting, is there? I mean, you might not expect that of a number 9, but actually these days, most batsmen or most players in that position can do at least look as if they could be batsmen on another day. But Naseem, not really. He's reaching for that one because it was a slower off-cutter, very full, 68 miles an hour only. And again, there's no run.
I think what was particularly disappointing was the manner in which the 2 set batsmen got out when we had that partnership between the one decent partnership between Rizwan and Sal. That dismissal. Sal should have seen it through to the end, shouldn't he? Not got out in that fashion.
Yeah, not to. I mean, Rizwan's shot was actually poor. I mean, he just. Yeah. But then it becomes even more important for the other guy to stay there, doesn't it? Really. And this is going to be a single down to third man, and that's what you see so often with England, is that no one wants to kind of take the responsibility on. I feel. Yeah,
Kushdil should be taking responsibility, not taking that run there even. Take the strike and see Pakistan through to a decent score. But Naseem's, they've taken a single last ball of the over, so Naseem will be on strike.
Yeah, and I suspect that Naseem's actually probably got a bit more of a chance against Harshit than Kuldeep. He'll be completely confused by Kuldeep.
Yeah.
206 for 7, 6 over the remaining. Run rate is up at 4.68. Yeah, that partnership was worth 104, and I think it was Jason or it was Billy who was saying that if you've come that far, you've got to go on, and if you're going to play in that way, you've got to go on. And yes, that's true. But then again, had they thrown it away really early, things could be even more dire for them. So it's.
Mayank reckons it's because the boundaries aren't short enough. They should be 61 to 62 metres.
He's beaten by a googly there, outside the off stump.
I don't think he'll last the over.
Yeah.
Nicely taken by Raoul. And he's in again. And tries to bowl him the one that comes into him, which is his stock ball. Somehow he's, I don't know, produced a barricade of bat and pad. And somehow that's been enough to get it past Kuldeep for a single.
You think Hendo, they might have brought the long off up there and just stopped the single and kept on strike.
It's a bit rugged having 4 number 11s in the same team, isn't it?
He's in again, bowls to Kushdil. He's going to take another single. Just tucking that behind square on the onside. Shami Fields. 22 to Kushdil from 23. Naseem has 6 from 8. And he's back down to face the myriad mystery balls from Kuldeep. Naseem obviously thinking, I'll just tie up my shoelace to try and disrupt his rhythm.
Well, hard enough to face Kuldeep without having your laces undone.
Well, he doesn't move his feet. It doesn't matter. He's not going to tread on them, is he?
He might have to run.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's pushed quite firmly past Kuldeep. And Longoff is so surprised that he's rather slow in ambling across to his right to do the fielding. They get back for 2. So this isn't bad from Nassim at all. Despite his limitations, he's got 8 off 9, which is, he's almost going at 100 runs per 100 balls at the moment, which is a darn sight better than most of the batsmen that have come before him. Right, so Nassim is back to face Kuldeep's remaining over the wicket. Slip is in, and he's into Nassim, who gives himself room. Going to get a little bit of confidence. Going to have to hurry to get to the other end. Just about gets there. It wasn't a bad throw from Shubman. It was over the top of the stumps, but I think he maybe just not a quick enough throw. It was rather a controlled throw rather than maybe going for it. And,
yes, it is indeed the highest strike rate of anybody apart from Kushdil.
Kushdil facing up, and he drives this with power, actually. But power is not always what you need when you're hitting straight to long off, and Kohli is the man down there. So that's probably the best shot of the over, but it only brings in 1. It does mean he keeps the strike, though. And they picked up, 6 from that over, which is not bad. 212 for 7 from 45. Messy.
Eric J says Pakistan need to follow the advice of their sponsor and come alive with Pepsi. It was interesting to see the drinks breaks in Pakistan are sponsored by Coke, so there's a sort of fizz war going on there. Mike says, to be fair, the American Thomas Jefferson was a cricketer. He was captain of his club, or as was the custom at the time in the US, he was president of the club. No idea what his stats were there. Kieran says he must be the only guy to captain his club, be president of the club, and president of the country as well. Oh no, hang on, Imran Khan.
I just don't even think about, imagine if Trump and Musk opened for America. No one else will get a look in, would they? Shami bowls, driven by Kushdil. He's going to hurry through for a single. The mid-off is set back towards the edge of the circle.
Well, of course, Kim Il-sung would bat first and get 900.
Yeah. I imagine that they'd probably give Vlad a few overs. In fact, they might give him more. I mean, it depends what they want out of him, doesn't it, really? Or it depends what he wants out of them.
Just surprised to find out there that Nassim averages 26 in ODIs.
Yes!
The highest score of 40.
Yeah, I know. It's quite odd. He does seem to get slightly better as once he's been in for a few balls. And he plays that pretty well, actually. It was a rising delivery, wide outside the off stump, and he guided it down to third man. In fact, to the right of Kuldeep, just limping a little bit, I thought there. They've got back for 2. And
he's had 11 innings and 6 of them been not out, which always helps.
That will help. That will help. But still, 43, getting 43. I imagine actually that he gets more innings batting for Pakistan in one day, as he gets more innings than a lot of teams number 10 or number 9 gets.
Yes.
Shami in again, bowls to Nassim, and I think that's going to be a leg by. Raul runs around on the 45.
Although Rashid's done a lot of batting, hasn't he, recently? Has he been number 9? Is it Archer? Done a lot of batting recently. It always seems to be quiet.
Archer hit out quite well yesterday, didn't he?
He did. His average is quite good because of a lot of not outs as well, actually.
I think it's very difficult, not so much in one dayers, but certainly in T20s for lower order, really lower order batsmen, because how long are they going to get, and you can't build an innings, can you? And it's difficult to come in and slog straight away when you're not a gifted batsman. They're going to take another single as this is dabbed down to short third man, Hardik Fields. Kushdil moves to 25. 5 off the first 4 balls this over. I'm guessing Shammy's not going to bowl out, is he? Because he's only into his 7th over now. And let's be honest, he bowled an extra over in his first over. He's bowled a terrible full toss there, but he's going to get away with it. Flicked nicely by Naseem, but straight to Shubman at deep square. And there is just one.
I don't know, Messers, whether you've done any punting in this game apart from the GPL. What was your prediction on the GPL?
I'm well over on the GPL. I went from about 500 and a bit over 500, I think, 503 upwards. So unless they reach 250 plus, which seems most unlikely.
Nicely angled into the offside. Thought that was a slightly slower ball from Shami. Take another single. It's the end of the over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 off the over. And Pakistan, with 4 to go, are 219 for 7. Reminder, of course, that they won the toss this morning, decided to bat, and it's been hard work. Let's be honest. It's been hard work commentating, let alone batting.
Yeah. There's been quite a lot of discussion about presidents and them playing cricket and so on. But Martley says Griselda, the 4-legged horror, is sleeping in the bed for the neighbour's dog when I'm sitting. I've taken a picture. Next time she moans about something smelling of dog, I'm showing it to her.
Kuldeep continues. Back goes Kushtil. He can't get anything more than a single really at the moment. But beggars can't be choosers. You've got to take what you can get. He's gone on to 27. Brings Naseem.
Very proficient, doesn't he?
Yeah.
One of the better bats in this side.
Yeah. Let's see what Naseem can do. He's entertaining, Naseem, I have to say. I've not been very entertained by this innings. I'm not sure anyone's been very entertained by this innings. I guess Indian fans will be happy with what they've done to restrict Pakistan. He plays quite a nice shot off the back foot there into the covers, but straight at Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill is thinking, I'll chase this down in
single-handed
25, 30. I suppose he's due a failure, but then there's plenty of others to step up to the mark. This is an odd shot by Naseem. He's a bit like Adil Rashid. I don't know what he means to, but he hits balls into unusual areas, so it's a little bit difficult to set a field for him. He's got to get 2 there down to long leg off the spinner, off the inside edge. Strange indeed. 2 for 7. I booked my ticket for Annie's book launch in the middle of the night. I just thought, I think I saw your message, Messi, saying, people better book quickly, they'll be sold out.
Well, it is free.
I know it's free, but freed out then. Kuldeep round the wicket now to Naseem, who's popped that up in the air and is going to be caught, which is a shame. Virat was the man running in from long on, caught it quite low. It was just a chance. Naseem might have pitched it short of him, but unfortunately not from a Pakistan perspective. Kuldeep's got a third. I think it was his googly, and 2 for 8. I've run out of things to say about this match.
Well, tell us more about Annie's book.
Annie's book. I forgot what it's called now.
It's called
How Cricket Changed My Life, or something like that.
Yes, it is.
Or Cricket Cricket Changed My Life, which is a series of interviews with people in cricket or who have had a love of cricket and how it has impacted them. I don't know the full story.
Number 11 is very significant, I think, in Annie's book. It's 11 innings. Is it 11 matches?
Yes, that's like 11 people, yeah. One of them is Virat Sundaresan, I know that.
Yeah, I don't know who any of the others are, I have to say. Yeah. I mean, I know she interviewed Mike Brearley, but I don't know whether he's one of those mentioned in the book or interviewed in the book. Anyway, Harris Ralph has come to the crease in at 10, 222 for 8. We have 3 overs and 2 balls remaining.
Just coming back at you, Hendo, on the doubt you expressed as to anyone being entertained by this match. I reckon all the Indian fans would have really enjoyed it in the same way that England fans would have enjoyed it if Australia were 222 for 8. You know, that India bowled well, everything's gone their way. I'm sure that a Ninja's enjoyed it.
This is pushed out into the covers by Ralph. There is no run. It's a tricky one, really, because if I think England have got a reasonable chance of winning, and say they're batting second, I'd quite like to see the team batting first get a good score, because then it makes it fun, and you get to see, players that you want to see bat and hopefully bat well. This is played into the onside, and there is no run. 47 overs gone, 9 overs from Kuldeep. He's got 3 for 40. Does anyone else feel like that? I don't. Like yesterday, for example, had England batted second and Australia were 220 odd, I probably would have taken that, simply because England are weak at the moment. But take us back 2-3 years, maybe a little bit more. It was one of the joys was watching the likes of Hales and Roy and
indeed. But Hendo,
Owen,
when
Morgan.
Steve Smith was out yesterday and India were not very many for 2, are you saying that you'd have enjoyed? Sorry, Australia. Are you saying you'd have enjoyed it if Australia then got to 350?
Not really, and they did get to 350. Well, 352.
Would you? What I mean is, would you have preferred it?
No, not in that circumstance. No, no, because England are poor at the moment, and even though Australia are a weakened team, they've got a grittiness about them. I mean, you only have to look at the fact that someone like Alex Carey. I knew he was capable of getting runs because he's done it quite a lot against England recently, and he's got a good technique, but he can also hit the ball, and he's very intelligent. I hadn't seen enough of Joss Inglis to know what to expect from him. Harshit in, full toss, driven, half stopped. They got through for 1. They're going to turn for the second because of the pace that Harshit took off the ball, which meant the long on had a bit of ground to make up. 224 for 8. I think at one point, it's difficult to know whether it's my own pessimism that is impacting my sort of objective view of the game. But even when Australia went to 130 odd for 4 yesterday, I still thought they had a good chance. I think Andy was saying, well, that's, I make England really strong favourites now. He's in, bowls, he tries to heave that into the onside, gets toe end of the bat. That just shows you how good the toe is, because that's gone all the way down to long off rather. For a single, 225 for 8. Just not able to land any blows, are they, Pakistan? Even when they try, most of the time they're not trying because the bowling's too good or too clever. But when they do, they're still not able to time it.
Well, you see that stat? They showed the most catches in the outfield in ODIs. Joe Wardenho's got 58 more than the next person. He's got 218, then Ricky Ponting 160. That's extraordinary.
Oh, goodness me. I wonder if he remembers all of them. Dropped down to third man by Harris Ralph. Take a single. 4 runs off the over so far. I mean, the question is, I suppose, I always like to see a game, even one as turgid as this one, from a batting point of view.
Yeah.
But I guess Andy and the Bear and people like that would say, well, if you're not going to get a decent score, there's no point in, dragging it out. But to be honest, if I've paid for 100 overs, I want something near that. He's done it again. He was trying to swing onto the onside, and he's towed it down to long off. That's quite a talent.
That's well done.
I suppose the point I'm labouring to make, such as the intense rivalry between these two teams,
Yes,
India and Pakistan,
I suppose, yeah.
which is not dissimilar to the Australia, England, or maybe more. It's more intense, isn't it? That India fans would really have enjoyed this.
Yeah, although I mean India's hold over Pakistan has been quite strong over recent years, hasn't it? When they have met in these tournaments. Okay, they lost the final, which must have stung a little bit in 2017. Harshit in again, bowls onto the legs of Haris Rauf, who plays with a certain degree of flair there to get it out to long leg. And did they take a run? I think they just...
No, they decided against the signal.
They didn't even take the run.
Over.
Yeah, 2 overs to go, 227 for 8. If they got 240... If you were offering them 244 right now, they would literally open their mouths and clamp onto your wrist. Kushdil 31 off 32, Rauf 1 off 4. Kuldeep to bowl his final over. Messi,
I should point out that Annie is on commentary at the start of the second innings, so it'll be a good opportunity for Fred and Forthy to grill her about her new publication and encourage people to attend. And so many people adore Annie. I'm sure there'll be a great turn-up at her book launch.
Oh God, yes. I can imagine it'll be standing room only.
I think so.
Yeah. The queues will go down. I think it's in Vauxhall somewhere, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I think the queues will stretch back to
the Alex Stewart Gate.
Yeah, absolutely. At least through the Alex Stewart Gate, up the steps of the members' enclosure, up to the very top of the pavilion. Short, and he's got hold of that one, has he? Yes, he has. It might have been caught had it been directly in line, or had the fielder been directly in line, but he wasn't, and so it drops over the boundary by a yard or two. It was a slower cutter, but he pulled that, picked it up well. That was much needed. Well, maybe that will give him a bit of impetus.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you sixty thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you sixty thing.
He's crunched that one. He was almost leaning back. There was almost a left-handed Maxwell shot that. But bravely, Mohammad Shami has stuck out an ankle and fortunately not got it on the bone. But he has stopped the ball and he's stopped a run.
Well, they've outscored Bangladesh in terms of what they got against India.
Right.
I really think that Kushdil has looked one of the better bats in this team. Yeah, that was a really lovely shot, that six. It was looked pretty effortless, but it was a really good connection.
Yeah, you wonder whether it might have just been worth pushing him up to open when there aren't players back and there's pace on the ball. He's driven that hard, full toss down, one bounce to Hardik at long on. Be annoyed that he didn't get a bit more of that. He goes to 38 or 35.
Sorry, I know what you mean about the absence of flair, though, and I mean one yearns for a bit of Boom Boom Afridi, at this juncture, or one of the other, free scoring lower or batsmen for Pakistan.
Javed Miandad. I was going to say one of my favourite Pakistan players was Asif Iqbal.
Yes.
He was very silky smooth and very quick between the wickets. Shami in to Rauf. Rauf goes for the big one too. He's got a top edge, and the top edge will carry it into the crowd. Whoa. Second 6 in the over. They're going to give you a hand back and say, no, we want more than 244 now because we're already on 240.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Good muscle there from Haris Rauf. 75 metres, which is 1 metre shorter than his partner just struck Mohamed Shami to the other boundary.
It's a score. Couple of quick early wickets. You never know.
Yeah, you never
Well, that's
know.
what happened against Bangladesh, wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, they were never quite struggling, but they weren't comfortable.
This goes through, looking for the Yorker this time. He swung at it away on the onside, but failed to make contact. Went between him and the leg stump, and through to Rahul. For one ball, I think, remaining in this over.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll do it for you at the end of the over. It's
what, something funny?
Yes.
Oh, good. We do like a bit of fun.
It's very Tony Bishop.
Oh no!
Sort of
What's
funny.
Tony Bishop doing here? Isn't he not watching Watford?
No,
Oh, it's not actually.
him, but
it's
it
in the
could be
style.
him.
In the style of Tony Bishop.
Yes.
Right, final ball of the over. It's gone for 13. Steps back and hoiks it into the leg side. Are they going to take a run there? I think they probably should. In fact,
Got back for 2.
they come back for 2.
Whoa! Finally, they're actually are
Yeah.
Or did they? Hang on. Ralph is on 7. So hello.
He's gone.
Yeah,
He's out.
he's out.
What?
Run out, going for the second.
Oh my goodness. Well, that wasn't very good camera work, was it? Because we didn't really see that. Let's have a look here then. Was it a direct hit? No, it was just very economically done by Raoul without a minimum of fuss. He wasn't that far short. It was a good effort. But he goes for, well, it says 8 there. He'd already got a run, then he hit the 6, then he got 1 for that completed run. It was Axar Patel. He's managed 2 run-outs himself today.
He's got a bullet arm, hasn't he?
He
Axe
has.
up.
Yeah.
And he's very good catcher as well.
Speaking of bullets, that was given out by Paul Rifle, but he checked in his earphone before he gave him out. So presumably he was getting stuff from the third umpire, but it wasn't sent upstairs in the traditional way of going up on the screen. It was interesting. I've never seen that done before.
Do you think perhaps they're just thinking, oh God, we're so far behind, we can't keep the guerrilla cricket lot there that late tonight, can we? Let's try and get through this over as quickly as we can. Abra Kadabra comes to the wicket. Oh, he's got. I do like his jingle. I shall seek it out, and I'm going to play it because let's face it, it might be a wicket immediately.
Kadabra. I wanna reach out and grab ya. Abra,
Final over is going to be bowled by Harshit, and well, Kajal tries to hoik that. He doesn't on this occasion toe end it down to long off. It just sort of bounces off him. But, him on the pad, I don't know. Just wondering whether that pitched outside leg. It might have been quite close. So Kushdil on 38 from 36, waiting for the next ball. He's clouted that out into the outfield. He's only going to get 1. Couple of bounces to Shubman. He decides against taking the run. I think that makes sense.
Oh, come on. I need him to get 11 runs more to get into the GPL.
11 or 4.
Oh, I'll give you the Tonyism.
Oh, go on.
Eric J says, Shami leathered. That's very Tony. Thank you.
Very, very Tony.
Conflict of interest here with Messers. I had a bet on.
Clever, slower ball there from Harshit. Kushdil was lining that up, and Harshit knew exactly what he was trying to do, and he bowled a very clever ball at 116 Ks. And he was, well, not only was he through the shot, but he kind of yorked him. Or at least it went under the bat. Maybe the bat had gone through in the arc far too early. Sorry, Dave?
Well, no, I was just punting point. I was just gone under on 250, so I'm battling against I had a large little punt on that early.
Damn you, Burke.
3 dot balls at the
If
start
you've
of
got a
this
large
over.
punt, then I'll go with you.
Harshit bowls, that's gone high. I don't think it's got enough length on it. And underneath it is none other than the greatest of all time. It's Virat Kohli, and poor old Abracadabra doesn't get to show his magic because Kushdil is gone. Harshit has a first wicket, 1 for 30, and unfortunately they don't get to the 244 in the end. They get to 241.
There's a big smile on David Brooks' face, though.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm rooting for Pakistan, but with my heart. But my head has always said India would do well, especially when that partnership was broken. If Salman had stayed in, they had a chance. But
yeah, absolutely right. But a good effort by Kushdil to stay there and get 38 runs. That's pushed them up to the mid 200s, which is, it's a big difference between 242 and 210, 211. So it just looks something more on the scoreboard, doesn't it? That said, India are, very confident side. They've got so much batting, and unless they get complacent, I think they should do this quite comfortably, but we shall see. Let's do some final tweets, and then let's have a well-deserved break.
Well, Motley said at one stage, "You might just be in the GPL yet, Messi." Sadly, I'm not. Mike says that run-out was done quickly like that because India is very tight on their over rate, he thinks.
Yeah, indeed.
Colin Serto is getting in on the Bishopisms. He says, Shami, he couldn't have bowled better. And Mayank says, Pakistan can defend this. It's not a guarantee for India. I think that's true, actually. Strange things can happen.
Well, I mean, for the sake of the game, for the sake of the tournament, one hopes so. At least making a game of it. But we shall see. Now, as we said, Annie will be on this afternoon. I think I'm on with her on the last session, so I hope it goes to the last session, so I get to do a few minutes with Annie at the very least. But let's look at that scorecard. I'll just do the scorecard. Imam run out for 10. Baba was caught. Rahul bowled Hardik for 23. Saud 62. Rizwan 46. That was the major partnership. And then rather fell away, apart from Salman and Kushdil putting on 35 for what would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th wicket. Then Shaheen showing complete lack of understanding against Kuldeep to be our LBW first ball, and reviewing the worst review you will ever see. And then Naseem and Ralph, a couple of good blows from them. Let's look at the wickets. Shami 9 for 43, 5 wides in his very first over, 5 individual wides, that is. Harshit 1 for 30, Hardik 2 for 31, he bowled well. Axer 1 for 49, Kuldeep 3 for 40, and Jadeja 1 for 40. 241 all out, 17 extras, and well, my money is on India, but for the sake of the tournament, I'm willing to support Pakistan. That's how nice and generous I am. Right, let's have a little bit of a break. I'm going to resume the latest Bishop and the Bear. 47 minutes left. So
when you come back, Hendo, in the final 10 overs, it will be our own authors team. You, Annie, and Anindo.
Wow.
Each of them published. There you go.
Yeah, I wish mine was still in print. There you go. I could have made some money. Let's listen to the Bishop and Bear, number 89, and they are previewing the tournament, which is now 4 or 5 matches old almost. But let's see if they were right or not.
3 guys to back up centre. I don't know. I think that could be a downfall, to be honest with you. But
same problem that we have, really.
Yeah.
Well, it was quite. I mean, another publication referred to a cream in the batting lineup, but I think they said the seam attack was squishy, which I think they meant possibly vulnerable and likely to be hit. How would you defend your Kiwis against that accusation, or is there some truth in it?
Well, I think anybody can be hit these days if they're both quick enough. No, I think Sent is, brings himself on to drag back the rate usually, and he's pretty effective at that. It's pretty rare for him to get hit, but I think any of the bowlers could. I don't know who wrote that, but I would back any bowler to get thrashed around. If conditions don't suit. Matt Henry's developed into a pretty good seamer. He's quite well regarded across.
Will they be conducive conditions though? That's the only challenge for we saw in India with England seamers. It was basically, buffet open, throw the ball to Gus Atkinson, help yourself.
I just hope that they don't resort to just bowling cutters and taking the pace off, which is a bit lame. You might as well just pack a team of medium paces if you're going to do that. But yeah, look, I think we've got to punch his chance. Is probably the way I'd put it. Coming off, as I said, some good form. It's a big gap in the domestic international season here because they're all taken off overseas. There's nothing much happening here. It's pretty flat, to be honest. Timing is pretty bad. So they should be all relatively well rested and that sort of carry on. And as I said, they had a good performance the other day, albeit against Pakistan and South Africa, who didn't really look like they were trying too hard from what I saw anyway. But it's all momentum in these tournaments, isn't it? And we do have some history. I think we won this a few years back. Well, probably 20 years ago, was it? I can't remember. Yeah. And Chris Ken slugged one down the leg side. And I remember him taking off.
I think you won the second one.
It was the first one, wasn't it?
It was either the second or the first. It was the one in Kenya, from memory. New Zealand. Let's have a look.
That was the first time we'd won anything anywhere, so that was good.
You did. You won it in Nairobi in 2000, which of course
was right. It was Kenya.
A long old time ago. To be fair.
Exactly.
You have got one of my favourite cricketers in Daryl Mitchell. Do you think he's going to shine in this one? This tournament?
Son of Mitchell, they call him here, but he
the rugby player.
Yeah. Well, he was an England coach. Yeah, his father. So, like he's been a little off colour. He's coming back into form, I think, but he's probably not at the heights he was when he was in England a couple of years back when he got that score. Was it Lords or something? Or was that Conway got a big score? But Mitchell, they couldn't get him out for a while, could they?
Yeah,
so, no. He's dependable enough. He's he's got some grit about him. He's probably not the he probably hasn't quite developed to the point that the potential was there, but he's a scrapper, and we've got a team of scrappers because no one ever expects us to win. That's the thing. So we sort of
everybody's favourite second team.
Yeah, absolutely.
We revel in proving people.
Apart from Anindo, actually, who will probably slate them when he comes on out. Eh?
Well, he's about to. He's going to get. I could see he's already chomping.
But they shut me. They shut me up with the fucking $3,000.
Fair play. Yeah.
And what about? Jim, they've had experience. Yes, they've done very well. Which is the Gaddafi Stadium? Is that Karachi or is that Lahore?
I can't remember.
Help me out.
Yeah, Lahore.
I think it's Lahore.
You go with that?
Yeah. So, the first games are in Karachi, but they've got similar conditions. They've had two highly competitive games, and won them both.
He probably hasn't quite developed to the point that the potential was there, but he's a scrapper, and we've got a team of scrappers because no one ever expects us to win. That's the thing. So we sort of
everybody's favourite second team.
Yeah, absolutely.
We revel in proving people.
Apart from Anindo, actually, who will probably slate them when he comes on out. Eh?
Well, he's about to. He's going to get. I could see he's already chomping.
But they shut me. They shut me up with the fucking $3,000.
Fair play. Yeah.
And what about? Jim, they've had experience. Yes, they've done very well. Which is the Gaddafi Stadium? Is that Karachi or is that Lahore?
I can't remember.
Help me out.
Yeah, Lahore.
I think it's Lahore.
You go with that?
Yeah. So, the first games are in Karachi, but they've got similar conditions. They've had two highly competitive games, and won them both, haven't they, in that tri-series? So that's against what? Against Pakistan.
And
now they play again,
and
South Africa. So that's got to count for something. So semi-finals or not, Jim?
Definitely semi-finals. Whether they get further than that would be
definitely semi.
To be determined. But I can't. Yeah, I think they will. Yeah,
I think you're in the harder group, aren't you? As well, you've got India. Who's in your group? India, Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's
Pakistan.
Pakistan.
No, I think Jim is right though. I don't see how New Zealand can't make the semi-final.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we rolled India, to be honest.
There's an interesting thing in relation to New Zealand when I look at the Cricinfo
Keep dreaming, Jim. Keep dreaming.
I love it.
Cricinfo lists each team according to batters, all-rounders and bowlers. And most teams have got 4 all-rounders, some 3. Bangladesh has 6 listed as all-rounders. New Zealand has 7 listed as all-rounders. That could be handy. I mean, you might be stretching it a bit in some of those descriptions, but it's interesting.
Well, looking at the lineup, only really Will Young doesn't bowl out of all of them. Well, Mark Chapman, who's there or thereabouts, he bowls a little bit of left-arm spin, but and Conway keeps wickets. But yeah, that's fair assumption. I mean, because we develop those kind of players because we play so much white ball cricket. Because no one wants to come play us in Test, so we do.
You'll never have a problem.
We love Tests in New Zealand.
You'll never have a problem with concussion substitution.
So if they're not going to make the final, if New Zealand aren't going to make it, who is going to make it in your book, Jim?
I can't look past Australia, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Messi will have his say in a minute, but for those of you who can't see the pub, Messi is shaking his head like a.
I don't think Australia makes the
man.
semi-finals.
No, I think you could be right. Yeah. Well, let's go on to an Indo
with this team.
I was going to say, poor old Messi, but we'll leave him till last. Not necessarily worst, but definitely last. An Indo, you've got your drink, you've got your Bloody Mary. Your poor struggling underdogs, India. How do you think they'll go playing in Pakistan's tournament? In Dubai. How are they going to go? What do you think?
I think they're not going to have an easy time of it. For the biggest reason that Tawhid referred to, the absence of Bumrah. I think England was rolled over despite that, but I'm not sure realities will. India should, I think, from a batting standpoint, not do too badly now that Rohit Sharma's had a decent opportunity to go out there and score some runs. But Virat,
I wonder who gave him that opportunity.
His PR agency, probably. Yeah. But I think Virat had an opportunity to go out there and score a few runs in the last match, and he's been struggling for a very long time. But the white ball, specifically the ODI format, suits him. So if there is any way that he comes back to form or shows some form, it's the white ball. It's a pity that they didn't take Jaiswal, but then it's probably good that they didn't take Jaiswal because he got injured the day after. So so he wouldn't have made it out to Dubai anyway.
I did see an analogy which has been used before, I'm sure. It was going to this tournament without Bumrah would be like Argentina of the 80s or 90s.
Without Maradona.
Going to a World Cup without Maradona or without Messi. But surely it's they've got the resources to cover for that, haven't they?
I think they've got a decent pacer in Arshdeep. So Arshdeep, I think, is really good. The problem, I think, is the second pacer, because they are going to have more spinners in there than pacers, that's for sure, because Hardik Pandya is already there and he is bowling well. So I think the chink in the armour is Harshit Rana, and Shami, after a year and a half away, is nowhere near what he used to be. So I think that's the weak link. Sorry.
Given way. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I think Harshit Rana is the weak link. It depends on how much bounce there is in Dubai. because he's just a hit the deck bowler. So I think he's immature. So I think the batting is better than the bowling is my opinion. But then again, then you've got spinners. So you've got Jadeja who should be able to bowl well in Dubai. And you've got Akshar who's both batting and bowling well.
I always think Akshar's a real trump card for India.
Yeah, he is a proper.
To have his height, his bounce, his accuracy. If you look at his overall economy rate and the fact that he offers you real, batting depth.
I mean,
which
he's
is
been batting at number
adaptable as
5 regularly. He's been batting at number 5 regularly, which is
and he can
scoring
accelerate,
runs as well.
or he can reinforce, or he can consolidate or accelerate.
Yeah,
and he seems adept at both. I mean, he's a really, really handy cricketer, and you never normally mention him first in really good players these days. You don't go Akshar Patel, but to me, he's proving himself to be an absolute, diamond for India.
Yeah, and as far as the semi-finals are concerned, because I'm conscious that the pub might close at any time, so I would like to give Messi and Bear and you enough chance. I'm not going to hog the time, but as far as the semi-finals are concerned, I think you might be surprised with how close the India-Bangladesh match is. I think it's going to be a good match. I personally think it's going to be far closer than India-Pakistan, which I don't think is going to be I think it's going to be a bit of a damn squib. That's just my.
Usually is, weirdly enough, isn't it? A World Cup.
Not always. You remember the 2022 T20 World Cup or 2021?
Oh yeah. Well, the one where Pakistan threw it away in the last bloody over.
Yes, 17 runs in 3 balls, or 23 runs in 3 balls, or something like that. Virat hit. So yeah. Other than that, yeah, it's not been. So I think it's still India-Bangladesh will be close, but I think India wins, and I don't know what's going to happen against New Zealand. Probably India. Jim might be right. India might lose, but then India and New Zealand, I think, make the semis from this side. That's my take.
I think.
How much does Dubai suit them? Do you think?
Well, that was my question. I mean, this is it. You just rolled England in India, but now you're going to Dubai. Probably not a lot of warm up. We all know what Dubai is like. I mean, there was a T20 World Cup there. Exactly that. You win the toss and it gets dewy later. You want to be bowling first and batting second. And
I think the other thing that you can't really gloss over is that India are the only team in the tournament who are playing all their games in the same place.
Well, what I don't get,
almost like the authorities have loaded it in their favour, isn't it? Almost like that.
They're the only team.
The moment you put Pakistan as a host, you're loading it in India's favor. I mean, there's nothing much you can do about that. You just want to be stupid to do that as an organizer.
Well, I mean, I do. I mean, India get to the final. I think it's a bit bloody cheeky that India should then demand that the final be in Dubai. I mean, I don't. I get the situation.
They didn't demand that. I think to be fair to the BCCI didn't demand that it be in Dubai. They just said it can't be in Pakistan, which I think is a big difference. I would not let India, if I was in charge, I wouldn't let India go to Pakistan. It's as simple as that. I just think it's completely a place which puts the safety of the team at risk.
Do you honestly think that in a World Cup celebration?
I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. I agree entirely with India.
I don't know.
It's not England, it's not Australia, it's not New Zealand, it's India. And I'm telling you, every Indian player is at risk from terrorism in Pakistan because Pakistan government breeds terrorism as far as I'm concerned.
I know, I get all that, but I don't know if you've just watched the Netflix thing that weirdly came up about India-Pakistan series 2005-2008 where India went to Pakistan. And
it was a very different scenario. It was a very, very different scenario.
Yes.
Well, that's mainly because you didn't have Modi in charge, isn't it? I mean, Modi is.
No. It was nothing to do with Modi. It had everything to do with the Pakistan government terrorists attacking Mumbai. That's what really triggered everything thereafter. This was before that.
Yeah, send Donald Trump in. According to him, he'd probably have it sorted in a day.
Completely changed from there.
He's just busy. He's just busy sorting out.
Well, I think we just accept that it is what it is.
Yeah,
let's look at how it's going to be.
Yeah. So big question for you then, because you think, will they get to the final? Will your boys in Indo get to the final?
I don't know. I don't think it's the best team in the world right now. So whether they get to the final is a tough one. If they get to the final, I think they have a reasonable chance of winning it. The question is whether they'll get to the final.
That's gosh, it must be really uncomfortable on that fence. Okay, but fair enough.
But I mean,
if they don't win it, who will? That's the other question then.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Okay.
I think South Africa's got a really good chance here.
Yeah. Therefore, shocking. Unfortunately, our South African couldn't make it. Was it? He's not the one taking his brand to the doctors, is he? No, he had a business meeting popped up at the last minute. We'll come back to them.
From the other side, just in case you want to know.
It's what? Sorry, say again.
South Africa, Afghanistan, semi-finals from Group B.
Yeah.
Shatter.
We shall see. All right. So that's it. We'll stay with
all the matches, right?
We shall move on because Messi's been patiently sat there. I think he's on his.
That's unusual.
What, being patient?
Yeah.
He's sat there drinking away. We want to catch him while he's still vertical. And so Australia, they've got a really interesting approach to this Champions Trophy. They've basically just injured all of their main fast bowling attack. So start there, Messers. What do you make of that?
Well, you asked for reasons to be hopeful. I think the main reason for Australia to be hopeful is that they fucking pulled off the World Cup when they were down and out. Nobody was expecting anything. So, weird things happen. But, you look at it. Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, Stoinis and Marsh were all picked in the original 15. None of them playing. All of them in the World Cup squad 2 years ago. I think fundamentally Australia see this as an opportunity for a few people to get some exposure to ODI cricket. I don't think it's at the top of their priorities to win it. It'd be nice to win, put it like that. But frankly, when you look at their lineup, I'm just not convinced. You got Smith, Carey, and Head, who have some decent records in ODIs. You've got Josh English, who's I think got a lot of potential. You got Marnus Labuschagne, who's Marnus Labuschagne, and then you got Fraser McGurk Short, who basically got no record to draw on. They can hit the ball hard in the BBL. Well done. So can a few people. You've got a bowling team of Dwarshuis Ellis, Spencer Johnson and Adam Zampa, with Tanveer Sangha as a possibility, which apart from Zampa, none of those are really rated as great bowlers. And you've got all-rounders of Abbott, Hardy and Maxwell. Now, we know what Maxwell can do, but will he? He's only got 3 games. Yeah, maybe once, but I don't see them. They haven't won a Championships trophy game since 2009 when they won it. Now, admittedly, there's only been 6 games since, and 3 of them were washed out in England, I should add. But it's sort of like, we'll see what we can do. We're giving Fraser McGurk and Short and Inglis a chance to show a bit of form, but if we don't win it, who really cares? The level of consciousness in Australia about it is just about zero, I reckon.
Well, let me twist the question the other way slightly for you, out of interest, because your first game, of course, is England in Lahore. England have just come off the back of an absolute battering, having got, I think, tactically inept in a way, I think, against India in a very disappointing effort. From an England perspective, is it a good time to be playing Australia?
Probably is. It's the best chance they're going to get, I think. I think the best thing Australia's got going for it is that Stephen Smith, despite everything else, is actually a very good captain. And he showed that in the Sri Lanka test matches, not so much in the one days against Sri Lanka, where they also got thrashed. But I think from England's point of view, they've got to be feeling pretty angry at the moment. There's a lot of potential there that just didn't come out. And I think they could blow Australia away in that first match. I if I was betting on it, I'd definitely be betting on England to beat Australia in that match. And then they've got Afghanistan and South Africa. Well, I don't see them beating South Africa. I think South Africa are coming along really well at the moment. They've got a head of steam. Afghanistan, anything can happen with Afghanistan. And Rashid Khan has the wood over Australia, in my view. So I don't see
Except for
Australia. Well, yeah, you know, if it happens, it happens. You know.
For a bunch of blokes who are supposed to be supporting and defending the chances of our own teams, none of us seem especially optimistic, as a general observation.
I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist. We're going to win it.
Well, I still think India are obviously the favourites. But the best bets at the moment for me are South Africa and New Zealand. They're at decent odds. I think New Zealand's $8, South Africa's something like $9. And I think that's way over the odds, frankly. I think they should be much shorter priced. Australia are still second favourites at $5, which I think is crazy.
What happened against Pakistan in the ODIs at the end of last year? I mean, they lost, was it? They won the first one in Melbourne, but then they lost two. But they didn't just lose them; they lost them convincingly by 9 wickets and 8 wickets. Was that some kind of experimentation on Australia's part, or were they?
I think a bit of that. Yeah, I think a bit of that. I don't think they really cared too much. I think when there's a World Cup, all of a sudden everybody gets worked up for it, and you know you'll see Hazelwood, Stark. If this is World Cup, you could bet that there wouldn't be nearly as many injuries as there are. Put it like that.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I've always liked the Champions Trophy, mainly because it is a short and sharp thing. And the World Cup does my head in. It's always 6-8 weeks long, and there's way too many games, and blah blah blah. The Champions Trophy, top 8 sides, bang bang bang, all done in 2 weeks. I think it's good fun, you know.
Unless you're organising all of the broadcasts for it, in which case you do tend to like to talk about it from time to time.
Yeah, that's true. I would say, I mean, I know Jim was very down on New Zealand's chances, but watching them in that Tri-Nation series in Pakistan, I was really impressed with just how well organised they were. You know, there wasn't a lot spectacular about it, but they did exactly what needed to be done to win, and they won the tournament. So I think they are still a really good chance because of that organisation. There's always a chance of any team being blown away by somebody just getting on one, and there's not much you can do about that if it happens. You know, Travis Head could do that for Australia, Maxwell could do that for Australia, but at the end of the day, I think being a short tournament, there is more chance of something weird happening like that. But I still think India, South Africa and New Zealand are the 3 for me.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Bear, your chance to represent your
England.
nation.
Well,
what do you reckon? They can't be as bad as they were in India again, can they? There's one thing to be positive about.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Bazball's come into white ball cricket. Endo's on a big downer about the whole thing, but you know, we were pretty abject in India. We don't. I mean, I think I go along with Jim. I mean, the problem with English cricket is in these subcontinental conditions, we just don't have the spinning options that you might require. The pace is all well and good, but I don't think you want a balance of like 4 pacers and 1 genuine spinner and a bunch of part-timers. I think you want 2 genuine spinners and maybe a part-time spinners and a balance of maybe 2.
What do you do in one-day cricket when Adil Rashid does retire? And he's 36, isn't he now? I mean, that to me is England's absolute.
Well, this is it. I mean, they should have given maybe Ryan Ahmed a go in India, see how he'd go. England's big batting weakness is against spin, but then I don't know. But they've always had I doubt that Pakistan are going to create wickets that were in the last 2 tests that we played out there. They're probably more like the first one, which was damn flat. Brook likes in Pakistan. That's not a great time in India. He scored some runs, then got himself out stupidly. But I can see England's batting clicking, and if it does, then I can see us going further into the tournament. We've got some good batting, just not. I mean, in India, in each game, someone in India got a big ton, and England got.
Well, we're back for the second innings of this match between India and Pakistan in the Champions Trophy, and
I will be about to be watching my first ball of the tournament as India set about overhauling Pakistan's probably subpar total of 241. And I believe we are supposed to be joined by Anindo. Are you there, Anindo? I can see you. Can I hear you? Joined. And Ian... Anindo? Are you there, Anindo? Oh, I can hear myself 5 seconds later.
Thank you for letting us in.
Joined. And Ian... Are you there, Anindo? Oh, I can hear myself 5 later.
Thank you for letting us in.
The man with the most unimaginative nickname in Gorilla Cricket is Ian 44th.
I'm here.
The man with the most... Okay, I can hear myself at a 10-second delay. This is a bit disconcerting. As,
hello.
Okay, I can hear myself at a 10-second delay. This is a bit disconcerting. As,
hello. You guys want to get out and get in again?
10-second delay. This is a bit... Not sure what's going on. Anyway, Rohit Sharma is going to be facing up to the first ball. I'm just going to keep talking until Jason twiddles with all the knobs that he can. Not sure what's going on. Anyway, Rohit Sharma is going to be facing up to the first ball. I'm just going to keep talking until Jason twiddles with all the knobs that he can. What's going on? Don't know what's going on. Jason is admitting defeat. He might have to phone the bear.
I'm going to have to phone the
bear. If you can hear me twice, lucky people. But Shaheen Afridi is going to be bowling. Left arm fast. He's going to be bowling to Rohit Sharma. Afridi is going to be bowling. Fourthly and Anindo, can you hear me twice? Because that's bowling to Rohit Sharma.
I can hear you twice.
Fourthly and Anindo, can you hear me twice? Because I'm not sure what's going on.
Yes, I can hear you twice, but you guys need to get out and come back in. This is not working.
All right, first ball of the innings is full and straight and is defended back to the bowler, no run. Jason, of the innings is full and straight and is defended back to the bowler, log in or something? Run. I don't know. Either way, it's not the innings is full and straight and is defended back to the bowler, or something? Run. Fourthly, can I ask you to take over the duties for a minute or two and see if we can sort it out at this end?
Okay, I'll come out.
Fourthly, can I ask you to take over the duties for
next
ball this or two and see if we can sort it out at this end?
No problem. I'm not quite sure what you can hear.
Can I ask you to take over the
go on mute.
You can hear me through the Merc, then so much the better. Maybe if you guys in the studio could speak perhaps by sign language, that might be the way to go. Maybe if you guys in the studio could speak perhaps by sign language, that might be the way to go. Maybe if you guys in the studio kicked off his leg by Rohit down to deep square left, and they'll come through for a single. Quite exciting. I think I hear 3 versions of myself. Deep square left, and they'll come through for a single. Quite exciting. I think I hear 3 versions of myself. Deep square left, and they'll come through. Pakistan managed to score 242 off their 50 overs. In fact, it was off 49.4 under. Pakistan managed to score 242 in their 50 overs. In fact, it was off 39.4 under. Pakistan managed to score 242 in their 50 overs. In fact, it was off 39.4 under. That was a big swinging full toss from Shaheen. Big straight down the ground to mid-on. Stop ball. That was a big swinging full toss from Shaheen. Big straight down the ground to mid-on. Stop ball. That was a big swinging full toss from Shaheen. Big straight down the ground to mid-on. Stop ball. That was a big swinging Shaheen and again. Shaheen. Straight down the ground to Shaheen and again. Shaheen. Straight down the ground to Left well alone by Gill.
It's not from here because they're what they're saying is being repeated as well. There's some kind of what they're saying is being repeated as well.
Yes, what I'm saying is being
Feedback.
repeated.
What they're saying is being repeated as well.
Yes, what I'm saying is being repeated.
Well, let's see if that's any better. Hello, Anindo. Hello, Forthy. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello, Fred. I think that might
Yes.
I think we may have sorted it. Well done, Jason. Hello, Anindo. Hello, Forthy. Can you hear me? Oh no, we haven't. I'm hearing myself again. Bollocks. I think we may have sorted it. Well done, Jason. Forthy, can you hear me? Oh no, we haven't. I'm hearing myself again. Bollocks. I think we may have sorted it. Well done, Jason. No. Forthy, can you hear me? Oh no, we haven't. I'm hearing myself again. Bollocks. I think we may have sorted it. Well done, Jason. No. Forthy, can you hear me? Oh no, we haven't. I'm hearing myself again. Bollocks. I think we may have sorted it. Well done, Jason. No. Forthy, can you hear me? Oh no, we haven't. I'm hearing myself again. Bollocks. I think we may have sorted it. Well done, Jason. No. Forthy, can you hear me? Oh no, we haven't. I'm hearing myself again. Okay, we're going to have a little reboot-a-thon here and hopefully sort it out in a minute or two. Some very strange noises. Reboot-a-thon here and hopefully sort it out in a minute or two.
Okay, I'll log off.
Okay, we're going to have a little reboot-a-thon here and hopefully sort it out in a minute or two.
Okay, I'll log off.
Okay, we're going to have a little reboot-a-thon here and hopefully sort it out in a minute or two. Testing. In case anyone can hear, Rohit's come down the wicket and tried to slash the ball over the bowler's head. In fact, it's gone over the keeper's head, or between keeper and first slip. One bounce across the boundary rope. It's the first boundary of the innings. Sorry for our technical difficulties. We have our absolute wizard working on it, and hopefully it will all be restored to pristine condition sooner rather than later. As Rohit faces up to Naseem, and this is on leg stump, and he's got a free hit off his hip, and he helps himself to the simplest of boundaries as he's managed to flip it off his hip and over the boundary rope for one of these.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Yeah, that was a length ball down the leg side. Easiest thing in the world for Rohit to free his arms and flick that round the corner and over the rope. So it's not been the start Pakistan would have hoped for. 12 for no wicket after 10 balls, and this is a genuine outswinger from Naseem, which beats a forward prod of Rohit. I'll give some credit to the bowler there. That was a genuine play and miss. You're listening to Guerrilla Cricket, if indeed you can hear Guerrilla Cricket. If you can't take offence at anything that I say, as we are restarting our various technological implements to bring you our unrivaled coverage of the Champions Trophy 2025. Naseem will be bowling to Rohit, who has 11 runs from 7 balls, and this is forced off the back foot into the offside. It does go straight to the point fielder. Will be bowling to Rohit, who has 11 runs from 7 balls, and this is forced off the back foot into the offside. It does go straight to the point fielder. Will be bowling to Rohit, who has 11 runs from 7 balls, and this is forced off the back foot into the offside. It does go straight to the point fielder. I can see the smiling faces of Anindo and Ian Forth looking at me, but unfortunately I can hear myself at a 5-second delay. Smiling faces of Anindo and Ian Forth looking at me.
I'm putting out.
But unfortunately I can hear myself at a 5-second delay. Ah.
Yeah,
wait,
it's,
Forthy's gone. I think it might be Forthy that was the problem.
Because what's happening is every time you speak, it's not just once.
Yes.
Continuously playing.
Yes, but I think Forthy disappearing has actually fixed that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so just me and Indas. This next ball is, he's got an inside edge which goes past the keeper and down to the boundary for 4, and Shaheen looks rueful. That was a genuine misplay by Shubman. I think we've isolated the problem.
Putting the feed back on?
Yeah, it was definitely Ian's feed that was causing the problem.
No, the Zoom feed for the match.
The Zoom feed for the screen. Anyway,
I have a delay.
16 here for no wicket, 2 overs and 1 ball. As Shaheen comes in and bowls, and this is on middle and off, but it's driven into the leg side by Gill. Doesn't beat the man at mid wicket, no run.
That shot from Rohit was extraordinary.
The pickup off his hip?
Yeah.
Was a bit of a gimme ball though, wasn't it? Though.
Yeah, at 140, that's not easy to do. It's 81 meters that cleanly.
Yeah, but going down the leg side, you're pretty safe, just sort of swinging through it. I hear what you're saying about the pace. As Afridi, who's averaging over 140 kilometres per hour, is into a Gill. It's well wide of the off stump. Is it going to be called a wide? It may have just been inside the tram lines, and it seems like the umpire has given the bowler the benefit of the doubt. So a dot ball. Another 100 of those, and Pakistan might be in this. The good news is we have. I'm hoping we have cleared our problems, and we have isolated it to that fiendish Coventry supporting Australian Ian Forth. Anindo, can you see anything yet? No. Anindo can't see the
feed.
The feed.
And I've got a few seconds delay on my telly.
Shaheen bowls again, and this is carved into the offside by Gill. He examines his bat because it wasn't timed at all, and it goes straight to cover. But on the bounce, so no danger of losing his wicket. Messi Jez has cropped up.
Well, I've come in
always
to
a sight for sore eyes.
Forthy.
Right. We had a problem, and it seems like Forthy was causing the problem. What do you expect from people from the Midlands? Although I did hear a little bit of a feedback there as well.
No, that was because I hadn't turned off my YouTube feed.
Okay.
It's coming through well on YouTube at the moment, which is good. It's just that Anindo can't see anything.
Yeah.
No. Can you see on the screen?
No, not on that screen. I've got it on TV.
Next ball is a full toss outside the off stump, and Gill doesn't miss out. He finds the gap through the offside and out to the cover boundary for one of these.
That was a beautiful shot. He split cover and extra cover.
Yeah, not a big gap, but it was a full toss. Was it a full toss? I think it was a full toss.
He took it on the full, yes.
Yeah. So again, with only 2. If there's anyone was watching the first innings, can tell me, were there any issues relating to time penalties? As this one does get him on the bounce and is driven into the offside, but a sprawling stop there at cover prevents any run, because
apparently
we didn't notice any, but they were well over.
Yeah, they seem to be taking about 4 hours to bowl 50 overs, which is pretty ridiculous,
No,
really.
they managed to get back on time by getting, when Kuldeep was bowling later and getting Akshar and Kuldeep to bowl. So they managed to get back on time because otherwise they would have been penalised one fielder from the 40th over, which they were not.
So if by the cut-off time, whatever it is, you haven't completed the correct number of overs, for the rest of the overs you are penalised one fielder
yes, that's right, and they were not penalised because they had got back on time.
Right. Naseem starts a new over, bowling to Rohit. Good ball. Quick ball on middle and off, and Rohit just blocks it back to the bowler. No run. 20 for no wicket as a score after 3 overs and 1 ball. And there seems to be some waving of arms, and Rohit's looking around him, a little bit puzzled that the keeper is waving his arms. Not sure what's going on.
He's trying to attract the attention of a fielder who may not
maybe dozing down at long leg.
Yeah.
It's usually the bowler at the other end as Naseem is in again, and this is flicked down to fine leg by Rohit. There's only going to be there's going to be 2 runs because no, they're only going to take 1. Even though had they pushed it, they might have come back for 2 because the fielder behind square on the leg side is pretty square, and that went a little bit fine. We are, of course, in power play 1, where 2 fielders are the most that were allowed outside the fielding circle. 21 for no wicket, 3 overs and 2 balls have gone. Jason is. You two don't have the feed still, do you? Jason's gone off to.
YouTube, we did have the feed when I last checked.
No, U2 rather than YouTube. You're not seeing it on the Zoom feed. The next ball is down the leg side and flicked round the corner by Gill for a single. He probably missed out there because
Gill's just changed his bat.
Right, maybe that was what the waving was for earlier. Jason beavering away. Any news on the feed? I hope Fourthie is...
Surya Kumar Yadav watching from the stands.
Oh, was it? Right, okay. Unsurprisingly.
Fourthie's going to reboot his computer and try to reconnect, and if it goes haywire
I think he may have had another tab open which was playing it back. This is down the wicket comes Rohit, and he lifts this back over the bowler's head. It bounces about 3 or 4 feet inside the boundary, and it's a good hit. It's one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
He took a step and a half down the wicket, and slightly inside out. It was very close to being 6, actually. Probably bounced.
Yeah.
A yard or so inside the rope, but a perfectly safe shot and beautifully timed.
Almost crossed the long off boundary.
In comes Naseem again. This is a little bit shorter. Rohit stays in his crease and just blocks into the offside. No run. We have 1 ball left of the 4th over of the innings. India chasing 242 are 26 for no wicket. I'm not sure which of you is doing socials.
I'll do.
Sorry. At the end of this,
socials. Yeah.
At the end of this over, which is 1 ball to go, we shall probably deal with a backlog of social media messages with people telling us that they either can't hear us or they can hear us, but it's not working properly. So if we can ignore those and just have people talking about the cricketers. Naseem is into bowling the last ball of this over to Rohit. It's a slower, shorter ball, and Rohit thinks about pulling and then realises it's a slower ball and pulls out of it. It looks a little bit undignified. Either way, it's a dot ball. The end of 4 overs, 26 for no wicket.
Kieran Roseblade says, why does not Fred keep repeating himself? Is he broken? I doubt he came with a receipt, did he?
I think I'm well out of the guarantee period, let's put it that way.
Nick Vickers says, where's Tech Tony when you need him? It's still better than TMS, he says. Kieran Roseblade says, is Fred always looking for a good feed? Well, aren't we all? And Sudahu says, so we all agree it was Fourthie's fault. Yeah, I think that's the consensus. As long as we can
That's pretty
find
good
someone to
animals.
point the finger at, everything is good.
Yeah, well, we sort of trialed and error, and when he disappeared, all the problems disappeared. So
Yeah.
as the first ball of a new over from Shaheen, which Gill blocks up to mid off, no run.
Jason, that's the wrong screen.
Yes.
Jason, that's the wrong screen, says Anindo.
Forthy's back, and he's. I don't think you're repeating, so I'll bugger off.
Okay.
Thank you, Messi, for filling in. Forthy, we narrowed down the problem, and we decided it was you.
Yeah, I'm very aware that all the fingers are pointing at me, but I didn't do anything wrong. But anyway,
you had a random tab open somewhere. The next ball is full and is driven up to mid on. It's a beautiful shot. It's timed very sweetly, but it's straight at the fielder. As we're having a look at Shahid Afridi, is that in the crowd, looking very smart in a tan jacket. Richie Benner would be proud. Anyway, welcome back, Forthy. I was just talking to Hendo about the 1987 Cup final in the green room between.
Oh my God.
So we thought we'd give you a mention. You and Keith Hoochin and John Sillett and various other people.
Yeah.
As next ball is a quick ball on middle and off and just dropped into the offside by Gill. No run. He's not looking to be as expansive as Rohit. He's not trying to use his feet. I don't think they need to go mad. I think the only way that India can fail to win this game is they somehow lose a clutch of wickets at the start. And if they don't do that, they should be pretty much home and hosed.
And typically, both of them will not go at it together. I mean, that's really the way they play it.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Although, other methods have been used recently. This is chipped over the where a third slip would be, and it bounces into the arms of the third man fielder. So it's just a single to Gill, 27 for no wicket. And in a couple of balls' time at the end of the over, Anindo will talk us through how India are going to pace this chase and in what over they're going to win and by how many wickets. I think that's going to be his... no spoilers, but I think that's what he's going to suggest is going to happen in this game. I think, to be frank, we all do. Who's that down there at third man? You'd think I'd done the minimum of... this next ball is to Rohit. It's driven up in the air. Is there a man out at deep point? There isn't, but it's not very well timed, and it's bounced a few times and dribbled into the rope despite the despairing dive, and Rohit picks up a slightly fortunate 4 runs. He didn't time that particularly well. He sort of took a half step down the track and inside outed it. You can see the bat twirling in his hand as he almost took a hand off it as he hit that shot over
I
cover.
guess he gave it enough height, and it was in an area where there was really no one there. So
it's often hard for us to tell where the two fielders are outside the ring. They're probably at third man and long legs. Next ball has cleaned him up. That's an in-swinging Yorker from Shaheen. A good ball, and gets through its defences, and the first wicket has fallen.
The crowd says, you're out.
Well, we're going to get pessimistic, Anindo, now. What's going to happen? That was a good ball. That was a really good ball.
That was a good ball, and that's not the first time that ball's got Rohit. So
it's been known to get me as well over the years. That's the trouble with in-swinging Yorkers at pace. They're quite tricky to play. But a decent knock from Rohit, 20 off 15 with 3 4s and a 6. But he's gone. Is that going to change the complexion of the game, Anindo?
I don't think it changes the complexion of the game. There's at the moment there's enough batting in there. To go back to the question that you asked, since the over's over and Rohit's out, I think you're probably looking at the 42nd, 43rd over if India don't lose too many wickets for them to overhaul the score. That would be my guess. Somewhere before the 45th is my guess, because they're not really going to go hammer and tongs at this, because there's no point.
How long has the ball been doing anything at the start of these innings? Is it sort of 6 overs, 8 overs, 10 overs?
Yeah,
there
not
any
more than
movement at
that.
all?
Yeah, not more than that, and there hasn't honestly been a huge amount of movement.
No.
Yeah. So,
It's
and
been
the pitch-
minimal in the game so far.
It is relatively slow. The pitch is relatively slow. So
Well, we're going to jingle up the new batsman. You may have heard of him. It's this chap.
Let's go chasing lots of runs today. It's my invitation.
It's a very long jingle. It's Virat Kohli. His first ball he defends. And so we're looking again at the Yorker that took the middle and leg stumps of Rohit Sharma. He couldn't get the bat down in time. And Shaheen, the man with the improbable hairstyle, kisses his fingers and waves it to his, I don't know if it's his adoring public. They're in Dubai. It should be fairly even, I would have thought, as far as the crowd's concerned. It's the next ball.
Huge Pakistani diaspora in Delhi, in Dubai.
And Indian as well, though, surely, as this next ball is played down to backward point, and there's a shot at the stumps, which is a little unnecessary. It's another dot ball. Put it this way, it would be a more balanced crowd than had it been in Lahore or
or Ahmedabad.
Yes. I'm sure there's been lots of talk about the venues. We don't really need to open it up again, as Gill is facing up to Naseem. So we've this is the 6th over, so the openers will have had 3 each. As again another dot ball, as it's a full ball on middle and leg stump, played back to the bowler. We're going to have some medium messages at the end of this over. It's 3 balls time. And I think, Jason, you've worked wonders, and everything seems to be... No, we still haven't got the screen. Oh, okay. He's talking to the head tech bear, who's been bitten by a dog, apparently. It's all happening here at Gorilla Towers. Dog bites bear. It's a Sunday Sport headline as Naseem bowls, and another dot ball. He's bowled 4 dot balls in a row. So Gill, who's not looked to be too expansive at all, he was watching Rohit take the initiative from the other end, but once Rohit's got out, he's decided, well, let's just wind this back a bit and have a look.
Gill has looked in total control, certainly in his last innings, his last few innings. He's looked like the most composed ODI batsman in the world. I go so far as to say. Would you agree with that, Ninja?
Yeah, he has, and it's been I think the last 4 innings he's had substantial scores, 2 centuries, an 80 plus, a 60 plus. He really has been batting well, and I think India's hoping that he continues that.
Next ball, sorry, from Naseem is blocked to backward point. 5 dot balls. There are maidens in 50 over cricket, but not a huge amount, it's fair to say. Especially not in the opening power play, when there's so much. If you play a big shot, the chances of you getting out are radically decreased by the number of fielders outside the rope. But
Jason, on the YouTube feed, you can't see Fothi and myself, only you guys.
You unlucky people. As Naseem to complete the over, and they do take a single as it's pushed up to mid-off, and they take a quickish single. There was a shot at the stumps. I think he would have made it. They didn't want there to be a maiden. Gill has taken a single and kept the strike. At the end of the over, the screen's gone off. I think it's 32 for 1. Fothi, tell us what people are saying.
Yeah. Well, just to fill you in, I'm wearing a sort of sky blue top to... anyway, you don't need to know that. Dan De Castro, if it were chess, Pakistan would resign now. They're dreadful. Suter who collapses on as the first wicket falls, and Dan De Castro replies, wow, come curse from me, lol. Steve Hiller, the players are not moving. Dan De Castro, 1 wicket changes nothing. Suter who, 1 brings 2, etc. Michelle Pfeiffer, Dhoni or Virat. Yeah. Colin Virat is batting, not Dhoni. Indeed he is. And Dan De Castro, Australia were 136 for 4 and chased 352.
Today. That's exciting. Shaheen is unsurprisingly staying on as his first ball is full and straight and is driven back past him. He may have got a foot on that actually in his follow through, as they're going to come back for 2 runs, I believe, because it looked like it was driven timed pretty well by Gill, but the fact that it didn't find its way to the boundary suggests that maybe... Did he get a foot on it? I'm not entirely sure. I've just seen a replay. or maybe just didn't time it particularly well. Either way, 2 runs to Gill, 34 for
I think
1.
it was the timing. I don't think he got a foot.
Yeah, and again, he's looking for that very full ball, and there's a fine line between Yorkers and half volleys. WG Gray said he never faced a Yorker, only full tosses and half volleys.
That was almost Yorker length. Gill just played it well.
Yeah, this is a short ball, and it's chipped over mid-wicket. There's nobody out there, and into the wide open spaces, it's going to be another 4. I think short balls are, well, that was taken from basically off stump or maybe just outside, so he did fetch it a little bit, but as I say, there's so little jeopardy, because even if you top edge that, the chances of it falling into space are, almost 100%. But that is the nature.
He does a short arm jab, so he really knows where he's missing that.
Yeah, next ball is a little bit wider, and he's not tempted to try and hit it again to the leg side. He just leaves it through the hands of the keeper. That's why it's called limited overs cricket, because it's such a limited game in terms of tactics. I've just invented that, but I think I'm sticking with it. It's not limited overs hyphenated, it's limited overs game. Anyway, Gill has 17 from 24 balls. Kohli yet to get off the mark. It says he hasn't faced a ball. I thought he did face a ball. Maybe I'm imagining it. It was because
the changeable.
Right, was out off the last ball. And again, he's looking for the Yorker, and again, it's a half volley. And this time, it's driven straight and clean and true, and it crosses the boundary. Well, we know what he's trying to do, but he's not quite there. And if you're just short on the attempted Yorker, it's going to be a half volley, and batsman like Shubman Gill, in the form that he's in, apparently, he's not going to miss out on that. He actually took a half step back into his crease, so had he been in his original position, it may have been closer to Yorker. So batsman can play around with the bowler's lengths, as Gill did there. He faces up to Shaheen again. 10 runs off the 4 ball of this over so far. He's chipped. Oh, and it wasn't far from being caught by the sprawling fielder in deep gully or backward point, and Shaheen looks annoyed as it finds its way down to the third man boundary. Yeah, that was a genuine outside edge. He was looking to play it into the leg side. He was looking to play it mid wicket. It got the leading edge, and how far away was that from the fielder? Well, wasn't that close. Close enough for Afridi to run away clutching his head as if he's just had sort of open brain surgery or something, or a hair transplant for that matter, as he's in to complete the over to Shubman Gill, who's now 25 of 26, 46 for 1, last ball of the 7th over, and that beats him outside the off stump as he looked to play a defensive shot, goes past the outside edge at the end of the 7th over, 46 for 1.
Here in Roseblade, that was needed. A few more quick wickets would get India nervous. Indeed it would. Michelle 5 for India. Pakistan demilitarised cricket zone, please. Michelle 5 for is on...
They're playing it in the Kashmir. Do you think they should play it in the Kashmir? Is that a good idea? In that demilitarised zone where the soldiers always sort of do these extended peacock type displays against each other. Probably not a good idea.
Probably not. Dan de Castro Shubman has matured into a legend. He knows his wicket is important. Suter, who has a cracking Barnet also, yes he does. And Dan de Castro is quoting an early Clash single. Complete control. Gill is awesome.
I didn't know the Clash wrote a song about Shubman Gill. You live and you learn. Nassim to start a new over to Kohli, and he defends this up to mid on, no run. Clash, highly overrated band. I shall pull that pin and let Forthy explode. No, it seems
I think they're neither overrated nor underrated. I think
you think they're rated? They're just rated.
They're just rated. Yeah.
As we're looking at some balls from the last over. Again, we can see what Shaheen was trying to do. He's trying to get it very full and to repeat the wicket of Rohit Sharma, but he wasn't quite there, except for one ball which caught the outside edge. But Nassim it is who's into Virat Kohli, and this is flicked off his leg. He's off the mark. As he hit it very fine down to fine leg. It's a bit of good old village fielding with the boot, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. But you are supposed to use your hands in the field. Who was that down there? That's pretty poor. He's lucky he got away with it, actually. I think Jason's given up, has he? He's tried everything that he can think of, and nothing seems to be working. Oh.
Well, in India, at some point, you can tell us what you're wearing so that we can complete the.
I'm wearing a black bull T-shirt which says Madrid, which you can't read.
Okay, well, we can imagine it now. That's nice.
Yeah.
Jason, as this next ball from Naseem is defended by Cowley. Jason has just given me a long and extended technical talk, of which I understood about 1 word in 6. But the good news is I'll be gone in a couple of overs, so it's somebody else's problem. Who was that down at fine leg who stuck his boot out instead of getting down and fielding it with his hands? That was pretty poor.
I think it was. It might have been Kushdil, actually.
Yeah, I didn't think it wasn't Shaheen, who you might expect to be down at fine leg, as Naseem bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off, and they take a quick single. Had the short extra cover cut that off, that might have been tight, but he didn't. So you can credit the batsman with some good running. 49 now, 2 balls left of the 8th over. They are fond of a helicopter type drone shot, aren't they? Just show us the field. It's not
the drones are interesting. I mean, I was watching them operate yesterday at the Masters tournament I'd gone to see, and it's fascinating how the drones with the cameras operate.
Next ball from Naseem is outside the off stump, and Gill, I think, tries to work this down to third man, doesn't time it at all, and it just dribbles back towards the bowler. Fine bearded man in the crowd there, maybe somebody famous, I have no idea. 1 ball left of the 8th over, 49 for 1. Gill has 25, Kohli 3, and
able to rub shoulders with any old masters yesterday in India?
Yeah, Sunil Gavaskar, met him briefly, and Shane Watson, Brian Lara, and John T. Rhodes.
One of those is not like the others, as the last ball of Naseem's over is defended, blocked into the offside by Gill. The end of the 8th over, 49 for 1. Shane Watson would be delighted to be compared to Sunil Gavaskar as a titan of world cricket. 8 overs are gone, 49 for 1. 40, what are people saying?
Well, just Farong with us saying, so Virat Kam needs 15 runs this innings to reach 14,000 ODI runs, or the excitement mounts.
Excitement, other words are available.
Well, I mean, despite all his woes in recent times, at least in one day, he's still got a 58 average, which is pretty impressive.
Certainly is, yes. I think with Shane Watson, he's a bit of a figure of fun with his LBW reviews and so on, but heard him on commentary, he's actually a really nice guy.
Don't be fooled.
Decisive in terms of commentary. I mean,
Hayden sounds like a nice guy as well, and he's just a complete arse.
Who's that?
Matthew Hayden.
Shane Watson's not in that category, he's a nice guy.
Shaheen is continuing to bowl. His first ball is on leg stump, and it's turned out to fine leg. They've taken 1, they're coming back for 2. It could be tight. It would have needed to have hit. Had it hit, possibly Kohli would have been sent on his way, but it didn't. So 2 runs to Kohli. He moves up to 5. He wanted 2 from the second he hit the ball, but it was it was aimed at the other end. So it would have been Gill who might have been in trouble. But either way, the chances of you hitting the ball hitting the stumps from 70 yards away to the bowler's end, it doesn't happen very often, which suggests that batsmen should take more risky, so-called risky singles than they do, because they aren't all that risky.
Well, but they only have to get out once.
This is down the leg side, and Kohli, I don't know if he got anything on that. It's going to be a wide, it is going to be a wide, so he didn't get anything on that, and I will try and find an appropriate jingle.
Why
I'm looking through
That's almost like a Billy Bowden wine.
Why? Because he had bent arms, did he? Or was
Hugely extended.
The albatross. I noticed that Ian Forthy on the internal WhatsApp group has acknowledged his sins earlier, so I'm bringing that to everybody as this next ball is driven between extra cover and mid-off and sweetly timed out to the boundary. Another one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
It's a beautifully timed shot.
Yeah, that really was. Sorry, were you planning to resile from that apology, Forthy?
No, I didn't apologise. I just said I'll turn it off and turn it back on again as requested. That seemed to work. I hadn't done anything different to what I usually do.
Well, looking at the crowd, I mean, they do zero on small sections. There do seem to be plenty of Indian fans there, as well as plenty of Pakistan fans there, which is good, I suppose. This next ball is full, and a slightly odd shot from Gill. I don't know where he was trying to block that towards, but it found its way to mid-off, no run. It's Shaheen's action. I'm not casting aspersions on it, but in that very last bit before he delivers the ball, there is a wrist movement, not an arm movement. There's a wrist movement which is entirely legal. You can do all sorts of things with your wrist. It's just the elbow that's the problem. But I mean, that is going to give you some extra. In the same way as Bumrah hyperextends his whole arm, Shaheen seems to do it with his wrist, which is going to give it some extra oomph. It's
that's been an essential part of his effectiveness, I think, that wrist movement.
Next ball is driven. The short extra doesn't cut it off, but mid-off does. No run. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you need to be have a hyperextended wrist or something like that, but it's physics will probably tell you, anyone who knows anything about physics, that that's going to help a bowler get some extra zip. As I say, Bumrah does it with his whole arm, and Shaheen seems to do it with his wrists. Again, entirely legal. I'm not casting any aspersions. Down the wicket comes Gill, and he takes a couple of steps and drives it back over the bowler's head. That's a really good shot. He hit that really hard. It's 4 more runs.
Imperious.
Well, he's looked to play a bit cautiously, or he did straight after Rohit got out, but that was 2 steps down the wicket and smacked it. He absolutely timed the pants off it, and that went really quickly down to the straight boundary. Last ball of the 9th over. This is a full toss on leg stump, and it's help yourself time, but he didn't really, because it plays it down to fine leg. Oh, and the ball has hit the stumps and ricocheted down towards third man. I think they're going to come back for another run. That's going to be 2 runs, but they do probably have to look at whether, when the ball hit the stumps, whether the batsman was home. It looked like he was, but umpires always send these things upstairs, because why wouldn't you if you've got the technology available? Let's have a look. It was a bit dozy running.
Batsman was very, very much in.
Yeah, he was in, but he wasn't moving quickly, Kohli. I mean, he was. So that is going to be 2 runs. The end of the 9th over, 63-4-1, 40.
Steve Bruce, where's the other gorillas? We're going to get 3 of us at a time, you know. Farong, there will probably be a special edition Vivo phone to celebrate 299 matches, average just under 58 is impressive in any language in the strike ratio 93.4. That is true. Steve Bruce, 40 come forth. I am here. Dan the Castro, see, nothing changed. Gill wicket is everything. Without it, this is done within 35 overs.
Naseem starts a new over to Kohli, who defends us into the leg side. No run. We're going to have, is it a 3-person change after this over?
I think I'm staying on.
Ah, you lucky people. Jason's coming in, and Annie will be joining in. She needs to be let in.
No, she is in.
Oh, she is in. Hello, Annie, if you're listening. We're looking at the table. It's all so exciting. But it's gone off the screen, so can't tell you what's going on. Kohli facing up to Naseem. That's a genuine forward defensive shot. You don't see a lot of those in ODIs, but there was one.
Well, I'll be back in the 40th over if there is a 40th over.
Oh. That can be read two ways, but I think you're only reading it one way, let's be honest. What is that a picture of? Is that Dubai? Is Dubai on the water? I don't know, I've never been.
Yes.
No interest in going.
The second most visited city in the world after London.
Yeah, right. As this is on leg stump, and Coley turns this, and a sprawling bit of fielding by who's number 66 anyway. To here. Saves a run. Coley has 5 from 8. Gill's just gone over par. He's got 35 from 34. Once upon a time they talked about par meaning 1 run per over. Now it's 1 run per ball. Things change. 242 is what India need to win this, which is a sort of an ODI score from about 1983. As Coley faces up and drives this up to mid-on. So that was a fuller ball from Naseem on off stump. There is a fielder there, no run. So Anindo and I will say goodbye, and Jason and Annie will be taking you through, together with Ian, we'll be taking you through the next 10 overs.
Oh, you don't always call me Ian. Thanks, Fred. Alan?
Just Fourthy is a really, really poor nickname. Did you change it because they called you something really nasty at school? Or so?
I didn't call myself that. Other people called me Heat.
It's like Paul Ince giving himself the name the Governor when everyone called him that twat. As this next ball is driven up to mid-off again, they take a quickish single. It was always going to be completed though, as there was a shot at the stumps, but I don't think there was any chance of taking a wicket. That was the first run off this over after 4 dot balls. The last ball of the 10th over and the first power play is about to arrive.
I'm not sure that other people that is the same as Paul Ince calling himself the Governor.
Well, I'm wondering whether you gave yourself the name Fourthy, that's all.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's the unfourth, so I mean he gets called Fourthy by default.
I think we should call him Ian E. That's just as bad a nickname. As Naseem in to Gill, who slaps this into the ground, can't beat the man at point. 10 overs are complete, 64 for 1. Anindo's, or Ian, say a few words, and then we'll have a changeover.
Thanks, guys, and once again, apologies for those of you who had your ears blasted with the rather exciting sort of deep dub version of Guerrilla Cricket that started this Indian innings. All behind us now. Something to do with the feed from Melbourne, destroying the Sydenham vibe even from 10,000 miles away. I am joined by Jason, who I think I inadvertently gave it to. Sorry about that, Jason.
I can see Tech Bear working on machines now, so maybe we can have a fix. Welcome, Ian. Welcome, Annie.
Hello.
Although you're not on video at the moment, you are a big black hole, as is.
Well, I am on video as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Well, I can see Annie, I can see Jason, I can see myself. I actually can't see the cricket. But
No, I can't see the. Well, I can see the cricket, but it's quite a bit behind.
Do you have a local feed, Ian?
I've got TV, so that's good.
Okay. Well, you stay doing ball by ball then.
Yeah, exactly. The TV is in sync, so hopefully you will be able to gather around me. It's going to be Harris Ralph into the attack, and he will be bowling.
Jingling him up.
There
we go. Harris Ralph, you are this man.
Harris Ralph's bowling.
And he already seems absolutely furious with Richard Illingworth, the standing umpire. Not sure why.
Well, Shaheen Afridi is also pointing and gesticulating and mouthing off as well.
He hasn't even bowled a ball yet. Not quite sure what ball that's about. In he comes, right arm over to Virat Kohli, who just defends it to mid-wicket. Hello, Annie.
Hello.
Congratulations on your book.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been really fun winter writing it, and it feels quite.
The question is, Fourthy, have you bought your plane ticket yet for the
for the
event?
I have bought Sadly, I'm going to be in the UK 2 months after. I'm so sorry about that. But
Well, that's okay. I'll try and get one in Australia, eh?
You do one in Melbourne. I'd love to host it. And that's played round the corner by Coley down to long leg, and the man comes round, does the fielding. But they just hurry back for 2.
I see the Bear's worked his magic. I've got the screen again now.
Yes, I've got the screen, so all is well.
But you're not on the YouTube feed yet, but he's working on that. He's just fixed the OBS broadcast for us people internally. Nice bowling by Ralph. That was nice and full. He is quite very slingy though. No, it's not really that different from Naseem Shah. They're both quite slingy bowlers.
Yeah, very similar. Bustles to the crease. So that's gone way up in the air. Is there a man underneath? It doesn't quite make it. Coming in from third man. Harris Raff is furious again. This is a very angry
There
man.
is a bit of grump going on at the moment, isn't there?
He is. He's angry with the umpire.
Well, I think it's justified given that they're potentially going out of the tournament after 2 games without really performing in either.
Yes, and also I do feel the third man should at least have given the impression of running in very fast to try and catch it. He just let it bounce. I don't think he'd have got there as it happened. Right, I mean, deeper. I think it's been caught. It's been dropped. I'll tell you what, that is not going to do Harris Raff's temper any good at all.
No, he's getting an angry man to lots to be angry about. I think at the moment.
I mean, it was straight to the fielder, but it was quite going some.
It should have caught it. But, as we always say,
Kustil, I think that was dropping that.
At this level, that should have been caught because it went straight, I think, fast. Yes. And it was pulled rapidly, but it went straight to him. Yeah, everyone trying to avoid Harris Raff's eye at the moment. We've all been there. It was Kustil, you're right.
Do you think there's a bit of tension going on at the moment, in this game?
Well, to be a one-man, a bit like David Speedy used to be on a football pitch. He's said to be a start a fight in an empty room. This is I think there's that impression at the moment.
The thing that I've noticed most about this Indian innings is the difference in tempo. They are very much pushing and putting the Pakistani fielders under pressure.
Yeah. Last ball of Rauf's opening over, which has been eventful. Gill
and grumpy, but
Gill locks down on that one. Might have taken a touch slow. Just goes
only 3 off it though.
Yes, good first over. After 11, India 6-7 for 1. Annie, anything out there?
Yeah. Ray Pretty says, "Good morning, Gorillas. You guys reckon India win this one easy?" That's the $1 million question, isn't it?
They should, but they did make a bit of a meal of chasing down a fairly short Bangladesh target.
No, that's right. And Mayank says, Cricinfo says 77.28% at the moment for India to win, but it's probably a bit different
And
now.
of course, the .28 really matters.
Of course it does.
We have
Mike
a change in the bowling.
Mike says, "Don't worry, Pakistan could lose this. Absolutely destroy Bangladesh."
It's this guy. Maybe we'll jing them up after the first ball. It's Abra Ahmed, and he drops that one a little short, but gets away with it. It's cut to the sweeper on the offside, and they'll just come through for a single.
Abracadabra, I wanna reach out and grab ya.
Gloomy looking Pakistani faces in the crowd, but that's a dot ball straight back to the bowler from Abrar to Gill. This is your first book, is it, Annie?
It's my first book. Yeah, it's my first book, and I can't quite believe it's happened, really.
What a wonderful feeling. Big forward defensive from Gill. He really knows how to measure an inning. Completely unflappable. He's in the form of his life. And we're having a look at that drop catch from the previous over. In comes Abrar again. and that's,
Yeah, no, Gill's a really nice classic player, isn't he? Harry Brook would be our Gill, wouldn't he? But except Brook is having a bit of a nightmare spell at the moment.
Yeah, he's in no way is he in any remotely the same form or
No.
bubble as Shubman Gill is at the moment.
No, but everybody has ups and downs, don't they?
100%, yes. Throw it sharp, like he was down and out a year or so ago, and he's
Mhm.
just finding a bit of form again. It happens. That's played down to long on by Gill for a run. Virat Kohli, who is 5 runs away from the all-important 14,000 run mark, and Nation holds its breath, and now he's 4 runs away because he's played that one down to long on, and at the end of the 12th over, India 70-1. Annie.
Yeah, I've lost the screen again now, so I'm a bit lost at the moment. But on socials, Messi says, "Can Annie tell us who she's interviewed for a book, what it's about, when it is launched, etc." I will, but I'm not 100% sure when play's going to start again. So
Well, I'll let you know. You can give that information out in bite-sized chunks between
Yes.
balls.
Yeah, you got to put the teasers out.
yeah. Well, I've got a Pakistani lad in it.
Good to hear. We're going to have Haris Rav's first ball of his new over to Kohli, and then I'll throw back to Annie during the course of this over, who will fill it.
And apologies if I speak when something's happening.
I know, that's a lovely shot, almost 4, blocked on the boundary, and they've come back for 2. Yes, Annie.
So I've got a Pakistani lad called Wali Khan, who was shot by terrorists when he was 12 years old, and it's about his recovery and how cricket's helped him. I've got Bharat Sundaresan, who's a Indian. Sorry, I just have to signal this magpie. Good morning, Mr. Magpie. And
I'll just break in. Haris Rauf in again. Nice shot from Virat. Beats the man at mid-off, and it goes all the way for one of these.
Lovely little shot by Virat there. He just leant on that very gently.
And that's the all-important 14,000 runs for Virat Kohli.
yes.
Yes, Annie, do come in.
Yes, I've got the screen back now, so I can see now. So Bharat Sundaresan is a commentator.
He's an Aussie journalist, isn't he?
Who's an Aussie journalist, yeah.
Haris Rauf in again. And that one's a bit fuller, and it's squeezed out on the offside for a single.
And he talks to me about 2 drug overdoses that he nearly died over.
Good.
And in breaking news, Superstar Bear has restored our YouTube feed, I do believe.
Oh yes.
So people out in the wide world can now not only hear disembodied voices, they can actually see us in person.
Yes, as you can see, I'm wearing a rather lovely sky blue top.
It's beautiful.
And Haris Rauf strays onto middle and leg, and that's clipped beautifully by Shubman Gill. Will it go all the way? There's a chase. No, he will not. Come back for 3.
Yeah, Gill is the person to get, isn't he?
Well, he's the man in form. What was it?
And a couple of balls left in the over. Anyone else you want to tell us about in the book?
Yes, well, I've got David Lloyd Bumble. It talks about his sort of humble upbringing.
Humble Bumble?
Humble Bumble. That's what you call him for now. I've got Enid Bakewell, who is England cricketer, fabulous woman who's still playing cricket in her 80s.
Oh my word. And in comes Rauf for the 5th ball of the over. And that's a half volley outside off stump that Virat can't really do anything with. Bunts it straight down to mid-off. And Annie, perhaps you would like to tell us or give us some information about what the book's called and where we can buy it from.
It's called Cricket Changed My Life, and it's called 11 Personal Journeys. So it's my sort of cricket team of people where cricket's changed their life. And you can get it from Fairfield Books, which is Night Watchman
Well, yeah, they also do the night watch.
Oh, upish, and I don't know how far away that was from the man at extra cover, but it's beaten him, and it's gone for one of these. 14 off the over, and at the end
expensive.
Of the
Yeah, no wonder he's grumpy. That is an expensive over.
Yes. Anything happening on the socials?
Ray Privdeen says, "Do Patreon members get a bootleg audio version?"
You have to find someone to read the audiobook, though.
And
there are plenty of
Indian-
voices available, I imagine.
Yeah, Indian vlogger says, "I feel Pakistan is experiencing closing ceremony today." It does feel a little bit like that, doesn't it?
Could be-
and
could be
so
the-
sad when they're actually hosting.
Yeah, it
even
could
though
be
you
the
wouldn't
case
know
that
it.
the Pakistan-Bangladesh game is going to be a dead rubber.
Yeah.
Although there is a very strange scenario where you can lose 2 games and still qualify, but that you have to have every result from this point going the right way for that to occur.
I suppose the corollary of that is you can win 2 games and not qualify. It's possible. If 3 teams win 2 games.
Yeah.
Is that right? Am I imagining that? I'm
Yeah.
just thinking of the map.
There are 2 ways it can occur. You have
That's
one
played down long on for a single. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, Jace.
One team can win three games, and the rest can win 1 and lose 2. And then the best second place team will be the one with the best run rate. Or you can have 3 teams winning 2 games and 1 team losing all games.
Yeah. I think that has happened in the Football World Cup on one occasion. You really have to count yourself rather unlucky. Okay, that's played by Virat Kohli just wide of the man at square leg, and he comes through for a single.
I do feel like I've seen an awful lot of India playing recently.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, we did tour there only, what?
Yes,
last month?
no, absolutely.
Yes, we're getting very familiar with this Indian side. And that's clipped to deep square leg by Shubman Gill, who, without really evincing any undue effort, has moved to 41 off 45. His partner Virat is going up better than the runner ball, 23 off 21. It all feels very controlled when Shubman Gill race.
I just feel that India have really got the 50 over game sussed and how to play it and how they did. I did feel like Pakistan were a bit in the dark about what the best way was to play it.
I think perhaps alongside that great Australian ODI teams of the past, in this India ODI team is one of the all-time.
It is a very well-oiled machine where everyone
Really
knows their
well-oiled.
place
They
in
all
the
know
club.
their place. They all know what they're supposed to do. I mean, just from Shami's first over and bowling wide.
2 dot balls, and the last ball of the over.
Oh, Rizwan, put your jazz hands away. That's nowhere near the stumps.
I don't know what they're appealing for, really, because that clearly was there's no way that was going to hit anything if it was LBW they were appealing for. At the end of the 14th, India 87 for 1.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that, from when Shami bowled, obviously he bowled 4 wides in his first over, which isn't great, but they obviously had a set idea, we're going to bowl wide here, and this is how we're playing, and from that moment you feel like they've got a really good game plan. I don't feel that about any other side at the moment.
Well, we're going to see another slow bowler, I do believe. It's going to be this guy, who I've not seen bowl before, so I'm going to be very interested to see what he does.
I'm wishing I was Shah from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Well, it is indeed Kushdil Shah. He takes 2 steps up, as if he's bowling in the nets, but
Yeah, exactly.
plunks it on a sixpence straight away, very accurate, and that's played down.
I'm just trying to work out who he reminds me of. I think it is the Irish spinner George Dockrell.
Oh, yeah. I see a little bit of that. Strays onto leg stump, but Kohli just plays it straight back down to him, dot ball.
No,
Jason, you say you haven't seen much of him. Have other people seen much of him? Because I don't know of him much.
No, me neither, I'm afraid.
No.
Goes very wide on the crease that time. He plays it round to leg gully, decides against the run. Cody.
My understanding from the copious notes that I have not made is that he's quite old. He's like 29, 30. He's played a lot of domestic cricket, but this is his first sort of international experience.
That's played straight back down to him again, so this is a good steady start by him, using all his domestic experience, a steady head.
That's what we need, more domestic players.
Nice.
We
cue.
do, absolutely
Nice
we do.
segue. Yeah.
Just going to put that straight in there now. But one of the things I was talking about this morning with my husband was that England have all got lots of fast bowlers. Well, 3 fast bowlers and a spin bowler. They haven't got any dibbly-dobbly bowlers. We need those dibbly-dobbly bowlers.
Oh, we were talking about that last night, weren't we? Pace off. Where is the pace
off? Yeah.
Fell short last night. 100%.
Everyone's so keen to get pace in there. But there's been a lot of pace off in this game, for example. So
noticeable at the end of the innings, previous innings, that pace off was getting the wickets and so
on.
Yeah,
exactly.
2 dot balls to finish the over to Annie.
Okay, Kieran Roseblade says, I'm sure if India lost 2 games, they'd find a way to make them qualify. I won't say anything. Mayank says, most unlucky World Cup was Norway 1994. Their group was Italy, Mexico and Ireland, and every single match was a draw, but Norway missed out on the next stage because their goal difference was off by 1.
Yeah.
Messi has very nicely put in the details of my book launch.
It's Abrar again, and he's in for the start of his 3rd over, and that's played round the corner by Kohli, thinking about 2, and they get 2.
So thank you, Messi. For you've been. I ought to use him as an agent. Really, he's been wonderful.
No, he's very good at that sort of thing, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's your Antipodean representative.
He is, absolutely, and he's coming over to England this year.
I'm hoping to, even if I can't be there for the book launch, I'm hoping to see you 2 guys.
Oh yeah, but I've never met Messi. I have met you, and it was very pleasant, and I look forward to doing it again.
Nice, don't you? And a dot ball while we were doing our old pals act there.
You guys.
You guys, love you guys. And that's played straight back down the wicket from Abrar to Kohli. And Abrar rather angry throws the ball at Kohli's head.
Totally unnecessary throw towards the batsman.
That's right. I think Pakistan are thinking, well, if we can't get back into the game any other way, well, Shane Warne used to just pick a fight for no reason, just to get himself riled up and make
Getting yourself riled up is good. We've seen Stuart Broad do well on that.
It's straight out of the John McEnroe playbook, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much so. However, I don't think it's going to work because Kohli and Gill have seen it all before. They're not going to rise to it, I suspect. Oh, and that's just dabs down on that one. Kohli comes through very quickly for the single. Shubman Gill responds, and Babarazan not quick enough to do anything about it. Fielding, quick single.
You don't often see specky fielders, do you?
You do not.
No.
No, you don't want to be diving around with specs on.
No, it's odd. I mean, I kind of understand batting with the helmet and everything, but specky fielders, you don't.
Daniel Vittoria wear glasses in the field?
Not in the field, I don't think.
I
don't remember. Maybe he did.
I don't think David Steele wore them in the field. And that's played down to long on by Kohli for a single.
Jack Leach doesn't, you see, he bats in glasses but fields in
you've definitely got to be able to pick the ball when it's coming at you fast. That's important.
If I'm going to field at Stip, I always take my glasses off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're very wise. You don't want them splattered all over your face, do you?
Right, shall I read some more?
Yep.
And 16, you're 9-3 for 1, Annie.
Mike says, Kieran, Kujichi, I can't even say his name, has been around for 11 years, but only 14 ODIs. Ooh.
Well, he's back into the attack now.
Such is the capricious nature of the Pakistani selection system.
Yeah,
well, fun enough, having a look at the Australian bowling attack, that's mostly made over 29 and 30-year-olds as well. But that's because it's impossible to get past, the legends of Cummins, Hazel, Stark and Lyon.
They've managed this tournament, though, haven't they?
Yes, they have. I mean, I didn't do it through their bowling; they did it through their batting last night. That's played down to on by Gill. He moves on to 44 off 48. Kohli on strike.
Of course, they did it in their batting last night. That's because we don't have any dibbly-dobbly bowlers.
Yeah. Well, the thing was last night you could change the bowler, but you couldn't change the bowling. It was,
No.
it was all wrong, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Might be appropriate for the Ashes. 3 fast bowlers on those Australian tracks, but not for an ODI.
Well, the other problem is England have got, 5 in their squad. They've got 5 wicket-keeper batters.
Yeah, it's not a very well balanced. That's played out to deep square leg by Kohli, comes through for the single. Gill on strike, and he repeats the formula, and he'll come through for a single. So we enter the boring middle overs.
Yeah, England's batting lineup is pretty much fixed. I don't think there's a spare batsman in the squad.
No, but
to go
we
with
don't have a
with
lot
the
of
7
bowling,
batsmen
do
they
we?
already have.
We don't have a lot of bowling.
If the wicketkeeper breaks a finger, we've got it covered, though.
Yeah, great.
That's it down to long off by Kohli. He comes through for the single, moves on to 29 already. There were a lot of wicket keepers in the match last night because Australia had Inglis and Carey, and we had.
That's right. We could have 2 teams of wicket keepers practically.
Could have been wicket keepers versus the rest last night if it had been early. That's played out to the sweeper, who's 3/4 of the way back. They come through for a single. This all feels a bit preordained at the moment.
Lots of agreed singles.
Yeah, pretty much. Shubman Gill looks.
And there doesn't look like a wicket is coming, does it? Either.
Not at all. No. There was that little scare in Harris Ralph's first over, but since then it's all been a sea of calm and tranquility. That should be the commentator's curse, but it isn't. That's played out to deep point.
Good effort, Forthy. I will say that. No, to
Yeah.
reverse commentator's curse them into an actual interesting part of the play.
Yeah, it didn't work. 6 singles off the over, and as you were, over to Annie.
Farong says, Annie, you should join the Justice for Duckett Alliance. He bowls. England will have a higher possibility of winning. He also keeps, though, doesn't he?
Yes.
You know.
Oh, he does?
He's 3rd choice keeper at Notts, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Kieran Roseblade, Mayank. I forgot about that. Oh, no, they're talking to each other. Mayank says, Brett Lee looks like a mafia boss with that outfit on.
Yeah, he was very much. Didn't have the black sunglasses on to make him really look like a mafia boss, but yeah, it's the piercing eyes.
If you could find a way to get Ollie Pope into the ODI side, we could have 5 wicket-keeper batsmen. That would be good.
Well, he has stated that he wants to get into the one-day side, which is the one. I don't think he's been in it. Yeah.
Oh.
He's a wicket-keeper batsman. We need another one.
Yeah, we could do with another one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's get Bairstow back in as well.
Let's get him in. We could have a top 6 for wicket-keeper.
Yeah, exactly. But where's the bowling coming from, and where's the change? And also our fast. Sorry, don't want to move it back to England, but where our fast bowlers are not strong either. They get injured. Anyway, Sadak says, hope the England team is watching this match and taking notes on how to bowl and not be absolute dumbasses while bowling in their next match.
Oh, channeling your Red Foreman there.
Yes, absolutely. And Cornelius Davis says, hi Annie, long time haven't heard your voice, always laughing. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm such a laugh. I think that is my life. I spend my life laughing. And
just giggling away.
Yeah.
Do not apologise for that, Annie. It's very welcome.
Wow.
Yeah. Keep going, Annie. We're on a drinks break in the game.
Mayank says, IACC's rule number 1, BCCI is the boss. Whatever they say goes. Rule 2, don't question them, you peasants. Tahir Mohammed says, I really feel sorry for Ralph. He had 2 chances in 1 over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter Fernie says, did Clive Lloyd feel in his glasses? Yeah, he might have done actually. But he was so tall, nobody would ever, the ball would never get up that high, would it?
He famously dropped Boycott in the '79 World Cup final, presumably on purpose.
Yeah.
Yes, to keep him in because he was scoring so. No, it was Brearley actually was scoring so slowly.
Both of them were. Yeah.
Oh, and Ian Botham ran him out on purpose as well.
In New Zealand in 1978-9.
Although he wouldn't admit it. Yeah.
We've got a drinks break since.
Okay, I've got some more. Sudak
Oh,
says that the problem isn't England's batting, it's their bowling. They refuse to play Saqib, who is good in Asia. Instead, they play the airhead Archer, who just bowls fast but doesn't use his head. I think there is a little bit, but I really, really like Archer. I think he
I think Archer bowled okay in that last match. I think the problem is actually not Archer, it's Cast. Cast has gone off the boil somewhat.
Haas has gone off, but they are, they're all they are fast bowlers, and
yeah, I don't think, to be fair, it's any of the individuals' fault.
No.
They would have a role in a more varied attack. It's that they all played all at once,
and they're all a bit samey. They're all pace and nothing else.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Archer did that drop, didn't he? That made a big difference, and I think he
It's
didn't
not
look
even
the same.
they're not really swing bowlers. They don't take pace off.
No.
They don't lower variance or anything like that. It's just you know what's going.
Archer's drop cost us 20 runs. I still think we would have lost if he had taken it, because I think Glenn Maxwell was in such a frame of mind he was going to win it by himself whenever he got in.
In comes Ebra to start proceedings again, and that's, what do you know, played round the corner to square leg.
Yes, it's just it's getting those singles is just really, really vital, and they just know how to play this game. You know how they bring up tournament sixes all the time? I want them to bring up tournament singles. That's what I'd really be interested in.
Do you know how many dot balls there were in the?
Yeah. Well,
there were 147. That's too many.
Almost half the innings. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you know, though, and I would like to see who, how many singles, tournament singles there were, and how many from which team.
Oh, that's a Jaffa! My word!
Oh my word! That came
Now
from
that's
the
useful.
dot ball, and then Shubman Gill, who is in the form of his life, had to be beaten by one of the greatest Jaffas you'll ever see. That pitched middle and leg and hit the top of off, I think. And Shubman Gill has to nod and depart.
Yep. Where is that jingle? Where is that jingle?
Out for 46. Oh, that is Warnesque.
I love the celebration.
With the cross-armed. Oh, yeah, hello? Anyone looking at me? With the straight face.
It's almost like the gangster, isn't it? It's the gangster V.
Well,
no, it's great to get Gill before he gets 50. I mean,
another wicket now, and suddenly everything's up in the air. Shreyas Iyer has come out to bat.
I'll gene him up.
Diving away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And you and your batting desire, you took my place.
I'm sorry, I can't hear people butcher yellow too much anymore.
See how he managed to, as a team, lull India into a false sense of security there.
yeah, I think commentary curse from all three of us.
Boring. They know how to pick up the singles. They're all out. In comes Abra to Shreyas. Yeah, his first ball, and slightly tentatively comes forward. Plays a thickish outside edge on the forward defensive.
To be fair, we're seeing it in slow-mo and close-up now, but that's probably the first ball that's gripped and turned a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Came from nowhere a bit, didn't it? Hasn't been too much turning.
This pitch has been pretty benign. It's not done really much anything for anybody else.
A bit stoppy, isn't it?
Little bit
Yeah.
stopping them. Yes, that's true. And that's played down to long off by Shreyas Iyer. Comes through for his second run. 1 dot wicket, 1-1 so far for Aberdeen. It didn't turn as much as the ball of the century from Warne to Gatting, but if you could imagine a similar kind of trajectory, wouldn't be far off.
It's the modern game though. Everyone plays spinners off the back foot, so if it does turn, you've got much less time to
that's true.
react, especially if it moves away from you.
Good point. Dot ball to finish the over. Annie, the end of the 18th.
All right. Kurs Bain is saying he's seen pictures of Clive Lloyd wearing glasses in the field. Strad says England doesn't produce quality spinners. Well,
Annie might disagree with her friend Jack Leach, sort of.
well, we don't encourage it. That's
Well,
true,
not playing
but,
half the county
we're not-
championship in
yeah,
April
exactly.
and May.
Exactly. We're not doing ourselves any favours. Haven't got time. Coming in again.
Haris Rauf, and on a mission, flings it down. He hasn't quite got the pace to really trouble Shreyas here, who just rocks on the back foot and diverts it down to third man, where I think that's Raheem, does the fielding.
I mean, this is a perfect pace, 103 for 2 off just 18 overs. Now they're going to run a ball. I feel I feel a Hendo rant if he ever gets on for a spell, because he's going to have a curtailed end of the game session at this rate.
Any particular subject for the rant? Haris Rauf in again, and that's a diving attempt at least at point, when he misses the ball, but yeah, the intent was there, and they come through for a single.
I'm not sure. It might be a generic Hendo rant.
Okay.
No, subject to be determined at.
Would you like an off-the-shelf rant?
In run time? Or yes.
I think everybody needs a Hendo rant.
Do you want the 15 rant, or do you want the full half hour?
Yes, we can give you either. If you're a patron, you can get either. We're having a look at Brett Lee from.
In his suit.
In his suit, in one of the.
He's got the Giles Clark cream suit on. No.
And a
just
comfy
say,
chair.
Just
What
say
is that?
no.
What are those comfy chairs about? We're important chairs, are they?
VIP chairs, absolutely.
VIP
yes.
chairs, yeah.
That's a dot ball played straight into the gully by Coley. Remember that time when, sorry to switch to football for a moment, when Liverpool came on just for the FA Cup final in cream suits designed by Hugo Boss, I think. And Julie lost the match.
Yeah.
That was during the Spice Boys era. And that's played down to third man by...
Well, the less said about Hugo Boss and designing suits, the better, I imagine.
Yes, very true. 1.1. So, look, India aren't running away with it, but they don't really need to.
No, exactly. They can just take their time, hit those singles, and they've only lost 2 wickets.
They're not hedged in by having a pre-order strategy. They have to hit the leather off it. And that cut back, that Jack Beckett up.
Good ball. Just going over leg stump, or just missing leg stump.
It was a nice ball.
It's that dreaded moral victory.
Yeah, Ralph has got a few of those this game.
I mean, that's come back, and it's just clipped inside edge and just sort of nutmegged it, the ball down to fine leg.
It was the classic wobble seam. That one. It wasn't the off cutter. It was the wobble seam, which has come into the game more and more as bowlers experiment.
I was trying to claim LBW there.
With what's most likely to be effective seems to be the era of the wobble seam. Last ball of Haris Rauf's over, bowling to Coley, and he plays off the back foot, hurries through for the single to mid-off, and he makes it easily. He'll keep the strike. At the end of the 19th over, India 107 for 2, Annie.
Leah, as she's told me it's her. So you need bowlers and you want Pearstow back in. Easy solution. Have him in as an all-rounder.
Yeah.
Bakul Dada says, second match India has struggled to capture wickets in middle overs. What should India do then? Drop who for Varun? I don't think they need to drop anyone. Messi says, spending your life laughing is a perfect antidote to the misery elsewhere. Well, absolutely.
You make a very good point, Annie, about a well-grooved machine, and you can bring into a well-grooved machine one by one a new batsman, a new bowler, who then fits into the overall pattern. But if you're struggling as a team, it's always that didn't work. We'll bring in
we'll drop that one. Yeah,
we'll drop them, and we'll have a new strategy. And You never get any continuity, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's a dot ball played out by Coley from Abra, first ball of the new over.
And we will have a change of personnel at the end of this over.
Right. Yep, that's true. I better get this message in quickly in a minute then.
It is message you can take over social, so you can trust him to catch up.
Yeah, but Mayank says hard to get good dibbly-dobbly bowlers when county cricket is played in April and September and the pitches are so grassy you can't even see it from the boundary. Yes, it is.
You're
Absolutely.
preaching to the choir. Preaching to the choir with Annie on socials. That's, that's a quick single played out on the leg side. And the third ball of Abra's over is a fuller, slower ball, which Shreyas sees coming and just pats down to long off for a single. Excuse me. Water?
Was that a sneeze?
No, it's just the water making a squidgy
Just a cough.
sound.
Oh, it's a cough, right.
Yes, no COVID here. And that's played out to the man at just point. That's Salman. Doesn't have to leap for it. Haha. It's a dot ball.
Very
So
good.
I'm due back.
I noticed that. No one else did.
Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you. Going out on a punt. That's we'll play on words anyway. That's played to the man at a very short mid on, so no run. Last ball of our session together. It's going to be up to Cody. It's gone by very fast with these spin bowlers. Cody just knocks it round the corner to the man at square leg. It's a dot ball. So at the end of the 20th over, India sitting pretty at 109 for 2, and we'll hand over to the new triumvirate.
Yep. We will, and if I make it back on the 40th over, I'll see you later.
Annie! Hello, goodbye.
Lovely to see you, goodbye.
I'm very excited about your book.
I can tell, I'm so excited too.
Hello, Messi.
Hello, how are you going, Fred? I've just realised, Fred, you are actually Schrodinger's Fred because you are both Fred and not Fred, which is a confusing concept. But
any sign of Dave?
Is he in the waiting room?
I can't see anybody. Anyway, there was a ball bowled, and I'm not sure anything happened. Should I just talk until he turns up?
Yeah.
If you like, I can hang on until Dave shows up. And
why don't you talk, Ian? You just carry on. Were you ball by ball? Just carry on.
Yeah. Well, Dave's just sent a message saying stay on air. I'm awaiting a new link.
Okay. Well, I'll just go on a little longer then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Harris Ralph has bowled 2 dot balls while we've been changing, or indeed not changing the guard.
Changing, not changing. Right, Schrodinger's change.
was, not was. All sorts of this, but not.
It's pronounced was, not was. That's the point. He pronounces his name was, which is why.
I don't think I knew.
Well,
David's asked me to stay on because he hasn't got the link yet. But have you got enough people?
Too many.
Too many. I'll come off again then.
Andy, to be honest, but it's always nice to hear you. That's played down to the leg for a single.
Let's have a party.
And she'll cry if she wants to.
Leslie Gore. Leslie Gore?
Yes,
indeed.
Leslie Gore.
Now you're talking.
We're into Messi's era.
Yeah, just about.
You're 60 years ago, whereas me and Forthy are just sort of like 38 years ago.
Yes, yeah.
You go back a little further than that, it's true. Harris Ralph in again. Bouncer. Swatted imperiously by Coley over his shoulder for one of these.
4 F-O-R.
That was a pretty good response to a bouncer.
It's not how you spell 4.
I love that jingle.
I've not heard that one before.
Yeah.
That was a very high bouncer. He had to sort of reach it about a foot over his head. At
would have been a wide had he missed it.
Very much an in-control bouncer. It wasn't an eyes off and hope for the best. He was rolled his wrists over it and played it imperiously. Harris Ralph in again. And that one is just squirted out on the offside for a quick thing. There's a shot at the stumps, unsuccessfully, I think, by Salmon. One ball of Harris Ralph's over to go. .141 thus far. Cody, Shrezia on strike, rather. Looks actually quite similar to Cody. You could be forgiven if you're a Halsick and
Jason.
comment using that.
I believe David has arrived,
I will.
and if I can find a way to let him in, I will do.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which machine. Which machine admits David?
It's a dot ball to finish the over at the end of the 21st. India 115 for 2. I'll hand over to an impending immanent David.
Okay. Mayank says, thanks, Porthy. I don't think we'll ever see anyone break these kinds of runs records in tests and ODIs from now. From new players, as they don't play enough matches to come close to 14 to 15,000 runs. Well, it's certainly true in ODIs. I was looking at Tendulkar's record the other day. He played 483 ODIs, I think. But in test matches, there are more tests played today than there ever were. So I think in tests there will be new records set.
You see, the ball just got lobbed back in from, and Cody just stopped it with his hand. He should have been given out. Anyway, I believe David's arrived, but
thanks very much, not Fred and Estes, and thanks to Forthy for covering there. Just a schoolboy error, deleted the Zoom link, which I've only got 5,000 times.
Do you think the non-striking batsman should be allowed to handle the ball? He should be out obstructing the field, surely.
I agree with you, Fred, whatever it is. And full defensive goes Shreyas. I like to be contrary, and I know not Fred's made a living out of it.
I'm on with two Sussex men, and there's another possible Sussex man in the green room as well, who might be moving there.
I'm meant to be taking you through this. Apologies. That was a dot ball from Arbra. It's his third ball of the over, and that's played back to him by Shreyas here, who's on 5. Kohli, exhibition stuff from Kohli, I have to say. I was debating with Hendo as to whether people would find this game entertaining. Well, everyone has really enjoyed Kohli and Gill's batting, that's for sure. That's played out to long off. I'd say, well, India fans and a fair number of neutrals. Would you say not, Fred?
To be honest, I'm just here because Tony's badgered me, and quite frankly, I could quite happily let this whole tournament go by without me watching a ball of it. But now that I'm here, I should try and sound excited and probably
You've been paid
fail.
by the sponsors again. That's played up by Kohli for a single to long off.
Your sponsor's usually a jerk chicken restaurant that you've managed to get some fried rice out of or something. If you give them a name check.
Yeah, exactly. Most of my contra deals were catering related.
Yes, and you were the only person who saw the benefits of those deals, I seem to recall.
That's not strictly true. That's played out to mid-wicket. Just a bit of a fumble from the bowler who attempted to stop it, but don't think they went through for a single. So at the end of the 22nd over, India are 118 for 2 wickets.
I think the code of silence should apply. Jamie Wilson says, spare us the cutter. Banu Prakash says, Kohli is 219 runs behind Kumar Sangakkara and 4,207 runs behind Sachin. Steve Bruce says, we need some wickets. I've got Doner Kebab coming later. I need the cricket still tense. I wish you luck with that, Steve. I think it's a real shame that's not a bigger target. It would have made it much more interesting. And Steve also says, rough wood, showing it's not all about pace. You need other skills too. Yes, that's true enough.
Well, here's the man who it is all about pace. Harris Ralph comes in now on the leg stump, squares up Kohli a little bit, but he still manages to get enough bat on it to get a single, because it came out fairly straight past mid-off. So, Fred, can I take it that your enthusiasm for the tournament, which was never great at the start, has waned?
Well, to be honest, the first ball that I watched of it so far was when I sat down for commentary at the start of this innings. I'm not entirely sure who's in the competition. You would think I would have done some detailed research, but no.
Well, the key thing you need to know is missing two of the more exciting teams, West Indies and Sri Lanka. That's played out by Shreya to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, I just I don't really see the point of it. It's just there as a sort of a, what do they call it? An on-track day, between World Cups, to put some more money in the ICC coffers. And
exactly,
isn't that a good thing? Well, I don't know. It just seems a bit pointless. I mean, the next thing they'll probably do is have a Champions Trophy T20 tournament.
I heard someone
between
suggesting
T20
that
World
today.
Cups.
Yeah. Sure, it's coming. Your wish is to be careful what you wish for there, not Fred. Here's Ralph bowls, and Shreyas plays that to extra cover. There's no run. 119 for 2. The target is only 242, but the day most memorable landmark today, Virat Kohli passing the 14,000 runs in one-day international cricket behind just Sangakkara and Tendulkar.
I will forever remember the fact that I was here when it happened.
Oh, many Indian fans, they worship the ground he walks on. He played in the Ranji Trophy recently, and the packed house just came to see him. Ralph bowls, and that was played back in the snow. Unusually, Ranji Trophy matches are poorly attended, but the whole ground was full to see Virat Kohli. He didn't do anything in the game, I don't think, but he played his first Ranji Trophy match several years, as you probably know.
I haven't followed the Ranji Trophy much, but I did notice the semi-finals were held the other day, and one of the matches went the full 5 days, was decided on first innings, one team beating the other. I think it was 457 to 455 in the first session of the 5th day.
Top quality,
old-fashioned cricket.
Ralph bangs this one in short, but Shreyas sees it early, and he's going to beat the fielder out at deep mid-wicket. Nicely struck by Shreyas, 4 runs.
The statistician Andrew Sampson talked about Kohli's playing in the Ranji Trophy, and he played 89 consecutive first-class matches that were all tests, which is a record, unsurprisingly. He hadn't played a first-class match that wasn't a test match since a lot earlier. I can't click on the link, sorry.
Well, he's certainly the crowd came out to see him on that occasion, as they're probably queuing up to watch him today. Ralph bangs that one in short, Shreyas ducks underneath it. That's the end of the 23rd over. India 123 for 2.
And it was the first Ranji Trophy game he played since 2012, and he was out for 6.
Wow. Speaking of records that will never be broken, David would be well aware that a Sussex man holds the record for the most consecutive county championship games ever played, which was Ken Suttle played.
Ken Suttle,
435 consecutive county championships.
Well, if the ECB have their way, that would be about 435 years you'd have to play for that to happen.
About right. Mike says, don't worry, Messi, it's possible that India has a mini collapse. They're on 150 for 5 in no time. That sounds like a home team supporter getting nervous, as we all do.
Abra bowls Kohli on the back foot, punches it straight to cover point. There's no run there.
Home team. Do the UAE still play cricket? I haven't seen any of their scores recently.
Yes, they do. They're getting better.
Abra bowls, that's just dabbed down by Kohli. He wants a single, it's not one there.
Is Sultan Zurawani still the captain?
I do not know.
Is he still alive? He's probably quite old now.
The man of the moment, Jay Shah, on the screen at the moment, enjoying the game and his role as head of the ICC. I mean, you posed an interesting question before, not Fred. Here's Abra bowls, and that's played out by Kohli for a single. You said, you mentioned the Champions Trophy money going into the coffers of ICC, and you said, is that a good thing? What is your view? Is it a good thing? And secondly,
it was a rhetorical question.
Well, my follow-up question would be, is it a good thing that 270 million has just gone into the ECB's coffers, some of which will be heading its way to Middlesex?
No,
That's
it's a
played
terrible
out.
thing.
They played up for extra cover for no run.
It's
They get about
It's a ludicrous thing. It's a nonsensical thing.
nonsensical maybe, but they.
And we know where the money's going to go, don't we?
Yes, yes. Well, executives need to be paid a lot for doing fuck.
Well, no, it's going to go into overseas players and their agents. That's where it's going to go.
That's played back from straight back to Arborough for no run.
So those people who were, came for a one county championship match, 250 over games and 6 T20s, instead of getting 200,000, they're now going to get 800,000.
And that is flat batted by Chelsea. Economical over, but the desired rate is only 4.5 and over. That's 124 for 2 off 24.
And I have pulled those numbers completely out of my arse before anyone starts doing some due diligence on some forensic accounting on them.
Is that to encourage that no one will want to inspect the marks any further? The fact they've been up your posterior.
No, I'm just making up numbers, but the whole thing about the 100 doesn't make sense because it was meant to be owned by all the counties, and then at some point they said, well, actually no, the franchise is going to be owned by the places they play at, which is just nonsense.
Yeah,
but that's if I can put the case for the defence, my lad. That was replaced by a distribution formula.
Yeah,
which gives 27 million heading for each county, 24 million.
Yeah,
these are people who believe in the money fairy. They really are.
Yeah, communists basically.
Is Nazim Bowles and Kohli plays that back. I mean, it's the logical extension of the free market. Not Fred when applied to
not when you've misled people into signing deals by lying to them. And if anyone's listening from the ECB, my name's Nigel Henderson, and you can reach me at Gorilla Cricket Towers, care of Annie Chave House in Lewisham.
I'll follow up in a moment on that. Kohli waits for Naseem, and that's driven by Kohli, but sweetly timed straight to cover point, and there's no run. Kohli 45 off 58 balls, but there's a lot to like about the way he's played, if you're a Kohli fan. Which not Fred we can assume is not.
I have to say, if you ever hear him interviewed or talking after games, I mean all the years that he was captain of India's test team, he is terrific in interviews. He's a very eloquent and well-spoken person. Unfortunately on the field he seems like a different person completely, but he is an erudite and interesting man, I have to say.
It's not uncommon, is it?
No, white line fever they call it in Australia. Once you cross the line, some of his behaviour on the pitch has been ridiculous over the years, like refusing to walk when you're bowled and other such things, making them send it upstairs, and even just handling the ball in the last over. That's just pathetic.
Played out to mid-off and there's no run.
But
the barging incident, no doubt, the one recently.
There are so many incidents over the years. I mean, he's been playing for a long time. But as I say, when you hear him interviewed, he's terrific.
And that's played out sweetly by Kohli. That's just gone down for a single. He moved on to 46.
He's also very, generous to his to the oppositions when his team has lost or even when they've won. As I say, I've if that's all that you ever saw of Kohli, you'd be very, very impressed by him. But
just to defend him on the field, he has, I think, single-handedly maintained India's interest in Test cricket. Some would say he re-energised it by his performances and his general enthusiasm for that format. That's played out to cover by Shreyas. Good bit of fielding from. And there's no run.
Since you're in the mood for defending anything that I attack, let's push this to its limits. Stalin, he was quite harshly treated by history. Would you defend him as well, David?
He's weak on the back. No, he was very weak on the back foot. He was okay driving through the covers.
Yes. Look, there's a table, and I'm not sure what's going on in that. Anyway.
Table without legs. Naseem bowls, and that's played out by Shreyas to mid-on. They go through for a quickly taken single from 126 for 2. So Messers.
Yes, Mayank says Yes, Messi. Gujarat won that Ranji semi by 2 runs on the first innings. Talk about a nail-biter. Lana Ghosh says, I'm missing Ian Smith's commentary in India versus Pakistan match. His enthusiasm and lively commentary is fabulous. There are mixed views about Ian Smith. Farong says, also, in this historic Kohli day, he went past Azharuddin's 156. Virat Cam is now 158. Kieran Roseblade says, lads, they're trying to push their franchises. The biggest franchise they're trying to push is Kohli Cam. Once they beat Kohli, break Kohli into the English and Welsh market, he'll be quids in. He's already quids in. He doesn't need any more.
Do you think he's going to move to England when he finishes his career? As
John,
other memorable Indian cricketers have done?
Yeah, well, he'll join Sachin in his
and Sunil
block of flats, won't he? Yeah. Is Sunil there as well?
Yeah, oh yeah, he lives near Lords.
Bushdale's back into the attack. Shreyas plays the first ball back for no run.
I'm not sure I've ever heard of Kushdil. Who's Kushdil?
Kushdil Shah has been actually a useful all-rounder. He's shown himself to be in this series. That's played out to cover point. There's no run. He's scored some useful runs down the order. He's a bit left high and dry today. 37, I think he scored. Got 40 odd, didn't he, in the first match of the tournament?
No idea.
Yeah.
What's he bowl? He's slow left arm, orthodox. Is it?
Yes. Orthodox, and that's driven past extra cover, and let's take 1 run. Kohli moves on to Shreyas and move on to 12. So Kohli's on 46, and I'm going to raise a bit of enthusiasm here for Kohli. I've enjoyed watching him bat in all formats, and he is just another 50 for him, but he's one of the Indian greats, and he's putting on a bit of an exhibition now for this crowd as he goes on the back foot, plays that one to extra cover for a single. Fred, I noticed you're adopting the modern contemporary Baz posture in the studio there. The almost horizontal approach.
I'm not a professional sportsman.
The Hendo. It's also the Hendo posture, to be fair.
Extra cover. Never seen anyone quite that angle before from where I'm sitting now, but YouTube viewers are in for a treat.
It's a niche market, but
this one's getting a little bit more air. It's thrown up and it's driven straight to extra cover by Shreyas.
If the internet has taught us everything, there's a market for anything.
Well, I'm going to come back to. I've got some other questions coming in for you here, Ted. For Fred.
Ted,
128 for 2 off 26 overs.
Eric Jace shared the score between Newcastle and Nottingham Forest. I won't read it out just in case there's somebody wanting to watch it afterwards, but you can see it on our stream. The Harriman says the best way to watch ODI cricket these days is via an IC event, in my opinion, where there's at least something at stake. Not going to complain about something that's been around for 2 decades now. Eric J says yes, Sam Curran is playing French cricket. We're back.
Nassim, and Kohli's gone for a big one there. Lofted it over extra cover. Find it nicely placed. He gets 4 runs for it.
He does.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary. Well, here's a rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
Follow-up question for you, not Fred. Alexis 50 for Virat Kohli. Which Virat Kohli half century have you most enjoyed, do you think, in his career? Do you want to know how many there are to choose from?
Oh, gosh.
A lot.
Let's put it out to the Twitter followers.
Yeah. How many are there to choose from?
Sorry, the whatever we are.
Behind point, go through for a single to Kohli, goes on to 52.
The YouTubistas
are going to make interesting reading. Messes it. Can you let us know how many times he's passed 50 in an a one-day international?
ODI 73 50s, 50 100s. That's a lot of times. 123 all up. Wow, that is a lot.
Yankow Gambia gets to his feet.
Well, that's his 74th 50 then, sorry.
Yeah, the rest of the Indian players, they've seen 74 of them, so they stay seated. Nassim bowls. That's thwatted away. Twatted? No.
Thwatted?
One-handed by Ayaf for the single.
He was actually beaten by the lack of pace on that delivery. He was through the shot, and there was a touch of the Jade Dernbacks about the slower short ball, and it defeated the timing of the batsman. So well bowled.
134 for 2. Kohli back on strike now on 52. The target, another 90 required.
And if you're fed up with us
110,
talking
I beg your
about
pardon.
India and Pakistan, Hendo will be on soon and he'll be complaining about England. So just wait a couple of overs.
Oh, Kohli wanted the singles being sent back. Lucky he got back in time there. A direct hit might have been interesting. 134 for 2. I was going to ask you, not Fred, about the. I've had a follow-up question on my WhatsApp. This someone who's listening to the coverage. He wants to know. I think it's a he. What particular untruths were told to these franchise holders?
I told you, write into Nigel Henderson at Annie Chave House, and we will address all your concerns.
Is it the Lalit Modi Ponzi scheme argument?
No.
Nassim bowls, and that's covered up, played down by Kohli, jogs through for a single.
It's to do with the original concept and who was to own it. That's but
yeah, you don't think the distribution formula?
Well, it's a beer distribution formula. If it's owned by 19 entities in partnership, then it's then everybody's entitled to a 19th share. That's all there is to it.
It's wonderful to hear this type of socialism. One doesn't hear it very often. Here's Sharp Bowls.
It's nothing to do with socialism.
That's played out for a single down to fielder on the boundary. I can't quite identify him. So Kohli goes on to 53. That's Nassim. He's 7 overs for 31. At the end of 27 overs, India now 136 for 2 wickets.
I'm going to change the subject now and talk about the Pakistani caps, which are awful. Have you seen those caps? They look like the type of thing you'd buy in in a sort of a tourist trap shop somewhere. I mean, they just look. There's nothing classy about them at all.
David was wearing one earlier.
I mean, the Pakistani Test cap is a fine work of art. The baggy green one.
At least, Fred, their one-day shirts have collars. Unlike England.
True.
Do they not? I have not actually seen them. So.
Speaking of why this game's been played, and Inda's pointed out there are 450 million people watching this match on the Star feed.
Thank you, Ninja.
Is that all?
My age, sooner or later.
What are the rest of the? What is the joint populations of India and Pakistan?
About 1.65 billion.
So it's not all that great then, is it? Really?
Well, the disappointing thing would be that it is so much greater than the English market. That's played on the back foot. Kohli gets behind that. The centre of gravity, they take one run. The centre of gravity of cricket has moved east, hasn't it? And it's now about the Indian Asian economy first and foremost.
Indeed.
Well, it's been that it's been allowed to happen is another poor governance.
Well, that's interesting. Shreyas Iyer plays that out to extra cover, and they take a single. Carry on, Fred.
I can't be asked.
So the thing that worries me about the franchising is that Cricket Australia might be tempted to go the same way when they don't even need to.
This one's pretty wide. Kohli has to fetch it. He does. Just cover point, no run.
Cricket Australia has 8 teams playing their T20 competition when they only have 6 states. By that token, England should have about 24 of these franchises.
Yeah.
That's hit by Kohli, but straight to the fielder. He remonstrates with himself.
And it works very well, and they don't get a lot of big star players, and it doesn't matter. They still get good attendances, good TV ratings. It's just
if
not they get greedy,
cricket,
it'll get worse. No, it does what it does, and it's like eating something to fill you up before you get a proper meal.
Mark Nicholas was here. The argument he used when he persuaded the MCC was that it's all cricket. That was his argument.
Yeah, but it's not.
For a single.
That's Knuckles' line.
That's not called an argument. That's just called. It's like saying trans women are women. It's just saying something which has no meaning.
Well, there's an interesting tangent we can go down. 28 overs.
I just put this on. I actually said that about an over too early. I should have left it for Hendo to deal with the consequences.
Jeez.
That would
really?
be hospital pass.
Sometimes you just can't help yourself, Fred, can you? It's just so unnecessary. ODI catches for India. My previous message was distracted. That Farong's had too much rum. Mike says Kohli already has moved to England. He's bought a house there last summer.
Really? I mean, I can understand why. It's probably
the India media.
It's probably very difficult for them to sort of move around in India without being absolutely mobbed, which is not the case in England. Which is why Tendulkar moved to England and Gavaskar before him, and possibly others. Many people have over the years.
One thinks of Sangakkara down in Dorset. That's lofted. The first ball return of Shaheen Afridi. It's lofted by Kohli, and it's just going to run slowly into the boundary. But Virat Kohli using his feet there to the returning Shaheen Afridi.
You ask where I live. Here's the address I give. The phone.
Again, Kohli providing some entertainment for the crowd here, witnessing some classy batting from Virat Kohli in any format.
There are no formats.
Shaheen, he's bowling now to back to Kohli. He plays it out, returning to the bowler. There's no run there. No, Fred, I'm with you on the
everything. You're with me on everything. Let's be honest.
Not everything. I'm going to distance myself from one or two of your remarks, but in general, the sort of the balance of power swinging towards the 20 over and short form game. Lots of concern about collateral damage, which no doubt will be a debate for another day. Kohli today has hit 4 fours, and the rest of it 2s and 3s and singles.
I mean, there is an argument to be said that the day cricket died was actually before I was born, which was the 1st of May 1963, when limited overs cricket was invented. Messi remembers it well, I'm sure. And Sussex fans tend to remember it fondly, but nobody else.
Yes, it's the first trophy we ever won.
Yeah, 145 for 2. A cricket historian at this point would probably point to the fact that if you go back far enough, games of cricket over one day have always been a feature.
Yeah, but they weren't limited overs games. They were.
No,
it was true. It was proper cricket.
Yes and no. I mean, there were 20 over a side games that my dad's team used to play in the 50s.
Yeah.
After work.
Don't think your dad was a professional, Messi. I'm willing to be corrected if that's not
professional. No, professional drinker possibly.
Yeah.
That's outside the off stump, guided down by Shreyas for a single. I'm sure a lot of professional.
I mean, we at Guerrilla Cricket tend to concentrate on the unprofessional. Let's be honest. Which is.
I suppose there's a few professionals in the northern leagues that would take issue with you.
I don't know that they played. The formats of the game. I don't think they played limited overs cricket. I think you had to bowl the other team out to win.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Well made. I'm with you now. 146 for 2. True battle between bat and ball. That's what you're getting at there. Here's Shaheen, and that's dug in, and Kohli pivots on one leg and plays that. He manages to the fielder just pulls that in, and they come back for an easy 2. So Kohli moves on now to 62, and there be considerable interest as to whether Kohli goes on to score a century. Here we know he's in
considerable interest,
and you have to enjoy these innings while we get the chance.
Really? I'll take your word for that, Dave. Kohli's still playing Test cricket, isn't he?
Well, yes, but for how much longer? That's the question.
Right.
I mean, he's very fit, so he could go on for a while. 148 for 2. We could be seeing a Jimmy Anderson type. Don't think so. That's played straight by Kohli. It's a beautiful shot. There's a man at long off, deep mid off, is going to give chase. Pulls it in just in front of the boundary. I think that was Sal down there. And they have taken at least 2 runs. Kohli's on 64. Shreyas is on 17. 29 overs, 150 for 2.
Mayak says, I reckon out of them all, Road has seen almost all of Kohli's 50s and 100s from the dressing room. The Harriman says, 28 states in India, please don't give them ideas. Oh, dear. Kitty Cat Morgan, that's a handle I haven't seen before. It just says West India with an Indian flag. Mick Ty says, not that he's playing, but I quite like the Iftikhar jingle that you had. We got some great jingles that aren't used all that much anymore. And Steve Bruce says, Fred is the Roy Keane of the Gorillas. I don't know Roy Keane. So
no, I've never premeditatedly tried to injure an opponent.
Bush still bowling his slow left arm, and that is played out by Shreyas, and there's no run. Bush still 4 overs, very tidy, 0 for 14, but it'll take more than that to get Pakistan fans excited. They're looking a little bit gloomy in the stands. There are many of them here today. A lot of Pakistani people work in Dubai. And that's a reverse swept by Shreyas. Yeah, it's gone down to the boundary. Real IPL shot there, Fred.
Don't you love to watch it?
Innovation, I believe it's called.
Yeah, some pretty ropey fielding by the chap who made very little attempt to go after it. Wasn't on his toes at all.
Decent enough contact. This is a conventional sweep, and it's gone down to long leg just for the single. No, I beg your pardon, there's no one down there. It's
a single boundary.
A boundary. It's 4 runs.
I remember reading a very long time ago, probably about 40 years ago, where I think it was Jackie Hampshire, John Hampshire, the former Yorkshire and Derbyshire player, was in a crowd at a Yorkshire match. Let's break off.
It's played out defensively by Shreyas for no run.
And he was giving an audio commentary to Herbert Sutcliffe, the great Yorkshire batsman of years earlier.
Push still plays. That's driven back to the bowler,
who was
no run. Yep.
sitting next to him. But unfortunately, at that stage of his life, was blind. So he had to, it had to be described to him what was going on. Well, no, maybe Jackie Hampshire was batting, and the person said to him,
Push was dropped short.
It's dropped.
And that's what happened to that. Was it through the hands of the mid-wicket fielder
it was
there?
put down.
And the pace off it, that's for sure. But
terrible time to start an anecdote. Anyway, somebody said to him, whoever it is batting, he's gone down to sweep, and he swept it down to fine leg, and Herbert Sutcliffe said, sweep? That never were much of a shot. Anyway, I shall leave you now.
That's the you're becoming the Jim Maxwell now, team there, not Fred. That was very much a kind of Jim Maxwell type anecdote. And not Fred departs. Jason's going to take over ball by ball. I think I'm going to move into the summarised. Yeah, and I think Annie or Hendo, one of the two.
Annie's going to rejoin us, and she has.
It's me. It's me now.
Hello, Annie.
David, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
Yep, India on cruise control here. 160 for 2 off 30 overs, only another 80, 90 runs.
Yes, I wasn't expecting to come back on, I have to say, because my shift was 40 overs, so I was thinking, well, that's me done then.
Well, you might get a shortened shift of that as well. I'm not sure they'll get it done in 10, which is what Hendo wishes would happen. As we get to watch ICC cricket animations of the drop.
With the hands, isn't it?
Yeah. We've got Salman bowling. This is a change. First ball is swept again down to fine leg, and a single is walked by was that Kohli or was that Shreyas? I think that's Kohli.
Yes, he's doing well against Pakistan, isn't he? He likes to do that.
Salman, who's got a busy, whippy kind of spinner's action, and that's driven back to him, and there is no run. I would have thought they might have tried him slightly earlier. This is very much a sort of last gamble. Down the wicket by Shreyas, and he's got all of that. That's gone miles. It's into the second tier. It's just the long levers, a full swing of the bat, and it's 6 big, massive runs. Lovely little chassé down the ground, wasn't that, David?
But it's beautifully done. I mean, it was good quality there from Shreyas.
Anyway, comes down the ground again, but Salman sees him, fires it in at his toes, and all he can do is work that down to long on for a single. Good piece of good recovery by Salman there to stop another potential 6.
What I want to know is why we keep seeing those people in the big chairs. I want to be important and be in a big chair.
It looks like you've got a big chair there, Annie.
Oh, yes, it's a really big chair. It's very comfy, actually.
Yeah.
Is that a
It's
big
quite
chair, or
often
are
a chair.
you very far away, Annie?
Well, no, I'm very small.
And last ball of the over, previous ball was a dot. That's worked round the corner, but straight to the fielder. That's the end of the 31st over. India 168 for 2, making light work of this chase. Annie.
Yes. Am I socials? Because
You
I
are.
am actually standing in for Hendo, so I wasn't sure which I was doing. But yes, I can do socials. I've no idea where we were, I'm afraid. So
I think it's reasonable to assume that we're fairly up to date, thanks to
okay, because I haven't
messages.
been doing it. You mean? so I'll go for Ray Privdy because he's talking to me. Annie, congrats on your new book. How many copies do you expect to sell in 2025? A realistic estimate. I've no idea. Absolutely no idea. But everybody better buy one who's listening.
Right.
Yes,
Kush deals.
congratulations, Annie. The front cover looks superb.
It's lovely, isn't it? I'm really, really pleased with the front cover. Thank you.
Yeah, Kush deal bowls a flat one to Shreyas, who rocks back and cuts it along the floor, past his despairing diving gully for 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Here comes that's bowled wide by Kushtil. Shreyas chases the ball, cuts it again, but he can't beat point this time, and there is no run.
They don't seem to have any answers, really. As we were saying earlier, they are a well-oiled side, India.
Sweep by Shreyas. That's well defended by the man at just behind square on the leg side, and the pace on the ball allows them to take 2 as the man from the boundary runs into field and throw to the bowler's end.
And there's a huge gulf between the two teams at the moment.
Yeah.
In terms of what we're seeing on the field, but also off the field.
Off the field.
talk about
It would be
chaos.
interesting to see what it would be like if we were actually playing in Pakistan.
Yeah.
This game in Pakistan, with the home crowd and everything.
I mean, still been a lot of chaos behind the scenes. Pakistan cricket has number 1 day coaches. I mean, the new sorry.
Reverse sweep attempted by Shreyas, but he misses that, and that's through to the keeper and dropped by the keeper, and then Shreyas picks the ball up and hands it to him.
Yeah, I think it's been very tricky.
And defended again by Shreyas.
You think of those dynasties that are passed down in India, the coach. It's all
The Mohammeds, all 3 Mohammed brothers, and then the Sims.
And now we've got Akif Javid airlifted in just before the tournament.
I know.
And that's punched off the back foot down to long on. That's the end of the 32nd over. 7 taken off that over. Shreyas is moving along nicely. Kohli's on 65 off 77. And Pakistan are bereft of ideas at the moment.
Yeah, it's very sad to watch them. I love watching Pakistan play. I love watching Baba play, and it just looks like, as you're saying, they just have no answers whatsoever at the moment.
Well, they're going to return to their most effective bowler so far.
Yeah, you got to like a bit of a bra, haven't you?
Yeah.
I like his jingle even more if you can dig that one out.
Oh, I can certainly jingle that out. Abra's jingle.
Abracadabra. I want to reach out and grab you.
And he's in. That's short and surprises Shreyas slightly by the pace at which it comes off the pitch. And he guides it down to gully but can't get it past him.
They do need a bit of abracadabra, don't they, really?
I think all one can do in this situation is enjoy this exhibition of batting, from these two.
Yeah.
Short again and punched through extra cover off the back foot by Kohli.
I have a lot of time for Kohli because he's a big supporter of Test cricket.
Exactly my point earlier I was making to not Fred, that he almost single-handedly kept Indian cricket alive in the Test match format with his enthusiasm and the way made it so important.
And that's full and floating, whipped towards the leg side, but well stopped by the man at mid-wicket. Bear would be happy if he were here.
And the crowd have had the landmark of 14,000 ODI runs from Virat Kohli's past that.
Brilliant player.
That hurries on again to Kohli, who knocks it off the back foot into the offside and takes a single.
I want to see Baba doing that too. I want to just keep watching Baba play. He's another player I really enjoy watching once he gets going.
I mean, this is really an exemplary spell from Abrar. He's got 1 for 21 off almost 8 overs now. That ball is reverse swept to the boundary for a single by Shreyas.
Yeah, but he's the one bowler that is keeping things down, isn't he, really?
Yeah, everyone else.
About Kohli, sorry.
And again, fired in and worked round the corner by the batsman to the short fine leg fielder and take a single. That's the end of the over. 4 runs off the over.
And if you add together the number of times Virat Kohli's passed 50 together with the number of times he's passed 100, it's 124 in total.
Yeah, that's very impressive, isn't it?
By adding the two together.
India coasting along, only needs 63 runs now from 102 balls.
A masterclass. It's a masterclass of how to play one-day cricket. I think a lot of teams could watch them. V No Name says, "What a failed country." Hard to know. I'm not making any comment on that. For wrong. Well, with the host nation basically out of the tournament, barring an epic collapse, added spice for the big clash, Black Caps versus Bangladesh.
The Dick Tips. We're going to go back to pace. It's going to be Naseem Shah. It's a rising fast ball, played nicely off the back foot. There's a misfield. They do run on it, and there's a throw at the bowler's end, and Kohli has to get a dive in.
He's checking nothing's broken as he lies there.
But he's safe, and they score another run and takes India to 180 now.
Having seen the cover of your book, Annie, what's the title again?
Cricket Changed My Life.
11
personal journeys.
Right. Having seen it, you'll probably be on a promotional tour now.
It does look very idyllic. Naseem, short, in fact, loopy short bouncer, and it's so short, in fact, it's been given as a wide.
Yes. Not much playing able to happen there.
You'll probably be on a promotional tour now until the publication date in April, won't you? I suppose I'll start now.
Well, I'm going to Hove to do a book. There's a book fair down there which I'm going to be speaking at. Along
and there's
with
18 walkers and talkers events. I'm
16th, sure. Yeah, 16th of April that is. And there's quite a few other authors there, including Stephen Chalk.
Oh.
Shah, short again, cut nicely, down to third man. Will they get 2? No, they don't take 2. Kohli puts a hand out and says no.
I think a run out would be bloody stupid at this point, wouldn't it?
How did you find the writing process? Was it easy for you to
I absolutely loved doing it because it was basically interviewing and then just piecing the interviewing together. So I found it really interesting because they're fascinating people.
Yeah. Good subjects make the work easy, I imagine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then I was really interested in what I was writing.
Shah, short again, tucking up Kohli, and he tries to chop the ball down, but doesn't go far enough away. And,
how did you put together? How did you put together your 11 then?
I kind of looked for people that had a story, and had a chat with the publishers as well, and they've suggested certain people and stuff. So
yes, use the network. They've got the network of people that they think might be interesting.
That's right. Yeah.
Shah, the beautifully coiffured Shah, and Kohli tries to launch the ball over mid-on, doesn't quite get the ball, it's off the bottom of the bat, and it drops in front
I
of
love how
mid-on.
Kohli looks at his back quite often. It's sort of like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it can't be wrong with me, I'm perfect. It must be the ball or the equipment.
So
we look at the remaining Coupe fixtures. Halfway through now. This tournament does go by very quickly.
What do people feel about this tournament?
I like it. That's short by Shah. Kohli gets around, controls the ball down to fine leg, and takes a single. He moves to 69. There's one ball left in the over.
Obviously, Annie bit down on the fact that West Indies and Sri Lanka are not represented, and the sort of rather haphazard way in which the qualification for this tournament was announced.
Exactly. I just feel a bit like, if you're going to have a big tournament, it's just so nice to have everybody in here. I don't like.
That's what the last ball, and that's angling in and whipped off middle stump by Shreyas, and there's a misfield on the mid-wicket boundary, but they don't take advantage. They get 2 anyway. That's the end of the over. 185 for 2.
Somewhere that it does. The games bring money into the other teams supposedly, but I don't know if that's true. But it just feels a bit. It just feels a little bit like. You're doing well, let's just praise you even more and let's give you even more advantages.
Well, the ICC is very...
saying, when West Indies didn't qualify for the World Cup, I don't remember anyone saying, oh, that's the Champions Trophy out as well. Nobody said it at the time. There was a lot of confusion about it.
Abrar, that's a nice floated ball, defended by Kohli, thinks about a single, but everyone is right in on the one, preventing him from getting off strike. Yes, I mean there's advantages to the Champions Trophy being so brief, and the fact that all the matches matter. That's a very quick single by Kohli. He drops the ball. He tries to.
Are they going to check that, or do you think he was in?
I think he was probably in, but they will check that. I think as Paul Rifle comes in to remake the wickets. The field has had to come in 5 yards. It's a good throw, but he is in by 3 feet.
3 of my feet, maybe. I'm not sure. It would
Good
be
cricket
lots of
all round. Good bowling, good batting, good fielding.
Yeah.
Good decision making.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that they didn't need to take the run. They're not. They only need 56 off 94.
Yeah, but may as well get it sooner or later.
Yeah, then we don't have to do the 40 to 50 overs.
Making it sound such an ordeal.
I know.
It is an ordeal for Hender with his bad back. Anyway, here comes Abrar. Floaty, just punched up, glided up really to long off, and Kohli walks a single.
Is that what's up with Hendo? He's got bad back.
Yes.
And
he's brought his security pillow with him today. And pushed through by Abrar, slightly more than usual. This time it's punched up on the leg side to long on.
Not Fred, I was on with him earlier, and he made very clear his attitude to the tournament.
Yes, he's not a one-day fan anyway, though. But what was his attitude to the tournament?
Entirely negative. Yeah, he did the Baz posture in the.
That's the googly from Abrar. That's nicely bowled. Shreyas tries to chop it away, can't get enough on it to beat the ring of fielders.
Yep. I mean, I get what Jason's saying. It's a short tournament. It's pretty snappy, and you know,
every game matters.
Yeah.
This is a leg break. This allows Shreyas to rock back onto the back foot and just punch it into the hole, through the ring to the man on the boundary. Take a single. That's the end of the 35th over, and India are 189-4-2.
And especially, I was going to add, especially now that bilaterals, you know, the interest in bilaterals has definitely waned, you know, because they don't have enough of the narrative for people who dip in and dip out. So at least it, you know, puts international cricket back in the spotlight.
Yeah.
You've been doing a tour of a lot of the cricket societies, haven't you? What's the general mood? Is it like doom and gloom?
Yeah.
Generally at the moment, or how would you describe the cricket fans' kind of mood right now?
The Cricket Society is generally an older generation tour, so you know there's a lot of traditionalists who find it all a bit perplexing, and so I go down well because obviously I talk about these things I agree with a lot of what they're saying, but I think it's a general that inevitably county cricket or championship cricket will be cut. It'll be cut more, and it will lose a lot of its impetus in the system.
Yeah,
now.
well, the issue is that it's not self-sustaining at the moment. It does rely on a large sort of handout from the ECB, and that is not a sustainable model.
Yeah, I don't like handout. I like to think of it as an organic process where it goes round and round, and this is where I really love the counties, because they're communities, because they're non-profit making, because they do it for the right reasons, or they were doing it for the right reasons. Now it just feels all about money. They're not sustainable. We've got to get them up. And I'm no businesswoman, so yeah, you know, I mean, I can't claim to be a businesswoman and know much about that sort of thing, but I do think if you've got a unique thing like a community team that is fantastic and wonderful for so many people, don't lose that element of it, because it's gone. If that goes, you're just fighting against. I don't know, there's an advert for Man City, Liverpool. You're fighting against that.
Corporatism.
I mean, you've got
it's just going to go.
I mean, the distribution model of the 100, just to put the Simon Hughes kind of point of view, I suppose, would be great news for English cricket, because the money is going to be distributed around the counties. They're all going to get. I know there was some debate about this, but by my calculations, they're getting over 20 million each county.
Yeah, but that's gone. That'll be gone before you know. It's costing Somerset, for example, huge amounts of money to do the changes needed for the women's team, and that's great. So that funds that. But then before you know it, that sort of capital's gone, and then what do they have? That they won't be getting the 1.3 million handout they're supposed to have been getting soon. I very much doubt that'll happen.
Not after 2027, I understand, because that will be when it's renegotiated.
And how do you maintain something when you're not? They're not even putting the bloody one day game on the BBC coming up. You know, it's got no coverage. How do you maintain things if you're invisible? You just don't. You don't. And all these counties that don't have the 100 during that big buoyant
month
August are just going to be fucked. To be frank.
Just by the way, we're not missing any play. They're on a drinks break at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not going on a rant. Anyway, that's all by the by, because this is Pakistan, India, and it's totally different.
It's got its finance model all of its own, and one finance model for one domain and type of cricket doesn't necessarily just transfer to the others.
I just think the moment you make cricket about, the moment you make a sport about money, you've lost it. You've lost the real heart of it.
Well, it is going to be Harris Ralph to resume. First ball is on the stumps, defended by Shreyas to gully, and there is no run.
Shreyas is outscoring Kohli here, so will Kohli get to his century? Because then you need 53. Kohli needs 29.
Seems to be slowing up a little bit. mean, it's still a good strike rate, 71 off 87. It's sufficient for the purpose of what they're trying to do. As you see
It's
a
all
picture
his
of
time
Jay
in the
Shah.
Ranji Trophy that's got him batting again, isn't it?
You see the impact on the crowd in that match.
Oh, I know, that was incredible.
That's relatively ugly hoik by Shreyas into the mid-wicket area. Without much footwork, but he gets a single for it nonetheless.
I mean, these Indian cricketers were, several of them were ordered to play first-class cricket.
Yeah.
Putting the big names into first-class cricket, you do give people a chance to follow it and to watch it.
Yeah, it's so important.
Ralph, he's had 0 for 34 today. He's not been the one-day wonder that he can occasionally be, and that's pushed again through the offside. If that had direct hit there and the batsman was gone, they chanced his arm, they went for 2. Shreyas was struggling on the way back. And
Shreyas running to complete 2 at the non-striker's end. Yeah, direct hit, he would have been out. But got to do what you got to do to get Kohli up to the century. Come on.
Also,
Yeah.
Ralph could have done
I
a
mean,
bit more to gather the ball as well.
Yeah, I think he was a bit nervous of that, wasn't he?
You think Kohli said 2 as they passed, the batsman passed? You think Kohli said 2 as an instruction?
Short and yet another dropped catch at mid-wicket. I do think that didn't quite come off the bat as Kohli intended.
Well, Ralph's not upset enough, is he? He needs a bit more to be angry about.
Well, I think that's 4 chances now off Ralph's bowling.
Poor.
Let's have a look. Oh, it didn't reach him. No.
No.
I'm doing sound a
Ralph's
disservice
ahead
there,
of
but that's a decent half stop there. But it was definitely a false shot by Kohli, trying to up the rate.
Well, he listened to David. He's accelerating now.
Short. That's a much better swivel pull, and that's pierced the 2 fielders on the boundary. And that's gone for 4.
Beautifully executed. Lovely shot, Kohli.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
This is basically the last roll of the dice for Harris, I think. I think he's had enough. He wants to, in the best fast bowler way, he wants to feel somebody get hurting now.
I mean, the whole of India stops for a Kohli century, so I'm no doubt that Shreyas will be under instructions, dead bat the last over if Kohli only needs to do.
And that's chipped very neatly over the man at mid-wicket by Kohli. He's certainly taking full toll in this over. And that's another
They'll have a few
2,
public
I
holidays,
do
won't
think.
they? If he gets a century. I'm very jealous of how many lovely festivals India have. They could have a Kohli festival.
So one ball to come now. Kohli's moved to 81. He's taken 10 off the over. No, if he really wants his ton, he should take a single off the last ball. And the single will be there for the taking. That's taken India to 200 now. They only need another 43 runs. 42 runs. Of which Kohli needs 19 of them. As we look at pictures of a very nice
If you like lots of traffic
moonlit and
and tall buildings.
Abrar and Shreyas punches the ball back. Abrar runs out the field on the leg side, and there is no run.
I haven't done any socials for a while. I probably should be doing some after the next.
Do it at the end of this over because there's
Yeah.
not much time between Abrar's balls, and that's
No.
again well stopped by Point. Shreyas tries to punch the ball through the offside, but he can't beat the man.
So this is Abrar's last over as well, isn't it?
I think so. He's got figures of 1 for 27, and that's again pretty much rinse and repeat off the back foot. Played with a traditional straight bat, but he can't beat the man at Point. So Kohli must be getting mildly frustrated, and that is that's 3 for 3. That one's off the front foot this time and straight to Point, and Kohli's just saying, calm down, doesn't matter, we'll get the runs, I'll get 100, you just don't need to worry about it too much. Abrar Penultimate ball. That's,
He's taken a single.
Yep. Pushed up to long off. They take a single. Now Curly's got one ball left now to get the requisite single to get back on strike for the next over. It does make Aya go to 50. He's got 50 off 63 balls. He's played a very nice supporting hand here, and he's making sure that the nails into the coffin of Pakistan's Champions Trophy are hammered in. Where we are, milestones.
Half a 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 century.
And the last ball of the over is again pushed by Kohli to point this time. And after 37 overs, Pakistan are 201 for 2. Abrar finishes with 1 for 28, exemplary bowling.
Yeah.
And it's now up to somebody else to do the work for Pakistan. Annie.
Rav Prodin says, Annie, you could simply ask ChatGPT to do all the writing. Yeah, you get a lot of people could do AI writing now, can't they? V No Name said, by failed country, I meant how this tournament went by before and after its ending for Pakistan. How can you be in Dubai dry with one spinner? Messi says, I agree that it's not a handout to counties, it's profit distribution. Exactly.
And that first ball from Ralph just about epitomises what the luck that Pakistan are having. He bowls a slower ball, it just misses the leg stump of Shreyas.
These guys are so fast between their overs, I don't get a chance to do anything.
And the keeper, Rizwan, misfields the ball and they take a leg by. Or is that a wide? It is a wide. But Kohli's now on strike, and that is punched very nicely with good timing down the ground, but straight to the man at mid-on. There is no run. Kohli remains on 81.
This is a problem with one-day cricket when it's at this point it's just it's fairly inevitable, isn't it, that Pakistan aren't going to do this.
Third ball, attacking the stumps. Ralph, he's changed the plan from the short pitch bowling of the previous over. That's just whipped into the leg side, round the front pad, takes a single.
I agree, Annie. There's almost an eerie feeling, I think, around the hosts are going out, and even Indian fans I've noticed on social media are saying they wish it had been a close game, and some of them even wish Pakistan had won, because there would have been another clash between the two teams if Pakistan had won this. There would probably have been another semi-final or final, and that rules it out.
That's right. I mean, just India looks so polished. They just look like the team that, to beat in this tournament.
Well, there aren't really any weak links, are there? They've got cover in all departments.
No,
that's exactly. The short ball. Maybe there are different plans between Kohli and Shreyas, because that ball is short, but it's given us a wide. That's given us a 1 for the over, and that reduces the target by 1 more run.
I think it's always an element of sadness when the host team knocked
just
out.
Doesn't feel right, does it?
Especially when everything that Pakistan has gone through as a country, having lost any home cricket for so long, it's so cruel now that they're only going to see. There's only one competitive match.
Well, it's the first international tournament for like 25 years, and that's on the legs of Shreyas. That's worked very neatly through the square. Leg back man, take a single, bring Kohli onto strike. India 206 for 2.
I'm just going to finish what Messi was saying. So he says, no Australian state is self-sustaining, but the distribution through Cricket Australia sustains the whole system, and that's how it's worked for years in England. That's how it's been. But now it's never going to be like that ever again, because the counties aren't even.
And it's rinse and repeat by Kohli. Exactly the same ball, exactly the same shot, exactly the same result as the previous ball for Shreyas, through square leg for a single. And Ralph looks particularly peeved. He's had 4 chances dropped. He's gone for 50 now off 6 overs. It's not been his day, and it's not really his fault for a lot of it.
It really hasn't been his day at all.
Anyway, here he comes. Slow ball, and that's worked round the corner to deep square leg.
Yeah, he deserves at least at least 1 wicket.
Cody moves to 83. The runs required are coming down, and Cody's not getting very many of them. He needs 17. There are 34 runs left for him to do the job.
I mean, Harris Ralph's had a different tournament. He's coming back off an injury. I mean, he's a wholehearted cricketer. I remember when he played for Yorkshire, he just wanted to bowl and bowl, not like a lot of the overseas, players.
Yeah.
Gibson saying that about him.
That's
Lovely nurdle by Coley. Sorry,
yep,
I
just
didn't mean
dropped
to
into the ground, and Coley is up and away straight away. He wants the strike. He gets the strike.
Yeah.
That's the end of the 38th over.
Okay.
India
I got
need
quite a lot
33.
of socials here. So the Harriman saying the actual reason why the superstar Indian cricketers were ordered to play Indian domestic cricket was the fact that the performances in first-class cricket were often overlooked for national selection. Yeah, that's happening everywhere now. The Harriman, hence they started to skip Ranji and started to practice for their T20 games, so at least they get good contracts at the IPL auction. Yeah, and that's happening over here now. Miktai can't blame India for cricket administration being a mess in Sri Lanka, Windies, etc., etc. Don't think we were blaming India cricket for that. Just feel really sad that it's happening. And Miktai says IPL is great and India has done a lot to modernise the game. Indeed.
It's going to be Kushdil who bowls a ball that's angled into the leg side. Kohli tries to swat it across the line, misses out. There's an unnecessary appeal by the keeper who knows damn well that that's going down the leg side.
I suppose it's up to the counties now to make use of the windfall and it,
Yeah, but then there's added pressure. So what they would say to the counties now is you have got to spend wisely, and of course they do. But is wisely spending it on the community services? No, it isn't, because those are the ones that are going to cost them.
Pushed into the leg, into the offside, can't beat the ring. Next ball is slightly flatter and fuller and punched past point to the man on the boundary, takes a single.
Yeah, I mean, what they're going to have to spend their money on is getting bigger stadiums, making it more sustainable for the 100 or for the bigger tournaments, not for the disabled community or.
And that's not going to help Cody get 100 as Shreyas runs down the wicket and lamps Kushdil straight back over his head for 1 bounce to the boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Lovely shot by
Furious from Aya, that wasn't it? It came down the track and really gave it some leather.
And he's gone. He's back to weight to leg. He's tried to flay it up and over extra cover, and Abbar's taken a good diving catch.
Oh, it's sad, isn't it, when there's no celebrations for taking that catch, because it's kind of like in a lost cause, but absolutely great.
I mean, that's
Great
a really
diving
good catch. I mean, it's going away from him at some pace, and Abbar taken off, gone fully horizontal. He's got both hands to that and held onto it when he's almost hit the ground. Well done.
Well batted. What a fantastic partnership from the two of them. They've taken it completely away from Pakistan.
Now it's going to be interesting to see who comes out next.
Yeah.
By order, it should be Axar Patel by the batting order.
Hardik Pandya.
But will they put in Hardik to get the game over with?
Yeah, Hardik, I think it is coming in.
It is Hardik. I'll jingle him up. Here we go. In breaking news. promoted to 5 from 6. Another right-hander. He does not given the left-right split that bringing Axar in would have done. I'm not sure if that's planned or not. But he's in, ready to face. And the first ball is short, and he leans back and punches that through the offside.
Gets Kohli on strike.
Gets off the mark, gets Kohli on strike.
He'll be under interruptions.
There's an advert break. Maybe I can do a bit of.
Yeah, go.
Okay. Gulsham Kumar says, is the downhill or uphill journey in sports is in some way related to the journey of a county overall? Sad to see Pakistani team being so lame. And the Harriman says, wonder if Stokes selecting random youngsters over consistent county performers can lead to similar situation. Yeah, I mean, it's not just down to Stokes, is it? But I don't think it's helped.
We're going to see the return of the Premier fast bowler in the attack. It's
yes.
Shaheen round the wicket, and wow, Hardick's decided he wants to get these runs, and no, you can forget about the 100, Kohli. He's just run down the wicket and absolutely flayed that over extra cover for 1 bounce to the boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I do wonder if they've noticed that Kohli's output has slowed up significantly in the last 20 balls. They decided, well, you're not getting 100, so we're going to just get the game over with. And again,
I assume that's why they brought Hardick in.
And that's a charge and a chop straight over the top of mid-on. It plugs in the outer boundary edge, and they take 2.
Yeah, Hardick's making his own statement here. He probably persuaded Sharma to let him go in, take the limelight away from Virat Kohli.
As we see the catch again, that really was an excellent catch.
They might have an evening engagement they want to go to. They might be keen to go back to their hotel suites.
And
there's always run rate, so isn't it, in these tournaments as well? Yeah.
I don't think with 2 wins they're going to be particularly worrying about.
No, I
the
don't
run
think
rate.
I'm going to worry about that.
Short, and Hardick plays a very odd little scoop shot, sort of shoveled into the leg side, and can't beat the man at mid-wicket.
It's one of those I can't be bothered to hit that one.
Yeah, I'm going to give my full attention to the next ball once I've recovered all my energy. And we're going to have a change at the end of this over. Hendo should, I hope, be coming in. Unfortunately, he's not going to get out of doing a little spell, and he should be staying on. And an India, who is in the green room, as the next ball is punched up to mid-off, and they take a single by Hardick.
Come on, Kohli, you need 15 of the last 20.
Yeah.
Need to get going now.
It's not like it's his first 100, though, is it?
Last ball of this over, last ball of my spell. What's it going to be, Shaheen? It's going to be hit into the leg side, a pull, not timed.
One left, Jason.
Yeah, Jason, there's 2 balls left.
And Virat is dawdling in the middle of the pitch until the ball is picked up and thrown, and he decides he needs to make a bit of effort and go down the far end.
He's counting the number of balls he wants. He's maybe miscounted like you just did. Thought, I'm keeping the strike. Still one to come.
Well, ideally you want a dot ball therefore from this delivery.
Or a boundary.
No, boundary doesn't help him because it reduces the number of runs.
No, but except if he gets 6.
And that's down the leg side. There's a bit of a flinchy ball, and Hardick's been caught. He's got a tiny little scratch on that. He's been strangled down the leg side.
Yeah, it was wide down the leg side, and it was dug in short. And Hardick seemed to just help it into wicketkeeper's gloves down the leg side. He's walking off quite, well, not disputing the decision, that's for sure, not waiting for a review or anything, it's just gone straight off.
Well, I suppose it's a kind of dot ball.
Right, I shall vacate for Hendo. Talk amongst yourselves until he gets
Okay, well,
seated.
I can read out some more.
Hello, Annie. First say hello to me before you start.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, and you?
Yeah, no, I'm good. You've been watching some of the Masters, I gather.
Yeah, just the first match yesterday.
Excellent.
Go on.
Okay, Mayak says this match is like a slow, torturous death. Need a hat-trick to add some last-minute spice. And Maya also says, in my opinion, both teams haven't been very good. India also didn't field well, and the bowling was very wayward in the first 10 overs. Certainly the first over. Hasn't been great cricket all day.
I'd like to ask Mayank how many slow, torturous deaths he's been involved in. Anyway. Oh God, I've had to haul myself. I was having a laugh in the green room with Fred. I know it's hard to believe. We were talking about old PE lessons and masters that were slightly dubious in their.
Is this why I got called in to do your 10 overs?
Well, I wasn't intending.
About PE.
I was trying to have a sleep, but you know, Fred's such a conversationalist. Onto the back foot goes Kohli, pushes to backward square leg.
Well, it's lovely to see you, Hendo, anyway.
Well, it's lovely to see you and hear you. And I've reserved my ticket for the big night.
Oh, brilliant.
He's got to cross that. He's got to be close to being LBW, hasn't it? Unless he did manage to get the bottom of the bat on that. You might as well review it, mightn't you? Be funny if it was out. We're going to have a little chat about this.
They must review it, surely.
Oh, it's straight enough. I think he must have got bat on it. No, they're going to review it. Ultimately, they think, okay, let's drag this out a little bit.
What's the point of not reviewing it?
Well, yeah, quite. I mean, I'm guessing he must have got bat on that. Otherwise, he's stone dead, surely. So
he played right across it, didn't he? I mean,
he certainly did. I'm going to play the bowler's review.
That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute. Let's see. Here we go. Ultra edge. Oh! Oh dear. Well, I thought it was quite funny because I get the feeling that the other Indian batsmen are trying to stop him getting his 100. And then Pandya comes out and smashes his first ball.
Yep. I mean, they must have quarrelled about something. I mean, they're just bizarre. Pandya going at.
Well,
there's probably a sweepstake in the changing room or something.
Yeah, or maybe it's just he's had too much. He's had so much glory in his career.
Yeah.
You know.
But he's been having a really hard time.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. It's been good to see him getting some runs.
Salman bowls, spears it into the leg stump of Axar Patel, who tucks it away to mid-wicket. There is no run. 224 for 4, only need 18 to win. Turns that, straightens it ever so slightly, but he gets a thick inside edge onto it, or maybe a little bit of a glance. Shaheen Shah Afridi goes after it, they get a single, he's off the mark. So what does he need?
If that was an edge, which it was, shouldn't Kohli be on 88? No?
That was Axar. Oh yes, I see what you mean. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, good point.
The edge where he was.
Given not out.
Run, right?
It certainly looked that way. 225 for 4.
You're so eagle-eyed, and Indo. You're so eagle-eyed. You should be scoring.
We've all done that.
In answer to you, Hendo, my answer is too many to count. And I'm only 30 years old. He's seen a lot of slow deaths, obviously.
Well, I'm gonna keep out of your way.
Yes, don't go near my
you didn't tell me that last time you were sitting in here, and we were sitting here wibbling for 2 hours. If I'd known that then.
Nick Vickers also says, just caught the replay of the previous wicket. Absolutely cracking catch by Imam ul Haq in the specs. Yeah, I worried about him landing on his specs.
This is eased off his hip by Axa for another sink. Shaheen Shah Afridi is into his 8th over. Could be his last.
Akshar is getting to be quite a nice looking batsman, actually.
Axa?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think he's very talented, yeah. He's a good fielder, he can bat and he can bowl.
That's always good.
Always helps when you're playing
when you're
cricket.
a cricketer.
This is hooked out to deep square by Kohli. Goes to 88, or is it 89? We're not 100% sure. Now that's going to be fun, isn't it? If he gets to 99. There's intrigue in this game yet.
Yeah, you see how exciting is cricket? You can even just get excited about somebody's score.
Annie,
even though the game is
I love cricket, but I'm so despondent for its future. Down the leg side, horrible piece of bowling. Not a particularly good piece of keeping, although
well, that's
it
not
bounced
help
a few times.
Kohli's 100, is it?
No, it's a wide. Did they actually run?
It's not their responsibility.
I don't think they actually ran, did they?
I think they ran one, and
I think
they ran one.
Yes, they did. Yes.
Yeah.
Just Kohli's about to face. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kohli, who's on either 88 or 89. It's going to be one of those things, isn't it, where a scorer comes back in a few days and
Yeah,
says, actually
he did get his 100.
oh, that's a horrible ball wide of the off stump. He's coming round the wicket now, the left-armed Shaheen, and quite rightly it is signalled as a wide.
It's like the first over of the game.
Kohli's going to be
Again, isn't it?
seriously displeased now.
He's got to get all 12 all 12 of the remaining runs to
he'd better hit 2 sixes if he knows what's good for him.
Oh yeah, he's going to have a go, isn't he? It'll be interesting to see whether he risks it. No, he's pulled that into the ground, out towards deep mid wicket. It's only going to be a single, I think. No, they're coming back for 2. Another piece of dreadful backing
it's
up.
getting tense now. He needs 10 and they need 10.
He's into the 90s, or is it 91? 232 for 4. 51 balls to go. We won't need 51 balls, I should say. I should make
now
that
academic, I think.
I think so. I think we can say that. So what? 2 wides already in this over. Here he is again. Bowls another short, slow bouncer.
Bit of negative bowling here, isn't there?
Well, actually, to be honest, I'm not sure why they perhaps didn't try to do this earlier.
No.
It really is taking pace off, and the ball gets high on a batsman. He's got to drag it really if he's trying to pull, and he's pulled out of that particular shot.
And Shine's really frustrated because while walking back to his mark, he just took off the bails for no reason at all. The ball was nowhere near him.
He's not in a very good mood. He's gone for the 6. He's gone for the 6. Has it gone all the way?
High.
It's gone high, and then it's plugged. It was about as effective as a Donald Trump drive at the 5th.
Don't mention the orange man.
And Hendo keeps doing this every time he comes.
I'm sorry. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed that we are living in the new dawn of fascism, basically. Anyway, 7 required and 8 required for Kohli, according to the scorecard. Although it may.
No. Messi says he was credited with it.
I was credited. Well, he's lofted a full toss into the outfield. There is a man at long on, runs around the jog back for 2. Kohli goes to 94. 237 for 4. 5 required. And Kohli needs 6. Yeah, he's going to nab a single, isn't he? 5
he
needed.
Has to.
Oh, hang
he
on.
Has to.
Hang on. 5 wides would be funny, wouldn't it? 5 wides, massive wide.
And
Keeper
when
can't
they're
get anywhere near
bowling.
it. He comes down to the wicket. He's running for the single. He could be run out. Oh, the throw comes in. He could get a buzzer. Has that gone? Has that gone for 4 overthrows?
No.
Well, the cameraman doesn't seem to want to tell us, so I'm imagining not. I think he's only got 1 there. Right, Annie.
I'm loving this this message because it's exactly how I feel. Nick Vickers says there's always something to play for in cricket. I think Bangladesh managed the highest ever 6-wicket partnership scored against India. You see, there's always something.
They
There's
did.
always some kind of stupid stat that you can find.
That's a Zoltz stat, that is, isn't it? An Andy Zoltzman type stat.
Now, talking of that, now he is in my book, and you are mentioned in my book as well.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Have you got a big picture of me?
No.
Oh.
Do you want me to put one in? I'll leave you send me one.
You could put a picture of me from 25 years ago. 95 not out. In comes the bowler, and the batsman advances. The bowler is a left-arm spinner. I've forgotten his name for the time being. They've only got a single. It's Kushtil. And so 3 required, with Kohli still needing 4. What does Axer do here? Does he play out the over? Surely not. I mean, what would happen if there was a really serious collapse and then...
He gets a single, surely.
Yeah, he gets a single, exactly.
Oh, right, well, he's
And
still
then-
got to hit a 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yep, he
And
takes
then
the single.
Kohli gets
Kohli's
a 4 now.
walking down as if he's... hi-ho, it's off to work I go. It's like... He's like a... I mean, it doesn't look like one of the
Rohit's
7
laughing
dwarfs.
out there because
Oh, goodness me, this is ending in nonsense, isn't it? Smashed it! That's going for 4. He has
got his
100
written for him.
not out from 111 balls.
he deserves it. It's been a
He
really
does. He does.
Yeah, it's a good knock. 244 for 4. India win by 6 wickets. Pakistan, you'd have to say, are out of their own tournament. They've only played 1 game on their home turf. They've got another game to come, but you can't really see it because you would expect New Zealand to beat Bangladesh. India win by 6 wickets, and that was, from a neutral perspective, that wasn't a lot of fun. If you're an Indian
It's
supporter,
always good to watch Kohli bat.
Oh yeah, but I would say that
especially when he's on song, yeah.
Yeah,
As
the
he was.
Pakistan innings was really hard work. It was just... I mean, the boring middle overs basically started in the 11th over.
Yeah, I think it was very sad to see just as Baba was accelerating to
Yes.
him to be out.
Yeah, and then the
that
run out,
was
of
a real-
course, the run out of
Yeah.
Imam, which
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of...
You know, what I with all this thing going on, the political thing, what I really like is the spirit among the 2 groups of players,
Yeah.
which is for the last few years. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but when Abrar finished his spell, Kohli went up to him and told him, "Well bowled, mate."
Oh no! But I did see Kohli and Baba sort of pat each other right at the start, and I just think, oh, how lovely! You know, what? It's just a shame that the world isn't like that.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, you know, if you take little segments out of a cricket game or little bits out of a cricket game, you'd have to say that certainly the first 3 wickets of the Indian innings out of the 4 that ultimately fell, well, 2 were out to absolutely stunning deliveries, and 1 was out to a stunning catch. In between that, Pakistan were rubbish, dropping catches hither and thither.
You know that ball which Abrar got Shubman Gill with?
Yeah. Ooh.
I mean, that was...
Yeah,
that was
excellent.
It was basically a carom ball. I mean, or a flicker, or it wasn't even a leg break.
Yeah.
Well, it
So
turned.
there's always-
It turned like a leg break.
That's right. And there's always little pockets of really good things in every game, I think.
Yeah, but when you've done 2 days in a row and
Yeah,
you've had to
yeah,
get
all
up
right.
early,
And your back hurts.
and your back hurts, and
And you want to talk about
brain
your PE
hurts.
teachers.
Yes, exactly. All these things have to be taken into account. So there we are. India almost certainly through to semis. probably the first team, almost certainly through to the semis. And what have we got tomorrow? What have we got to look forward to tomorrow? Can anyone remember who's playing tomorrow? It's going to be Bangladesh, New Zealand.
Bangladesh, yeah.
You would think.
Yes, Bangladesh, New Zealand.
Yeah, Bangladesh, New Zealand tomorrow. I'm not in, so I'm not sure who's doing that. And then it'll be Australia, South Africa on Tuesday. I'm not doing that either.
That should be a good match.
Could be a good match. And then England against Afghanistan on Wednesday, which I will be in for. So, any final thoughts on today's game? Sorry, I'm very tired.
Just for me, it's been lovely being back at Gorilla and actually being able to see you all, and two great cricketing nations that are wonderful to watch in their own way. Shame it wasn't a brilliant game, but really good to see Virat get that 100. He's needed some runs, and Pakistan need to look at the way they play one day a game, I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
they certainly need another good spinner in that.
Yeah, there are parallels with England there to a certain extent. I think.
Not quite as many wicket-keeper batsmen as England have.
No,
we
but
can't all have 5 in a team, can we?
Yeah.
So Annie, when's your book releasing?
It's being published on the 11th of April, and then it's the book.
11th of?
Pardon?
11th of April.
April, yeah. And then the book launch is the 28th of April. And it's so exciting. I'm so excited. I feel ridiculously... I can't quite believe it, but there you are.
Well, it's going to be, as I said, it's going to be standing room only. Where there's going to be queues back to the top rung of the Oval Pavilion. There will be people parachuting in, I suspect.
Yeah. Well, I've also got Paul Scott Oliver as well is doing his book launch as well. And
but he's written a book before, though, hasn't he?
Wonderful, yeah. It's the same. It's a
sequel, isn't
it? Yeah.
Sort of.
And his first book was brilliant. And so he'll be doing it at the same time as me. So he better hurry up because I've got most of my family coming at the moment.
Are you allowed to say who any of the interviews are with in your book? I mean, I know you said Bharat, was it?
Yep.
The journalist. Who else is featured in it?
I've got David Lloyd.
Oh.
Bumble. I've got Enid Bakewell.
I thought you said Enid Blyton for a moment, but
Enid Blyton, Enid Bakewell, who is still playing cricket in her 80s, and she is what a character she is. She's amazing. Fred Rumsey, who of Somerset fame and PCA, Roland Butcher. I have Georgie Heath, who has done some commentary for Gorilla.
Yep.
I have Dan Norcross.
Oh, what a chapter on Dan Norcross!
A chapter on Dan Norcross.
Can you tear that out before I get my copy?
That's why you're mentioned in it.
I mean, I get a bit part. I'm sort
sorry,
of
it's not a chapter on you.
A bit part in the Norcross chapter. I'm so humiliated.
Callum Flynn, who's the disabled
commentator.
And England captain.
Yes, I think I heard him commentating for the Lancashire stream. Is that right?
Yes, he does Lancashire. Yeah. He's a lovely lad. And who else? It's Sue Redfern, umpire.
Oh yeah.
Extraordinaire. Anyone? Else? I think
is that 11? Is that an 11? Is that?
Oh no, 11? There's two girls from a refugee camp in. They were in Syria, in Lebanon.
Right.
They are incredibly playing cricket in a refugee camp, and it's quite a story. And a guy called Wazim Khan who got shot by terrorists. He's a Pakistani lad. Got shot 6 times by terrorists and survived, and it's his journey to recovery via cricket.
Wow.
Yeah.
It sounds remarkable. I'm gonna stick my neck out and I'm gonna say William Hill Sports Book of the Year.
I
don't want to get your hopes up, but I reckon. I think it's going to be. I think it's an unusual. idea, and it's obviously
Yeah.
from the heart.
It's definitely
from the
going to be
heart.
on the MCC long list.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, what is nice about it is it's not you don't have to like cricket to read it. It's a it's stories about people and obviously there's a lot of cricket and it unites them, but it's not solely about cricket.
Which I think in a way is perhaps why it will do well, and because I think those kind of books are in demand in a way. Anyway, we look forward to the night of April the 28th.
It should be a good night.
I suspect I might have had a sneak preview of the book by then.
I hope so, yeah.
And it'll be a
And
great
Dan
night.
Norcross is interviewing me.
He's interviewing you. He gets a chapter.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Oh dear. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Right, Anindo, when are you next with us?
I think sometime next week for one of the matches. I'm not sure which one.
Who've India still got to play? New Zealand. I mean, that'll be a good.
I'm doing the India New Zealand, but I think Tony was asking for volunteers for next week for the other matches.
There are some staff shortages. That's absolutely true.
Yes, we have staff shortage.
Indeed. Well, they should pay us better, shouldn't they? Really?
Yeah, they should really. Yeah.
They don't
quite
get overtime
frankly.
in this game. Right. Thank you, everybody who's been on. Not Fred popped in, and well, caused some
However much he
controversy.
hates the tournament and one-day cricket, he still came in.
Yeah. Well, he's lonely.
yeah.
Bless him.
And thank you to the listeners as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Thank
your
you, everyone.
contribution. Oh, did we have a GPL winner? Messi? Anything from Messi? Or has Messi gone to bed?
I wouldn't blame him if he had.
We've got I'll just do some final. I'll just read a few things. Mayank says, "I've told Tony I'm free tomorrow as there's apparently urgent need. Maybe we'll see you all live on commentary." Oh, right. Okay, brilliant. Extra Cover says Virat Kohli, and he's got two little crown emojis either side of VK. Leah says, "Did I mention that I also have a Norcross interview lined up?" He's everywhere. Although
isn't he?
GPL is safe, and
oh, right, good, okay. Although I've only seen him once in about 5 years. Anyway, Leah also says they also lack metal toughness. I don't know any extreme metal combo from there, and I own physical media by extreme metal bands from Bangladesh. That was from David McCarthy. I have no idea what that was all about. I think I missed out on that conversation. Anyway, we're going to shut things down. Probably now we won't be able to shut things down. You know how we couldn't get on air earlier, but we'll try and shut things down, and hopefully when we open the things tomorrow, we'll be able to bring you cricket on time at 8:50 a.m. For Bangladesh, New Zealand. Please join us again then tell all your friends, tell all your enemies, and make sure you bring lots and lots and lots of people along to join us. Until then, it's goodbye from Anindo.
Hello.
It's goodbye from... He said hello. I said it's good night, and he said hello.
I said bye.
He's right, okay. And it's goodbye from Annie.
Hello.
Hello. And it's goodbye from me. Hello.
Bye-bye.
No, you spoiled it.
Oh, sorry.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine,